let's continue. I started a bit later today. I didn't mean it. I woke up at 9 in the morning. It's 1 p.m. right now. I had car problems. My tire exploded. It fucking... Okay, exploded is the wrong word, but it's not good. That's for damn certain. So I just this happened last night, and I thought the issue would be resolved today. It hasn't, and it won't be today. Hopefully tomorrow though. But like I have an emergency car. Like I figured some stuff out. So we're fine. We're fine. But I need to somehow replace. I have a spare. That's the good part. I do have a spare tire. But with the, I don't know if this is a thing in other countries. Probably is. I don't understand why it wouldn't be. But there's like a specific, I guess you would call it a key, right? A key that you would use for like a specific tire. It really depends on the make on the make of the car. Like if it's made by Honda or Hyundai or Toyota or whatever. Each one has like a specific key. And I need that to unlock the tire. But we couldn't find the key. So we need to figure that out. We got the tire. We got the tools to replace the tire. The only issue is the key. Otherwise, I cannot take that tire out. So it's a bit rough at the moment. But at least I'm able to stream. I gotta look on the bright side. Let's continue. 2-2. This is exciting. I can't wait. So unfortunately, I won't be able to stream for 8 hours today, given that unprecedented thing happened. The Memoirs of the Clouded Kokoro. Ooh, someone's dead.
Tale of a winter's night. One of an invisible
But I think I can do like 5-6 hours today. Maybe. Should be possible.
The victim lay at death's door. The mystery of just who had stabbed the young lady from behind had been resolved. But no sooner had my friend saved that Eastern exchange student from his harrowing plight.
Eastern exchange student.
In the dim, flickering shadows of gaslight, did a second bizarre crime rend the stillness of that very night. I dare say most can still recall the sensational headlines of the day. Haunted apartment of death. The condemned criminal's curse. The dread demon of coal gas.
Okay, that one doesn't hit as hard.
Yet, though the great detective had at once discerned the truth upon his arrival at the scene, it only proved to be the overture that announced the rising of the curtain.
Oh, I know who's gonna be here. Oh, I hope he's at least entertaining. My name is Ryonosuke Naruhodo. I'm a fledgling lawyer just starting out on my journey. 6 months ago, I arrived as a visiting student of law, having made the long voyage across the sea from the Empire of Japan to here, London, England. And on the way, in quite extraordinary circumstances, I made the acquaintance of a world-famous detective. Will this be Speckled Band too? I sure hope not. Is there a cat I should watch out for so I don't trip over it? Before this, because I know I only had to watch out for one achievement in 2-1, but this is where the setup achievements start. I'm fairly confident. Not adventure. Great Ace Attorney 2 achievement guide. Yeah, this works. Alright, so Great Ace Attorney Adventures. We're on Resolve, yeah. Episode 1, we only had to watch out for Father Frustrator. This is where the setup starts. You see how it says Herlockian 5 out of 7, Ace of Spades 3 out of 8, 6 out of 7, 4 out of 8. Yeah, okay, this is the stuff we need to watch out for. Near the end of the trial, during investigation part 3. Okay, so we also need to watch out for this. Okay, so as soon as you gain control in Sholmes' suite, inspect the blackboard to talk to Iris about the blue carbuncle. Aye aye. Currently, I reside in the attic of the detective's own lodgings from where I run my legal consultancy of sorts. I've successfully defended a number of clients in Britain's highest court, the Old Bailey. But since a particularly grueling and unforgettable legal battle 4 months ago now, I haven't returned to the courtroom. In truth, I lost my right to return. But that epic trial was just one small part of an epic tale, a tale which was now about to awaken from slumber. Thanks to a letter that arrived this morning from my homeland. Susato? Someone's hungry. Is he making tea here? What a delicious smell wafting up the stairs. It must be nearly time for breakfast. I better go down to Mr. Sholmes' suite and say good morning to the great detective and his flatmate. Also, I really appreciate the people... Not this. Ignore the fact that I was looking at that. But anyway, I really appreciate the people that go out of their way to make these guides, because 9 times out of 10 they always put it in order of, like, not only the episodes, but also when you'll have control of your characters. Like, yes, we're going to see this achievement first because we're going to be in Sholmes' suite first. I really appreciate that. It makes life so much easier. Iris! Runo, good! I was just about to call up to you. The bacon's ready. Good morning, Iris. It smells delicious as usual. Steam guys are so... Like, dude, incredible. Whoever makes it... What are you wearing? Oh my god, I forgot I had this. Oh, wait. Is this the costume I gave him? Or is this just, like, his... No, this isn't even the No, what are you wearing? Anyway, regarding Steam guides, they're so good, man. I was looking at the Hades Steam guide. Oh my god, man. Like, they even go back and fix mistakes that people let them know in the comments. They don't have to do that, but, like, they do. I appreciate these people. I love the people that go out of the way to help other people. I really do appreciate that. This is the costume? Uh-oh. Oops. Uh-oh. You know what? It's funnier. Leave this on. Not another word, Mr. Naruhodo. This could be just the abstruse thing for my pre-breakfast stagnation or playing mental stimulation, my dear fellow. Morning to you too, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, yes, I see. So that's it. We can have it for the second case? Fuck yeah. The truth is as clear to me as day. My faculties of observation have revealed it again. Are you telling me he doesn't look majestic? I mean, he does kill it a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. He does look really good. What are you talking about? It's just... I remember... Oh, shit, I forgot. I remember when we did a little sneak peek of this game. Back when we finished the first one. And we... Susato was supposed to be cross-dressing. But we left the costume on. So it just didn't make sense at all. Everyone's like, oh, that's a boy. When Susato looks very much like a woman. You, Mr. Naruhodo, you have, this very morning, met with a surprise. Well, is that not the case? Really, my dear fellow, barely warrants explanation. Firstly, your hair is particularly unkempt, somewhat reminiscent of a bird's nest. Secondly, you have neglected to fasten the 3rd button of your jacket. Clearly, when considered together, these 2 facts point to you having been flustered this morning. You should turn her outfit back on. It does. It looks really good. I really like her costume. How do I'm gonna save. Hold on. How do I do that? Do I just go back to the menu and then just do those little shenanigans there? Back to title like here? No. You haven't saved a game. Yeah. Back to title. Save. Here. Yes. And then... Oh, and extras, okay. Oh, special contents. Taylor? I presume? Oh, I did have it on. They should, like, she kills it, bro. I really like it. What is this? Oh, yeah, no, he looks fine, too. Yeah, let's keep this on. Spice up the playthrough a little bit. Clearly, when considered together, these 2 facts point to you having been flustered this morning. Can I talk now? But of course. Though I don't look for admiration, you understand. My hair always looks like this. It's been this way since I first met you. Damn. Oh. It has? And the button was ripped off last night, if you remember. By you. Hurley pulled your button off? Ah, yes. I recall the incident now. It was after supper, was it not? As the evening advanced, I picked up my violin and began to play the wailing notes of a haunting tune. But then, to my utter dismay, the third string snapped. Why did it have to happen? Why? Little wonder then, that in my vexation, I grabbed the first button I saw and ripped it off from its proper place. Well, I'd like it back now, please. It's troubling me that I can't fasten my jacket. And it's troubling me that you expect me to know where it is. What the fuck? Why is that my problem? I love him. Somewhere thereabouts on the floor, one presumes. What do you want me to do about it? I fucking love him. Helpful. What matters at the present time, my dear friend, is simply whether or not my deduction was unerring. But Hurley, Bruno said it when he came in, didn't he? I had a surprise this morning. Ah! Well, that really is a surprise. Yes, this man is the pride of the British Empire, the famous consulting detective Mr. Sherlock Holmes. There can't be a single person in the world who doesn't know his name. Alright then, enough of this silly conversation. Come and eat this bacon before it goes cold. And I have a new herbal tea for you to try too, my latest special blend. And here we have Iris Wilson, Mr. Sholmes' lodger and companion. A truly exceptional young girl who's the author of a highly successful serialization here in London. Yes, The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes as published in Rance magazine. So, Mr. Naruhodo, won't you put us out of our misery? What surprised you this fine morning? Ah, well, I received a letter from Japan. Oh, from Susie you mean, was it? Really? That's right, and she had some rather startling news, in fact. Ah, intriguing indeed. You must tell us all about it over breakfast. Oh yes, what fun. Alright, so, examine. And then the blackboard, right? Ah yes, this is where you note down ideas, isn't it, Iris? What's in the melting pot today? The blue carbuncle? Yes, it's from a case of theft that Hurley solved ages ago, the theft of a precious stone. A carbuncle is another name for a garnet, you see, especially if it's cut with a rounded top. I did not know that. Oh, really? And this garnet was blue, was it? Well, that's the thing. They're usually red. No blue garnets have ever been discovered. Oh. Was it made to look like a carbuncle? So who knows what the stolen gemstone actually was? Oh, they don't even know. That's the real mystery of the case. A proper Sherlock Holmes conundrum, huh? Okay, so that's that. Anything else I need to stop clicking that? Anything else I need to watch out for? As soon as you talk to Iris for Sherlockian progress, move to Naruhodo's legal consultancy and inspect the shovel. Okay. Back. Move. Shovel, 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 shovel. God, I love this theme. It's so nice. The office spade. Now the Susato's gone, the shovelers aren't represented to correct me. Maybe I'll have to do it myself. That's not a spade, Naruhodo. It's a shovel. That's nice. That's cute. The Sherlockian, after you get automatically moved to... Okay, so we don't have to go there yet. Awesome. So back to Sholmes' suite. Okay. I just gotta keep my eye on that. Alright, so converse. This is a letter that arrived from Japan this morning by international post. Oh, how lovely! Look at Susie's beautiful writing. I wish I could read it. And how is your judicial system faring, may I ask? She's very well, thank you. In fact, according to what she's written, she actually appeared as a lawyer at the Japanese Supreme Court and won a case. Really? Oh, isn't she wonderful? Bro, Susuto's biggest hype man. A cut above your good self, my dear fellow. I've won cases too, you know. Apparently, Mr. Natsume appeared in the trial as a witness. Natsume. No, I don't recall that name. Of course you do. We helped the man. Twice! You know, in those 2 cases that took place on Briar Road 6 months ago. Ah, the mustache twitchy man with the somewhat feline eyes and the mustache. He didn't have 2 mustaches, Hurney. Well, he's just being descriptive. Yes, who could forget those 2 cases? They made a very deep impression on me. Although I must confess, the details are a little hazy now. A very deep impression they made on you, clearly. I love Sholmes. So, what was the startling news penned by Miss Susuto? Do you remember the case of the haunted lodgings, Mr. Sholmes? Ah, yes, it's very interesting, you know. I don't feel entirely uncertain that a case of that nature did not occur. He's totally forgotten then. Anyway, in her letter, Miss Susuto asked that we read over her case notes again and investigate further. Though it took place half a year ago, for what purpose? Because of something that Mr. Natsume said to her, apparently. He suggested that the real reason why she was called back to Japan so suddenly might have something to do with that case of the haunted lodgings. So, okay, so the haunted lodgings is something we've never explored, right? So it's entirely new thing that already happened in between the game. Oh, I hit the mic. In between the games. Okay, that makes sense. All right, I'm just trying to get caught up here. Oh. Mr. Natsume's return to Japan, Miss Susuto's father questioned him about the case, she says. And something Mr. Natsume said appeared to trouble Professor Mikotoba, prompting him to send that telegram. Oh, that case, yes. It was very strange, wasn't it? Haunting Lodges is the second of the 2 cases the game is now telling you about. Okay. Gotcha. How interesting. I wonder what happened. Yes. And I compiled the whole story into a nice, neat manuscript ready for publication, too. The first being 1-4. Yes, you're right. There's definitely going to be some things I'm going to need reminding about, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there. But then Hurley here was all funny about it, remember? He was very mean. And that story must not be published, he said, very mysteriously as well. Really? I said that? Are you sure? Do you perhaps know something about it as well, Mr. Sholmes? About why Miss Susuto was suddenly told 4 months ago that she had to return to Japan? It's been 4 months now since we waved Susie off at Dover. It was such a shock, wasn't it? The way she just suddenly announced that she had to go back to Japan? Indeed it was, due to a telegram she received from her homeland, I believe. That's right, telling her to return urgently. Yes, because her father had passed away. No, it just said he was suffering from a high fever, the cause of which was unknown. He's not dead. But according to this letter, that news about her father's fever was just a ruse. A ruse? So Susie's daddy lied to her so that she'd make the voyage back home? Why would he do that? I don't know. I need more Mikotoba lore. I don't know what's up with that, man. I have to admit, I have absolutely no idea. But she believes it's almost certainly related to the case of the haunted lodgings. What happened, man? Explain it to me, please. We probably won't learn it until like 1-3, right? Or maybe like the end of 1- or not 1-3. What the 2-3? But we probably won't learn it until the end of this case, 2-2. Or like we'll get like a glimpse at it, I think. Summoning her back to Japan so suddenly like that. I wonder what Miss Susuto's father is hiding. Hurley, do you know what it's all about? I like how he puts the mask up to replace the hat. That would... Very clever use of the costume. Oh, well, who can say? What? But you said... Please, I have engagements, my dear fellow. My calendar is quite surprisingly full today. And a stringent analysis of the matter would be excessive, I feel, even if I were quite at leisure. So, man the fort in my absence, won't you, Iris? I will, Hurley. Don't worry. See you later. He scuttled off rather quickly there. Do you think he's hiding something? I think perhaps Professor Mikotoba isn't the only person hiding something here. Oh, yeah. Sosuke was involved in 2 cases, but only one of them was forbidden from being published. By of all people, Mr. Sholmes. Aha! I found them at last. Iris, are they... The notes about the case? That's right. Susie and I compiled them together. Ooh. Oh yeah, isn't this... I guess, this would be a bookmark that Susuto would have. The pink one. The case of the haunted lodgings. Do you want to read them, Runo? Please. I beg. Absolutely. Thank you, Iris. What is this song? Hey. I probably heard it before, but I don't recall. Or at least I don't recall commenting on it. I think I have heard this before. What's it called? Oh my god. The soundtrack for this game is phenomenal. I have no idea what secrets could still be hiding in the shadows of this case, but perhaps if I read over the notes again, something might come to light. Oh no, I definitely heard this before, right? Pretty sure. That's the spirit. Am I gonna read it, or is the game gonna gloss over it for now? It's the final testimony of Ashley Graydon. Oh, okay. Alright. So wait, they're playing that here? Yo, this case must be so important, bro. Iris and I decided to read over the case notes again together. Everything from what happened to our investigation and that fierce battle in court that followed. Reliving every detail. I just need to find a clue, and I have all the time in the world. Because of course, I'm no longer allowed to practice law in the courts of Great Britain. Yeah, so... Why? Why? He mentioned that before, but I thought that was more like a personal thing. But is he like legally not allowed to do that again? What happened? Or am I just not remembering? I don't recall him like not being allowed at the end of the first game. It was 6 months ago, a mysterious incident that unfolded on the wintry streets of London. Ah. A young woman was found lying on the snowy pavement of Briar Road with a knife in her back. Fortunately, her life was spared, but she was unconscious for several days following the incident. I actually don't remember that either, I'll be real. That's fair. The fog was thick and nobody saw her attack her, but by a cruel twist of fate, a visiting Japanese student was walking behind her at the time and was duly arrested. Ah, just like it was yesterday. That man was Sosuke, and the man who effected his arrest was Mr. Sholmes. Believing in our compatriot's innocence, Susuto and I decided to represent Sosuke in court. And, after a grueling trial of many twists and turns, we finally managed to prove his innocence. Maybe it has something to do with his exposing government secrets in court. Oh, probably. That would get you in legal trouble. But also, like, I feel like the one that should be responsible is the guy that was going to leak them anyway. But also, I don't know. I feel like, yeah, no, either way, that in order, I guess he really did do everything he could for Gina. Wow, that's actually insane. He put his career on the line for Gina. That's wild. I love Ryunosuke, man. I really do. Like, he somehow gets to be in court again. I just don't know how he does. Like, oh yeah, we have no one, but except this one guy. We need him, but he's not allowed. But like, this one time, he is allowed. We'll see. And after a grueling trial of many twists and turns, we finally managed to prove his innocence. Joyful, joyous, jubilant, jubilation! Was the man's reaction after the trial, but his jubilant jubilation was short-lived. Now she's getting the death penalty, unfortunately, since he's cool as fuck. Every cool character gets the death penalty. Miles. I'm sorry to say. To the guillotine with you. We received a telegram from Mr. Sholmes the following morning. Do you think if Miles is ever sent to the guillotine, Phoenix will be like, objection, and then he'd be like, he's actually like really cool. Don't do that. And then they live happily ever after, drinking tea together. I think that should be Ace Attorney 8. What number are we on? That should be the next game for sure. But just smack Athena on the title just so you can bait and switch. We received a telegram from Sholmes the following morning. The victim of the Briar Road stabbing has regained consciousness. Hurry to Bart's at once. So Susato and I summoned a handsome? What is that? Diamond. What's a handsome? And headed immediately to the hospital. I'm assuming like a cab. I guess in these times it would be like, hey, I'm calling the cab, but it's like a dude with like the horses and the cabin. There you are at last. Good morning, Mr. Sholmes. Oh, very unsanitary. But I guess it's not the most expensive hospital out there. So, yeah, I guess this is very reminiscent of the times. I think not. Oh shit! Oh shit! Dude, she kills this outfit, man. You're late! What on earth took you so long? Your telegram only arrived at 5 o'clock, Mr. Sholmes, and it's a 20-minute ride to the hospital. That's right, and it's 5:30 now. I think we made very good time. The time is utterly irrelevant. The fact is, I have been waiting for what has felt like an eternity. In point of fact, I myself was woken at 4 this morning by a telegram boy, and feeling it was somewhat unjust that I alone had been roused at such an hour, I sent one to you. Well, thanks for that. Anyway, you're here now, so the victim is over there. She's only just regained consciousness. Handsome is probably a carriage or something. That makes sense, given the context clues. Also, hideous looking character. From far away at least. You should introduce yourselves, and I shall observe from here. So that's the lady who was found on the snow-covered pavement with a knife in her back. I'm actually not sure, but my British blood is telling me I'm correct. Hell yeah. Have we inspected the shovel? We have. Her name is... Ah, yes, here we are. Miss Green. Okay, so there's something else here. The Herlockian 6 out of 7. After you get automatically moved to Miss Green's hospital bed for the flashback, go straight back to Sholmes' suite, go right back, and inspect the blackboard again for a different dialogue with Iris. Aye aye. Examine. Alright. Oh, Iris is right there! I didn't even notice. I was tunnel vision on the blackboard. Ah, yes, this is where you note down ideas, isn't it, Iris? So, what's on the blackboard today? Buck Up Runo. What is this? Oh, I'm just playing around with ideas for the title of next month's installment. Another idea I had was the Barrel Coronet. I'm really torn about which one to use. What do you think, Runo? Anything but Buck Up Runo, obviously. I suppose you're right. I tell you what, I'll surprise you with it. You have to wait until next month and see. Ugh, so many sleepless nights. Cool. Alright, so we got that. I keep clicking that. Okay, so we're not there yet. Awesome. Alright, let's go back. Alright, what's up with you? Good morning. So, how's it like being stabbed and whatnot? Hello, I'm, Ryonosuke Naruhodo from the Empire of Japan. Oh no, was it your knife that? Are you the man who... No, I'm a lawyer. That was someone else that I saved, by the way. Like, he's scot-free. And I'm Susato Mikotoba. Pleased to meet you.
Oh no, was it your knife then? Are you the one?
She's scared of literally every Japanese person. Every Japanese person. Like, this is how she becomes racist. No, I assure you, I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant. We heard that you'd regained consciousness and wanted to come to give you our best wishes.
Best wishes? For me? Thank you.
I'm Olive Green. I'm an artist. Yeah, I couldn't tell. What's with the key?
Well, no, that's not right, is it? What I mean is, I'm trying to be an artist.
Well, if you're making art, you're an artist, but I get it.
Well, what I really mean is, I desperately want to be an artist.
What's in the back of her head, right there?
But the truth is, I don't have any talent. I know I don't.
You don't need talent. Oh god, this shit again.
It's no wonder I was stabbed in the back. Holy shit.
I don't think that's related, actually.
Gosh, this young woman seems to bend over backwards to put herself down.
Seeing as we're here, we should ask her about what happened from her perspective, I suppose. To suddenly be struck in the back by a blade as you were walking along the pavement. What a terrible experience you had, Miss Green.
It was so cold that day and the fog was so thick, I couldn't see a thing. That was 4 days ago now, I think. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. I'm afraid you've been comatose all that time.
But the case has been solved, hasn't it? When I've been here in the hospital, I mean.
Indeed it has, my dear madam. Spectacularly by none other than I, Herlock Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes, as you well know, was Mr. Naruhodo's hard work in court that solved the case. Are you yet to hear what happened, Miss Green?
Yes, I'm afraid so. A gentleman from the police force is supposed to be coming to fill me in shortly.
Is it him? Fish and chips?
Oh, I see. Me coming round seems to have made everyone frantically busy.
Also, she doesn't look that bad. I guess she just looked really bad, like, from far away, but, like, close up, she looks alright.
I'm so sorry. I should never regain consciousness. It was so selfish of me.
I feel like you were better off dying. You're very pessimistic, aren't you?
Oh no, we're all so relieved that you're on the mend, Miss Green. Really, we are.
With that kind of attitude, maybe her surname should be Blue, not Green. Ah ha 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 ha! So, you're an artist, are you, Miss Green?
Oh no, I couldn't possibly claim that. I'm a fledgling artist at best.
Maybe what she means by that is, like, she wants to make it a career and doesn't consider herself one until she makes it a career? Possibly. I think that's the case. Or maybe she's so pessimistic that even if she's making art, she doesn't view herself as an artist.
I mean, I'm a student of art, really, at the Thorndike Academy of Fine Arts.
So you're an artist, alright.
Oh my, an Academy of Fine Arts. Great Britain is such a wonderful country.
I love how she says this after Diamond informed me of, how bad it's doing at the moment. But that's damn near every country right now, so... Tell me, Miss Green, do you live hereabouts?
Oh no, actually. I don't deserve it, but I have a little flat on Brixton Road.
I see. How very interesting.
Oh no, is it?
Brixton is some 10 stops away at the underground from here. And Thorndike Academy is it Thorndike or Thorndike? I'm gonna say Thorndike. Thorndike is, doesn't hit as hard. Is a mere 3-minute walk from Brixton Town Center. Does that matter, Mr. Sholmes? Perhaps not, but Broad Road is a far less salubrious part of town by comparison, dwelt in by those of inferior means. Including the maleficent Mr. Mustache. Inferior means? I suppose Sosuke does fit the bill. It struck me as somewhat out of the ordinary for a young fine arts student to be walking in such a district. That's all. Does 1-4 actually have importance? There's no way, man. This game is how our country wants to be seen. Oh my god, this place is so cool and cultured. It's not. Yeah, I mean, my parents are always like, why don't you go backpacking, like, abroad and all that? First of all, I don't want to spend the money. Like, I'm good. I'm not a person that's like, oh, I have to visit this place. Oh, I have to go here. Dude, the only place I visited out of the country was, like, Cuba. and I didn't even visit like any of the other states. I've only ever been in one state, Florida, the place I was born. All other 49 didn't even touch. America's so massive, bro. Like, it would take my entire life to even visit the 50. Are you kidding me? Like, I'm vibing. Like, do I want to visit the other 49? Absolutely not. But I could if I really want to. One day, maybe. I don't have to visit other places. Secondly, I am so easily gullible. Like, I'm not really gullible. That's the wrong word. I feel bad saying no. I feel bad saying no in like a public space. So I feel like I get easily scammed. And you know, get preyed upon because, you know, ooh, tourist, ooh, sales, you know. So I don't really want that to happen. And I don't know like the cultural means. I don't know. There's a lot to keep track of. I don't want to be like that nasty American. Ugh, those nasty Americans coming up on our soil. God damn them! Get out of my country. What's this? She suddenly clammed up. But I'm alright. I don't think I ever have to visit the UK. I can look at it through the internet and be like, you know what? That looks nice. From this one image, from this one time, and definitely it says a lot about the current state of the country. Mr. Sholmes, you should be ashamed of yourself prying into a young maiden's private affairs. Oh dear me, do forgive me.
If you don't mind. I'm being discharged shortly, so I need to pack up my things.
Oh yes, of course, we won't keep you. Thank you so much, Miss Green. I like how she has that figure that artists use to like sketch out poses and whatnot, like to test them out. I like that. And I like how it's big bodied, given that, you know, her stature. I like the attention to detail in this game. It's very nice. I guess we should go, right? Or not? Do we actually go back here, or do we examine? What about this? What's up with this? That must be a bag of Miss Green's personal belongings. She would have been brought directly here after she was found stabbed on the pavement, though. I expect a friend or family member probably brought some things for her. Alright then, let's see what's inside. A change of clothes, no doubt, and... Oh, we're just going through her personal things? No, Mr. Narhoda, you must never scrutinize a young maiden's personal belongings. It's not being young maiden, bro. Like, he's just going through a stranger's belongings. Like, no big deal. But the young maiden might have chocolates, or biscuits, or caramel. Okay, what about the rat? A mouse, Mr. Narhodo, an enormous mouse. I think that's a rat. A vermin in a hospital, that doesn't seem the best. Have you seen the state of the hospital? But it looks like a very healthy specimen, doesn't it? It's very plump. Ah, yes, a very plump rat. I'm not sure we can say that's down to the excellence of this facility, if that's what you were thinking. Have you been to this hospital? It has very plump rats. This rounded wooden figure isn't the most charming, is it? Wow, it really is just very reminiscent of her. It even has the little top knot that she has. I don't think that's a decoration, Mr. Naruhodo. It's an artist's mannequin, I believe, used when practicing sketching the human form in different poses. Really? It's not exactly what we'd call a typical figure for that purpose, though, is it? No, I suppose not. I confess I've never seen one quite so full-figured before. Well, if you want to draw a full-figured person, it's the right tool for the job. Yeah, I wonder who it's reminiscent of. Who's this? Look, there's a photograph in this frame here. Is this... her brother? Who is this? It's a picture of a young gentleman. He looks to be about the same age as Miss Green, I would say. Perhaps the young woman's special son. Never mind, ignore what I said. Mine, Mr. Naruhodo. I didn't think you had a sense of matters of the heart. Not in the least. I sincerely said the first thing I thought of. Is there a Mr. Narufodder here? Mr. Narufodder? Narufodder? No? Or, wait, did I say Narufodder? Narufodder. Anyway, Naruhodo. Well, if you're looking for Naruhodo, the lawyer, that's me, but... Ah, Narufodder, good. This is for you. It's a message from a Mr. Saucy Nutmeg. Mr. Natsume. Okay, do the British people also purposely butcher Japanese names, or is this just a in-game thing? Are they capturing your heritage to the T? Sent a message to me? But why would a policeman be delivering a message from Mr. Natsume? Exactly, what's going on? What's a Scotland Yard constable doing playing delivery boy at this time in the morning? What are you waiting for? Let me see that. Oh. Well, this is most unexpected. Is something wrong, Mr. Sholmes? Is something wrong, Mrs. Sholmes, he says. Have you not seen this note? Alright, whatever. There's no point. I don't think you want me to answer how racist are you guys. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, that's fair. To be fair, I don't think... No, I was about to say, I don't think it can be as bad as America. No, it can be. It could be worse, actually. Yeah, let's move on. No, how could I have? It would seem that London's criminals have no intention of letting the great detective rest. A new case calls, a case of murder, no less. We must depart at once. Murder? Call a cab! Time is of the essence. But the trouble is, we've yet to read Mr. Natsume's note. I was thinking we ought to pay him a visit in his lodgings once we did. That would be entirely convenient. I saw a tweet the other day, saying that, like, British museums is like a lineup of... what's the term that they used? I guess they use a specific term, but it's just like a lineup of just the shit they stole. I know it's really bad, but it did make me giggle. A plunder line. I think that's what it was. A plunder lineup. A lineup of the shit they plundered. Oh, it's funny as hell, man. That would be entirely convenient. Convenient? What do you mean? It's all here in the note, my dear fellows. The murder we must investigate took place at Mr. Mustache's lodge. Okay, so 2-2. They keep saying 1-2. I'm just keep referring them as 1-something. So 2-2 is just a flashback case, right? Oh, interesting. Wait, what? I'll hail this at once. It was only yesterday that Sosuke was in court and we were dispelling doubts about his innocence. And now, the very next day, there's a murder at the man's own address? He may very well be the unluckiest man alive. Or so it seemed to us at the time, but we were soon to discover it was worse than we thought. It always is, isn't it? February 21st, Mr. Natsume. Okay, cool. He's not dead, is he? He's fine. What on earth? Oh my, the gentleman is deceased without question. He's dead. Locum student, Mr. Nahodo Esquire. Mr. Natsume. Oh, why? Why is this happening? Why to me? I've only just got out of court yesterday. I was finally home after 2 days of misery. And then I wake up the next day to this. No early bird should catch a worm like this. Woeful worm without wiggle. Deceased without question. No, he's fine. He's fine. No, just like touch the body. Poke at it. See, like test it out. I see you are in high spirits again this morning, Mr. Mustache. Not the harbor hell, Sholmes! Shove off! Show yourself the door! I never invited you!
Mr. Sholmes came here with us.
Dude, there's no way they show this man in the first game and have him talk like one time and then just show him in 2-2 dead. Like, come on, there's gotta be more than this, man. Come on, he's not dead, he's not dead, he's not dead. Is he dead? Say it in red! Say it in red, Beatorishu! I'm quite sure he'll be able to help you, Mr. Natsume. I'm entirely at your disposal, Mr. Mustache. What can I do for you?
Fish and chips.
Here they are already, the busybodies. Ah, Inspector Gregson. What a pleasant surprise. Pleasant, is it? You know, Britain might be worth the visit. I do want to try fish and chips. Like you know, I want to go to a pub. See what the culture is like. I don't drink, but I want to go for the vibes. Pleasant, is it? Gives me heartburn every time I see your face at a crime scene, Sholmes. Ha! I deduce, Inspector, that your heartburn is a result of your excessive consumption of fried food. Good morning, oh, I thought that was him talking. Good morning, Inspector. This is a crime scene, don't you go touching anything. Or, good morning to you too, Sunshine. So, okay, well, he might be dead. Oh, I said hands off. You're gonna mess up my crime scene. Oh, no, I just wanted to look, that's all. No chance. I know your kind. You'll mess it up just by looking at it. Ugh, someone's in a bad mood. There's certainly some bad air in here, isn't there? There's literally a dead body in the room, but yeah. Ha! 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 Alright, it sounds like you better talk to the inspector first and try to curry some favor. So, Inspector, what was the victim's name? Who was he? Oh, hold on. Oh, okay, I have to investigate this first. So, Inspector, what was the victim's name? Who was he? Mr. William Shakespeare. He was a lodger here. As you can probably tell, he was an actor. A bit of a dead loss, as it happens. Or, just dead. Nice one.
Mr. Shakespeare.
It was the landlord, old Mr. Garydub, and the lodger, Mr. Natsume, who found him. The fella didn't rise at his usual hour, so Garydub got worried and kicked the door down. But doesn't Mr. Garydub have a bad leg? Ah, yeah, you're right there. It was that jittery Japanese hunchback over there who actually did the kicking. Really? Sosuke? The victim was pretty hard up, it seems, even done some time inside for petty crimes. He had no money, no place to go, and no friends. His only acquaintances were the people in this house. Miserable life and a miserable end to it. So, what exactly is Mr. Natsume still doing here? He's not involved in the investigation, so shouldn't you have sent him away from the crime scene? Well, I'm not saying it's because the fella looks odd or anything, or that he acts suspicious. But I thought it would be prudent to take a statement from the culprit. I mean, cohabiter. You nearly said culprit there, didn't you? Well, I'm glad he didn't get automatically arrested.
Oh dear, Mr. Natsume appears to be under suspicion again.
It certainly seems that way. He does just come across as such an odd fellow, doesn't he?
Poor man, how unfortunate.
He literally just exists, and then fate is like, fuck you. Why is this locked? Is this important? Anyway, I can't say much until the coroner gets here. But I don't think the fella's been gone that long. The body's still warm. Even if the inspector would allow it, I don't think I could bring myself to touch a dead body. Okay, what about... Oh, that's not a... Okay. What a terrible thing to have happened. It's only been 3 days since I've been arrested for the incident on the pavement outside. And then, having finally regained my freedom, it starts happening all over again. Endless existence of excruciating experiences! So the victim lived here on the ground floor and your room is just one story up, isn't it? Yes, that's right. In a way, we were neighbors, I suppose. So did you know the victim? Were you friends? Oh, fuck. What's the matter with Sosuke now? He's gonna die from a heart attack one day. It was an innocent enough question, wasn't it? Why does he seem so shaken up by it? Well, I suppose he wasn't a complete stranger. But did he ever invite me to his room? Never! He's lying. On my honor, I swear it! What an extreme reaction. I don't think he's telling the truth at all. You're probably wishing you never asked now, aren't you, Mr. Naruhodo? When we found him here, I felt wretched, which is why I sent word asking you to come. Or maybe he is telling the truth. Maybe he's just nervous at everything we ask him. Through that inspector over there. You having a good time there? Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? Ha! You need only observe to know it, my dear fellow. Investigating, naturally. There's nothing natural about that pose, says you. Mr. Sholmes, have you made some miraculous discovery? Patience, my dear madam, patience. We've not been here in this room 5 minutes. So far, all I've managed to deduce is what actually happened. My goodness! But isn't that everything we need to know, Mr. Sholmes? Now that you propose the idea, I believe one could indeed see it that way. At the present time, I have managed to draw 2 incontrovertible conclusions. The first, that there was a physical struggle here last night in which the victim fought for his life. Mr. Natsume, what's wrong? Is something that Mr. Sholmes said significant somehow? No, don't mind me. Forget I was here. It's hard to do that. And my second conclusion is that there was a poison lingering in the air here last night that passed the victim's lips. Nonsense! Alright, Mr. Natsume, why are you reacting so extremely to Mr. Sholmes' deductions? No, please, pretend I'm not here. Invisible, ineffable, inscrutable, insignificant. Impossible to ignore. You must tell us everything, Mr. Sholmes. Spare no detail. But of course. Let the theatrical tragedy before us be unraveled by my great deductions, presented for your pleasure in 2 acts. We've heard some truly astounding great deductions from Mr. Sholmes in the past. No doubt this will be no exception. What miracles will unfold before our eyes this time? So, my dear fellows, for your delight and wonder, let the curtain rise. For Herlock Sholmes' Logic and Reasoning Spectacular, Act 1. I'm gonna go use the bathroom before this starts. Topic 1, cause of death. Cool. Okay, cool. I'll be right back. So, anyway, let's continue. Alright. What the fuck happened? Anyway. Alright. I ordered food, by the way, so there is actually going to be a legitimate break sometime. Probably not within the next, like, 4 hours, but we'll see. Careful observation of the victim reveals to us the events that transpired in this disconsolate room last night. He even foamed at the mouth. Look at his eyes. Oh my god. Foam at the mouth of the deceased clearly indicates the use of poison. Next to the victim, we notice a large dining plate, which contains, you will observe, 1/2 of a sizable bar of soap. Meaningful? Indubitably. Why is the soap set so purposely upon the dish? Like the victim's last supper, in fact. Yes. Could it be that the man was about to eat it? Of course, the fork reveals the answer. It appears that the young man's appetite was his undoing. Taking up arms in the form of his cutlery, the victim engaged in a deadly battle for his life. Yet the struggle against his hunger was in vain, for in the end he couldn't resist devouring the slippery feast. But London's foul soup is besmirched by foul poison. Yes, the victim's life was claimed by poison that tainted the contents of the plate. The soap and the lather about the young man's mouth are too perfectly matched to ignore. The cause of death was clearly intoxication due to excessive ingestion of foul soap. It's actually a talent to be this wrong. Though personally, I have a greater interest in the taste of foul candle wax, of course. He magically changed outfits, holy shit. Suicide or murder? No, he killed himself, surely. The cause of death identified, we proceed to Act 2, where we ponder the next question. Was this suicide or murder? The audience will recall that death occurred during the victim's last supper. Did the man dine and die alone? The single teacup suggests the answer. To draw a conclusion of such meager evidence would be foolish, however, certainly. Dude, he is tweaking. The careful criminal could have absconded with his own cup to cover his tracks. Well, allow me to lift the veil of doubt, my dear fellow. Indeed, what reveals the answer, of course, is the broken lock. Oh, what did that be from the kick that he broke down? Though forced open at the time of the incident, this door was locked. And the sole key was in the victim's pocket. In other words, when the victim consumed the poison, he must have been alone. Alone with his inferior soap, from whence wafted an inferior scent. And with that acrid aroma lingering in the air, the victim met his end in tragic solitude. We can take comfort not only in the fact that his soul was well cleansed on its way to the hereafter. Okay, time to fix literally all of that. Thus concludes the final act of Sherlock Sholmes' great deduction. Thank you, Sholmes. What would I do without you? There's just one thing, Mr. Sholmes. You're disposed to identifying just one thing, aren't you, Mr. Naruto? Pray, what concerns you? Well, no matter how hungry he was, do you really think the man would have eaten soap? It is quite apparent that this man had barely a penny to his name. It is a curious thing, but no one said, but to one so destitute, soap can suddenly appear quite irresistibly appetizing. How extraordinary. In truth, I have tried a little soap myself in the past. You've eaten it, you mean? My dear fellow, it was some time ago now. My postulation was that it would cleanse my gut. And did it? As I writhed in agony on the floor and spit the contents of my stomach, yes, I believe it did. Does he need to be watched? Like 24/7 surveillance? The experience taught me a valuable lesson. Soap is quite poisonous. Yeah, man. It has an unpleasant taste and leads to great discomfort. In summary, I cannot recommend it. Believe me, I wouldn't eat it even if you did. There's something that troubles me as well, actually. Oh, what's that? It's Mr. Natsume. Oh! I couldn't help noticing him shuddering and quivering out of the corner of my eye. Almost as if Mr. Sholmes' seductions touched a nerve somehow. No, nonsense! Well, that clenched teeth episode didn't last. I think, judging by Mr. Natsume's reaction, the great detective's deductions may need some gentle corrections in order to reach the actual truth. Yes, Mr. Sholmes' observations and deductions are sometimes a little too sharp. He has a tendency to hit the nail on the side of the head and drive it in an obtuse angle. He kills it though. When he does that, it falls to us to straighten things out. Alright then, let's see what we can do. Yes, we must pick out the key words in Mr. Sholmes' quite brilliant deductions, and discreetly exchange them for something that makes a little more sense. If we can do that, I'm sure we'll arrive at Mr. Sholmes meant to say, what Mr. Sholmes meant to say in the first place. Meant to say, huh? In that case, are you ready for the second performance of the day? Once again, my dear fellows, for your continued delight and wonder, let the curtain rise for Sherlock Sholmes' Logic and Reasoning Spectacular, Act 1. Let's do it. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Alright. Let's see what all this is about. We can just skip through it, right? Yeah. How do I... It does it automatically, right? Or do I have to... How do I do this again? Oh, okay, no, it does do it automatically. Well, you can't deny that a fork implies the man was eating something, or about to eat something. Yes, that's true. If I were to decide to eat some soap, I should prefer to use a fork than to attempt it with chopsticks. And of course, only half of the bar of soap is left on the plate. Is that even soap? Like, is that even soap? But might there not be some other explanation? Something material that proves whether or not the man really ate some soap? Are we, like... I thought we were joking about the soap. I thought that was just a Sholmes thing. Could it be that the man was about to eat it? Of course, the fork reveals the answer. Yeah, Thank you, Diamond. Do you think he was drinking tea with this soap? The cup's empty, so there's no way of knowing. How about this for an idea? Perhaps the cup was full of water. And he was dissolving soap in it so that he could go as much down as possible? Please remember that he may not have actually been the soap lover that he's been made out to be. Can we, like, test it? Like, maybe one of you eat it, you know? Maybe it's just cheese. I suppose you'd eat soap with a fork, would you? I don't think it's a question of which implement you'd use. You shouldn't eat soap full stop. But then why? Why does that man have a fork in his hand? Oh dear, I understand your frustration, Mr. Naruhodo, but please don't take it out on me. The point is, if we decide the man used this fork to eat the soap, we wouldn't be changing Mr. Sholmes' deduction. So we really ought to consider some other clues. There's no way, man, that it's soap. Okay, well, I'm just gonna...
Take that!
Oh, it's not? Really? Oh. Dude, Ryunosuke looks so good here. I guess I have to turn the camera around and all that. Like this? Oh, like that. Okay. Is it like the stain right here? No? I investigated the fort. What is it on the ground? Other piece of soap? Look, there's some more soap on the floor. Mr. Shakespeare must have really loved the stuff. Let's not jump to conclusions, Mr. Naruhodo. Look closely at this soap. Did you see that it would fit together perfectly with the half bar on the table? What the? How can that be? I think that there are two halves of the same bar that broke apart. Could it be that the man was about to eat it? Of course. Did the victim really eat? No, he didn't. Okay, so the other piece of soap reveals the answer. Oh my god! I never noticed the little mouse! Look at him! Look at the little mouse! Oh my god, look at he's just a little guy! He's just a little guy! Oh, I'm keeping this costume on forever. Could it be that the man was about to eat it? Of course, the other piece of soap reveals the answer. It being the other half of the soap on the table. In short, the victim was not eating soap at all. Look at and even has a little sword, look at him! But it's obvious, really, for no depths of hunger could drive any man to attempt to eat soap. Even I, with my unquenchable thirst for practical knowledge, took only a single bite. But that begs the question how the man was poisoned, because there's no sign of any food on the table. An excellent observation, Mr. Naruhodo, and one that furnishes us with the answer we seek. For London's foul soap is besmirched by foul poison. That's the victim? Yeah, okay. He's just a little man. He's a little man. Mr. Sholmes is still pushing the soap argument then. Perhaps he's suggesting the man licked the soap rather than ate it. If soap in London is that poisonous, I don't think I want to be washing my hands with it. Oh no, we can fact check it. Diamond, is it that poisonous? But there are no signs of any food in this room at all. Of course, food isn't the only thing that passes people's lips, is it? Yeah, I'm shocked we didn't bring up the teacup sooner.
Take that!
Well, then again, this is the second correction, so it is pretty soon. Never mind. Yes, the victim's life was claimed by poison that tainted the teacup. Indeed, cups have been the vessel of choice for practicing poisoners over the centuries. And it would appear that this victim drank every last drop. There's no sign of food anywhere in the room. No, which leads us to the immutable conclusion. The cause of death was clearly intoxication due to the ingestion of poison contained in this teacup. We did it! Okay. Keep schmoving, keep schmoving. Ah, the Western vessel for infused hot drinks again. It's already featured heavily in our deductions so far. Yes, we can imagine that shortly before his death, Mr. Shamsi was having a drink of tea. There would be nothing remarkable about that, but what troubles me is Mr. Natsume's reaction when he heard Mr. Sholmes suggest it. There's more to this deduction than it seems. We must closely examine the scene of the crime again for some more clues. Did the man dine and die alone? The single teacup suggests the answer. Okay. What's he holding? Yeah, there's 2 teacups. I don't even need to, like, examine it, right? Yeah, I could just present it. Did the man die and die alone? This other teacup suggests the answer. Yes, there were 2 teacups in this room all along. Ah. In other words, this is a strong indication that at the victim's last supper, there was a guest present. Kinda looks like that guy from, what is it, 1-3? The broker man? I don't know, the dude with the top hat. And the mustache. That was on the carriage. At the very least, we can now say now with certainty. That silhouette kind of reminds me of him. That somebody else was here in this room last night, taking tea with the victim. What are you talking about? Utterly, unbelievably, unjustly unreasonable. To draw a conclusion on such meager evidence would be foolish, however, certainly. In which case, what more can we deduce about this possible guest at the table? Well, allow me to lift the veil of doubt, my dear fellow. Do you mean to say you know who exactly was in this room at the time of the victim's death? Indeed. What reveals the answer, of course, is the broken lock. I'm not sure I like where this seduction is going now. I'm afraid it's too late to go back to the Halcyon days of eating too much soap. But the identity of the guest who was in here last night when the victim passed away is something I have a very bad feeling about. Well, you can try to ignore your feelings, but we cannot ignore the truth, Mr. Naruhodo. No, I suppose not. Time to look around again. What reveals the answer, of course, is the broken lock. Yeah, I don't think so. Empty bottle, perhaps? Anything else besides the books and empty bottle? Candle? Don't think so. Okay, so I'm assuming empty bottle. Let's, check it out. It's empty. Empty of liquid, but full of air. That makes you think, doesn't it? It makes me think that you're full of hot air. We should be thinking about who else was in the room at the time. Bother. Suzuto's quip in response was cleverer than my original riddle. Okay. At first glance, it seems... Oops. I overlooked these 3 books initially. I wonder what they are. Let's see. The titles read... The Picture of Monsieur Lecoq, Canterbury Yearnings, and A Meal for Gaboriau. Okay. Whatever. I'm not even gonna attempt it anymore. I'm sure I've heard those titles before. It could just be incredible coincidence, but they're the exact same 3 books that Mr. Natsume purchased the other day. Well, well, well. What? Yes, on the day of the unfortunate incident when Mr. Green was stabbed. Sosuke had just been to a bookshop and bought them, that's right. And now those 3 titles are here in the room of the victim. Oh, Sosuke. Oh, Sosuke. Yeah, Mr. Natsume claims never to have been here before. What does this mean, do you think? I really don't know what to make of it. Pile of familiar books.
Take that!
Indeed, what reveals the answer, of course, is the pile of familiar books. Quite so, it's no mere coincidence that these 3 titles are here in this room. It's the link to the truth. It's actually impressive how quick he catches on. Mr. Natsume, you purchased these books 4 days ago at a second-hand bookshop. That's just a coincidence! In that case, you will be able to bring the same 3 titles from your own room, will you not? In this very moment. No, never, non-negotiable! If you can't bring your own copies here, it proves that these 3 books are in fact yours. Having purchased the books 4 days ago and returned to your lodgings, you were arrested the very next day. So you could conceivably have brought the books here on that evening, but you never mentioned that. In other words, you could only have brought these 3 books here to the victim's room. Wow. Last night, having returned to your lodgings after the trial concluded at the Old Bailey. This game, I love Ace Attorney comedy, dude. It's so good. In short, there's only one possible conclusion. The victim died here in his room last night as a result of poisoning. And that same night, the victim had a visitor. And that visitor... was you, Mr. Sosuke Natsume. What an unfortunate man. Like, he's so unlucky. He's so... I can't imagine an unluckier man. Like, guys, I swear I got caught again, but it's not me. Alright? It just, like, there was like a 20-minute time span. Dude, I swear it's not me, though. Thus concludes the final act of Herlock Sholmes' great deduction. This man is gonna live in paranoia for the rest of his life. If he hasn't already. We did it. Not again, not again, not again! Not again! Well then, Mr. Natsume, it would appear you're gonna have to accompany me down to the yard. Again. But wait! Hold your horses! Yes. Door, key, locked, entry, exit entirely impossible! He's so flustered he's being stranger than normal. What, do you think that's an alibi? You could have just made a copy. What? You live in the same building after all. You'd have had plenty of opportunity, I'm sure. But... Misery me! Sorry, sir. You'll get your chance to give your side of the story later. The facts speak for themselves, Mr. Mustache. Oh, you horrible Herlock-shoes! He really has found himself an arch rival now, hasn't he? Come on now, no dilly-dallying. Outside, there's a carriage waiting. Locum student, Mr. Naruto Esquire! I never imagined I'd be in this position again, but... You have to help me, please! Please! I'm innocent! Alright, I understand. We'll come to your cell later and talk about it. And one more thing. Oh, yes? My poor little kitty cat. Please give him his breakfast for me. That's so sweet. Even after all this is happening, like, he still thinks of his cat. Oh my god, that's so cute, man. Oh, my order's here. Let me go pick that up. I'm not gonna... Actually, I'll eat a little bit. I'll eat a little bit and then save the rest for later. I'll put the be right back screen. I'm just gonna... Everyone take like a 5-10 minute break. 5-8 minutes, around there. 5-minute break. I'll be right back. Oh god. Oh. Oh my god. I'm stuffed. Hold on, I'm just getting the straw for my drink. There we go. Anyway. Okay. Distractions should be over. Unless, like, I get, like, a 911 call or something. I don't know. His evil curse still apparently unbroken. Sosuke found himself once again the prime suspect in a case of murder. I think that took, like, roughly 5-6 minutes. 7 minutes around there. Oh, jeez. I might have hiccups. Oh, Lord. Thanks to the incriminating deduction of the great detective. My dear fellow, that honor belongs to you. There might be a bathroom break in my future, though. Another one, at least. But that shouldn't take long. Like, 2 minutes. Well, at least that means Inspector Gregson is no longer here. We can examine the crime scene in more detail now. Yes, that's right. And of course. What? Have you forgotten what the inspector mentioned before? It was the landlord, Mr. Garydepp, who discovered Mr. Shampspeare. Mr. John Garydepp, yes. I expect we can find him in his sitting room on the top floor as usual. Right, we must remember to go and talk to him later then. Okay, so... Also, look at that. That little shenanigan right there. But anyway, before that... After investigating Mr. Shampspeare's room during the flashback, we've been moved to Briar Road. Then you can move back to Naro. Okay, so... we have to finish here, like everything. What's this? It looks like a part of an envelope, I think. Yes, I think you may be right. Perhaps it was torn off when the letter was opened? It's that significant? Well, it's a little out of place, perhaps, when you look around the room. There's no sign of a letter, or the rest of the envelope, in fact, is there. She's right. And yet, here we have the torn off end of an envelope. Someone took it, perhaps. It just strikes me as unusual. I agree, we better take this, just in case. Oh my god, hiccups out the ass. A ripped piece of an envelope that was found in Mr. Shampspeare's room. The rest of the envelope could not be located. Okay. Look at these extravagant bright costumes. Somehow they look out of place in this room with its grim shady goings-on. This one looks like a king's attire. A king? I've always dreamt of being a king. Oh, I think you'd be more suited to a feudal lord, a daimyo or such like. With a chanmage top knot? Every Japanese man wishes he had a chanmage. Oh, you look wonderful with one. What, is that a chanmage? What's a chanmage? Is that like the bald head, but not really bald, but with like the top knot? It is. It is. I see. Can you imagine what would happen if I walked around the streets of London with a chanmage and a sword? Racism? I don't know. What do you want me to say there? And here we have another disproportionately large machine. This looks like a meter of some kind. This is a gas meter, I think. It seems that in this district, I couldn't speak there, residents pay for gas as they use it with coins. I see. Yes, now you pointed it out. I can see that there's a slot here, just here that looks like it would take a coin. Dude, after I eat, my reading ability goes down the shitter. So you mean if you put a coin in here? That's right, that would buy you about 2 hours of gas for lights and heating. Wow. Wow. I hope this, well, then again, sometimes this would be helpful for people like living paycheck to paycheck. I'd be like, oh, I don't need electricity now, you know? I'd be like, I can live with that. I'll pay for like 2 hours. So if you were a poor person with no money, you'd have to sleep in the freezing cold? Yes, or if you were a scatterbrain with no change because you forgot to exchange your money at the bank. Thank goodness there's no meter in our office. This is a crazy concept though. Wow. I didn't know that was a thing. Ryunosuke balding. I pray a sprite that with a Chomage haircut of Ryunosuke doesn't exist, because that sounds cursed. but I'm sure someone has already made it. This is a gas wall light, isn't it? It must be connected to a gas pipe in the wall. Gas lights, a gas stove. London really is a city of gas. Yeah, I feel like eventually something is bound to blow up. But now that I think about it, Mr. and Mrs. Gary Dub had an open fire on the top floor, didn't they? Oh my god. Oh yes, you're right. I don't recall seeing a gas stove up there. Well, I much prefer a real fire anyway. It's so much cozier. Dude, if a fire breaks out, you're all fucked. Okay, I guess the body. Oh, the poor man, so young to die. Do you suppose it was a very painful death, being poisoned as he was? I don't know. All we can do now is hope that he'll be reborn to a better life. Yes, I suppose you're right. I wonder. Do you think that putting our hands together in a Japanese prayer will help a British soul? Sorry? I made sure I had a reference at the ready for just such an occasion at this, actually. This book is entitled The Beginner's Guide to Praying for the Departed the British Way. Alright, Diamond, how do you pray for the dead? Do you give them fish and chips at their grave, or give them a good old beer? I'll just reread it now. One moment. There's quite a spine on that book, isn't there? Okay. Anything else on the body? Teacup? Oh, one of the teacups that Mr. Shamsbury and his guests drank from last night. But don't go drinking from them, Mr. Naruhodo. There's bitter poison inside. I'm not planning on drinking any, don't worry. Anyway, the cups are both empty. That's true. So, one was Mr. Shamsbury's, and the other must be the cup that Mr. Natsume was drinking from. But Sosuke wasn't poisoned, of course. Perhaps we should take these two so we can examine them in more detail later. Okay. The one with the green line around the rim was Mr. Natsume's. Okay. Interesting. Alright. What's up with this whole scenery over here? This is some sort of makeshift stage, I think, isn't it? Where does the audience sit, though, for the night of Shakespeare performances? Actors aspiring to the great stage must practice their art, Mr. Naruhodo, with or without an audience. In fact, on a related note, perhaps you should set up a marked bench for the defense in your office. What? But then you can practice your art every single day. I'll think about it, if you promise to don a beard and play the role of the judge. I think she'd make a great judge. Well, if that would help you achieve your goal. This I have to see. 0 to 10 game, that's never gonna happen. Can I move? Or is it over? I don't think that's important. What about the hat? No? What about this? No? Oh, shit. Wow. I guess Briar Road. And then we can move. And now we can go to... What does it say, the guide? What does the guide say? Okay, so do we go back to Sholmes' suite and then Naruhodo's legal consultancy? I can't go back there. Do I have to go back here? Do I actually have to investigate everything? Oops. I didn't examine this. As we've seen from the outside, the window is completely bricked up. Whoa, window, calm down. Sorry. A vestige of the former window tax that Britons had to pay. What strange things they used to tax in Great Britain. I mean, making people pay for the number of windows they had in a property. It's extraordinary. It's heartbreaking to think of the poor having to block up their windows just to avoid an unaffordable tax. What else do they tax? Like, if they're already taxing the amount of windows, imagine what else they tax. What is it, Miss Susato? If you look closely, a number of the bricks are loose. Oh, shit. Oh, Wait, oh, shit! It looks as though an amateur has broken out a few of them just here. Was it Mr. Shamspear who did it, I wonder? Being the lodger renting this room? Look at this, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, Mr. Shamspear was with someone else in the first game. And there were 2 people. So is the other guy the murderer? We haven't met him yet. On the outside, there's a little ledge. And there's something on it. What, outside? I mean, we're not done. Come on, check it out. Yeah, these 2, right? The soap. It's so cold outside, you can feel it through this gap. It did snow all last night. It would be cold. But more importantly, what is on the ledge out there? What are those snow-covered lumps? It's more bars of soap. Soap? What are bars of soap doing lined up on an edge outside the window? I have no idea. But the pair of them look rather charming like that. Still, that's very strange, isn't it? Bars of soap lined up outside the window. I think perhaps we should take one. There are 2, after all. Oh dear. I suppose we could. Oh, what's this? Look here at this soap. Do you see in the middle there? There's a patch that's a different color. It's sort of transparent, but some sort of fancy design, I suppose, only in Great Britain. It looks like the Hinomaru flag of Japan, doesn't it? How wonderful. It's probably a very expensive brand. Expensive? Then what's it doing in this ramshackle old room? A cheap bar... Okay, so... We are super serious about this being soap, then. Okay. Why soap, though? There has to be a reason. I don't get it. Okay, now I finished investigating. It looks like you're having a good snoop around, eh? Oh, is this... yeah. Inspector Gregson, back so soon? After I threw that little Japanese fella in the clink, I went and reported this in the investigation division. In 5 minutes' time, this place will be cordoned off by the yard. I see. Well, we better be leaving then. Poor Mr. Natsume must be feeling very low, being held back in being back in the cell again so soon. I'm sure we should probably... I knew it! I knew it was so... I was baited so hard! I was baited so hard! I knew it! I knew it! What's wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? Yeah! Out, brief candle. Life's but a walking shadow. A poor player. Oh wait, hold on, better voice. That struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more. And now, how soundeth the next part? It is a tale told by an idiot full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. Indeed, oh happy day. What? Is he dead now? What in the Family Guy pose is this? Walking Dead! The fella isn't dead at all? What was that nonsense he was saying, though? You wrote it down, actually? Holy shit. I think, yes. It was... Oh, never mind. Wait, how do you know that? Whatever. Walking Wikipedia. It was from William Shakespeare's Macbeth. A soliloquy from Act 5, Scene 5. Shakespeare. So it was... that the victim, William Shakespeare, came back to life. If the man had indeed been poisoned, it transpired that it hadn't killed him. He was taken by emergency carriage to a nearby hospital for treatment. So, it's the same thing from 1-4, right? With Sosuke's case where the person he's being blamed for killing isn't actually dead? Holy. He was taken by emergency carriage to a nearby hospital for treatment. And Inspector Gregson evicted us from the scene of the crime. I really like how both cases so far are like that. And 2-1, both the 1-1 bodies and the 2-1 bodies, we see them as like, hey, this is the thing that killed him at the surface level, but actually it was something else, and it was poison in both their cases. And now this one, the 1-4 case and the 2-2 case, same person we have to defend, Soseki, but the person he's being blamed for murder, neither of them died. Holy shit. That's cool. That's really cool. I like that. And Inspector Gregson evicted us from the scene of the crime, whatever that now was. Oh, yeah, this is the one. This is the guy. So he's the one delivering the soap to him? Whatever do you think will happen now? Good question. What a strange situation for Mr. Natsume, arrested for murder, but then the victim comes back to life. I think perhaps the victim was never dead in the first place. It seems very likely that Mr. Shamspeare did consume poison, as we deduced. But was it an accident, attempted suicide, or attempted murder? That means someone's going to die by tripping over a kitten again? Okay, well, I'm going to stop the comparisons now. Until the truth can be established, I imagine the police will keep Mr. Natsume in custody. I suppose so. Let's hope it doesn't come to anything more than a night in the cells. Oh, what's this? What's that man doing over there? He looks like he's trying to see into Soseki's lodgings. Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? Excuse me, could we have a word? Ah! He just ran off. Oh. Okay. I feel sure that I've seen that man somewhere before. Where was it? I do too, but I don't remember. Dude, guys, I swear, Great Ace Attorney 1 is super good because they foreshadowed this. They foreshadowed it. Okay, we can go here. This is Ace of Spades, right? Yeah, 4 out of 8. Perhaps we should put the spade away somewhere. That's not a spade, Naruhodo. It's a shovel. No, shovels are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a spade. No, spades are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a shovel. Well, it doesn't really matter, does it? You're so right, Naruhodo. We mustn't quarrel over such trifles. On reflection, then, I think I'll leave the spade where it is. Yes, I think that's for the best. We may need a shovel when we're working in the garden. Yeah, they're gonna be arguing about this 4 more times. Okay, so... okay, investigation part 3, after the first part of the trial. Okay. So we won't be there for a while. Here we are again, the eccentric landlord's eccentric top floor abode. We're here because Mr. Gaydub's the one who discovered the incident this morning, don't forget. Ah, you chaps, eh? Yes, good morning, sir. Thank you for your cooperation in court yesterday. It was quite a trial. As much for Mr. Gaydub as anyone, really. Came straight back here after all that business at the Bailey yesterday. Didn't expect to wake up to more bally nonsense this morning. Or bally nonsense. I wonder if you wouldn't mind telling us exactly what happened, Mr. Gaydub. -1 maid. No, we don't get to see the maid? Oh, finally. This game really is peak. Yes, I suppose you'd like to know all about that dead loss of an actor chap in the ground floor room. Those were exactly Inspector Gregson's words, weren't they? Oh, right. I forgot. She is serving time. Right. Wow, thank God that we don't have to deal with that anymore, huh? This game is really good so far, man. Like, joking aside, it is, like, genuinely good. I like it. It must have been a real shock for you this morning. I hear that you discovered what had happened. Ah, well, that hopeless actor chap rises at 5 o'clock sharp every morning without fail. But at 5:30 this morning, he still hadn't lit the gas. So I went down and knocked on his door, but no bally answer. And that's when you broke into his room by kicking down the door? Well, I called on that rum-looking Japanese chap to do the grunt work, of course. Wasn't it a little premature to kick the door down? The man could have just overslept by half an hour. Oh, jeez, hiccups. They can't reuse their favorite animation for pouring tea on him. Yeah, it was super funny all the time. I laughed every single time. Oh, my phone. That's very... Okay, can we stop? There we go. That's very true, Mr. Naruhodo. 30 minutes oversleeping warranted such behavior. I'd have to kick your door down every morning. Well, you know, better to be safe than sorry and all that. Is it just me, or is he avoiding our gaze now all of a sudden? Except that it was a sorry situation indeed that you found on the far side of the door. Okay. So, chances of us beating this case today. We're streaming for a while today, so... The victim's name is Mr. Shamspear, I believe. Is that right? Yes, William Shamspear took the ground floor from 3 months ago now. I doubt it. We might, reach the ending portion of it, though. And we finish it tomorrow instead. And how would you describe him? In a word, destitute. Destitute? Well, let's face it, the only redeeming feature of that room is that cheap rent. Anyone wanting living in a place like that is either broke or has a bally screw loose. I think it's both in Shamspear's case. So hard to choose which category Sosuke would fall into. Oh, we're talking about Sosuke. Oops. Okay, I think it's... yeah, no, the same applies. I don't know. Mr. Naruhodo, that's a little rude. He was doing research as well. Research? Into what? Shakespeare, of course. Shakespeare! Read a few plays of the old bard myself, you know. Romeo and Hamlet and all that. Yes, William Shakespeare is England's most highly regarded classical playwright and author. He's known as Sao in Japanese, as you know, and many of his works have already been translated. It seems incredible that Shakespeare was short to Sao, though. Someone was too heavy-handed there. There were a lot of costumes in the victim's room, actually, weren't there? Of course, Mr. Natsume is a scholar of English literature as well. I imagine he and Shamspeare would have had much in common. Hold on, I want to mute myself. I need a cough. Okay, there we go. Shakespeare interpretation disagreement leads to shocking murder. Let's hope it's not that. Mr. Naruhodo? Really? How rude. Alright. After Mr. Natsume's trial yesterday, you came straight back here, I believe, didn't you? Did you notice anything strange between then and this morning? Well, now, must have been about 6 in the evening by the time I got home. Snow was coming down rather heavily as I remember. It was completely dark already. That failed actor chap was out at the time. Mr. Gaeta noticed that there was no light from his room or something, I suppose. Couldn't summon the energy for anything much, so just sat in front of the fire up here. It was after 8 before Shamspeare got back. And the chap was up until past 1 in the morning, I'll have you know. Suppose he met his end sometime after that. I was asleep by then, so I'm rather in the dark there. Well, thank you. That was very illuminating. Is everything alright, Mr. Sato? Well, I was just thinking it's a little strange, that's all. Mr. Gaeta, you were up here in your room all evening, if I had understood correctly. Not a big fan of stairs, not with this blasted leg. Then, how is it that you seem to know? The precise movements of your tenant on the ground floor, I mean. He has a spy! Oh! I fucked up. That's a very good point. I can't imagine that you could hear noises from the ground floor all the way up here. Does this old man like to spy on his tenants? Is that it? No privacy with these landlords, I swear. I say, I know what you're thinking. It's a bally outrage. I'm ex-military, don't you know? I don't go around spying on my tenants. Why would I?
Then how did you know, Mr. Gary Deb?
It's the gas, woman. The gas tells me everything.
The gas? Speaking gas, alright. What on earth do you mean, sir? How can the gas tell you anything, let alone everything?
Well, as you're probably aware, the gas is supplied to the building by pipes.
Yes, I more or less worked that out. Every room in the building is connected by a single pipe to the gas main outside, and the gas company supplies gas to the properties via the main. Yes, I understand that too.
Let me see if I can explain. Let's say I was to light the gas lamps up here. What do you suppose would happen?
Well, obviously the room would get brighter.
Exactly, but at the same time, the lights in all the other rooms of the house would dim for a moment.
Oh. What? They dim? Why? Perhaps it's because when you light a gas lamp, it briefly uses more gas than usual, and that reduces the amount of gas in the pipe for the other lamps that are connected to it. That might explain why the other lamps dim momentarily, mightn't it? Yes, of course, because everything is connected to a single supply pipe. Is that supposed to happen, though? It sounds rather undesirable.
Jolly good point. Fact is, the gas company's pipes in these parts are pretty hopeless. Long worn out. And barely got any gas in them to start with. Opposite's also true, of course. Extinguish the lamps up here and they glow brighter in the rest of the house.
Right, I see. So by watching the flickering of the lamps in one room, you can determine what's happening elsewhere. This is getting oddly complicated.
You've got it!
Oh, of course, because when people come back home in the evening and before they go to sleep at night, what they're guaranteed to do is either light or put out their lamps and fires. Clever.
In point of fact, the room on the ground floor and the one above it use slightly different amounts of gas. By watching the lights in here close, I can work out almost exactly what's going on in the whole house.
Gosh, that's fascinating, Mr. Gary Dip. Absolutely fascinating.
Oh well, nothing to it really.
And I can't really see that it's going to help us with the case either. What I'd like to know is why Mr. Gary Dip is so interested in what his tenants are up to in the first place. I feel like there's more to it than idle curiosity. Well, we've done as much investigating here as we can, I think. Perhaps we ought to go to the prison and speak with Mr. Natsume again. A good idea. Time to defend him in court. Prison. Well, we already defended him in we already agreed to help him, so I don't expect the whole spiel to happen like it did in 1-4. So, probably just letting us know more information about what possibly happened. Look, Mr. Naruhodo. Mr. Natsume, have the police finished questioning you now?
Locum suitor, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire!
Oh, yes?
What is he? Tell me! Is he a ghost?
Let me guess. You're talking about Mr. Sholmes? No, hold on. Is he here to haunt me? Alright. He actually calls himself a great detective, Mr. Natsume, not a ghost.
But his diabolic deductions are not of this world. They've left me. Oh, cussed! I'm cussed, I tell you!
Well, that sort of hurts. Credit where credit is due, Mr. Naruhodo. You were heavily involved in the deduction too, like literally half of it. Yes, moving on. We have some wonderful news.
Oh?
The victim that we all thought was dead has come back to life again. Now, in the absolutely worst case, you could only be tried for attempted murder. That's great, isn't it, Mr. Natsume?
It's terrible!
Oh.
I'm stuck in the cell, suffering from some silly wrong end of the stick. You did it, didn't you? Confess you're a killer. Why the mustache?
Why the mustache? This man, like, can't stop catching strays. I feel so bad. The man got him sent to jail and then immediately defends him. Be like, look, I know you're here because of me, but I got you. Don't even worry about it. You know who's gonna kill Sosuke? Ryunosuke. 100%. from just the increase in blood pressure that this man causes him. Constant questions. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry to hear you did this to him. Oh, that selfish shyster! Make up your mind. Are you dead or alive? If you're going to come back to life, why bother dying? Wickedly wishy-washy William! I think he's just looking for more work. He's like, the bills are stacking up. I need to pay this off. I'm gonna send you to jail, but don't worry. I'll defend you. The heart attack comes, or you can blame it on the Reaper. It specifically comes at the end of the trial. Post-trial. That's how 2-2 ends. And that's how 2-3 is peak. Be like, we defend Beric von Zeeks. We're like, Beric didn't do it. It was death itself. And then it's the Reaper of the Old Bailey versus the Reaper. Yo, Great Ace Attorney 2 has the possibility to do the funniest thing ever. Yeah, sure. See? You get it. It seems likely that Mr. Shakespeare was never actually dead in the first place. Ah, yes, that might make sense. Ignoring how he's alive in the future. Yeah. Yeah, don't worry about it. Don't worry. Yeah, don't worry that this is a flashback. Yeah, don't worry about it. But who's the Sosuke in 2-1 then? His ghost. No, not his ghost. His twin. Yeah, it's his twin. We were cross-examining a ghost. We did it before. That's it. That's true. I don't know, man. I think you guys are right about this game being peak. If that's what happens, shit, I'm seated. Our lively debate last night was much fun. I'd be sad to think if it was our last. I made the ghost. I read your comment, which is why I said ghost. All right, don't worry. You said it. Oops. Mr. Natsume, does this mean that you did see the victim last night? You met with Mr. Shamspear, didn't you? I'm not saying another word. I demand to have a lawyer present. Who do you think I am? Please, Mr. Natsume, we need to hear your side of the story. Ugh, why am I cussed like this? Okay. What happened? Innocent Mod has his joke stolen from him more at 11. Is that what British news covers instead of literally everything that's going on in your country at the moment? Like, dude, holy shit. It's like every time you just casually drop a bomb. Like it's actually impressive. Can you tell us exactly what happened last night then, Mr. Natsume? There's nothing to tell. But Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, I'm eternally grateful to you for helping me with that accursed case yesterday. The case that saw poor Miss Green hospitalized after she ended up with a knife in her back. My life is a movie, true. It is! You can make a whole documentary out of it. It's hard to believe that was only yesterday. The pacing is ridiculous, Ace Attorney. After the trial was over, I chose my way back to my lowly lodgings. And that evening, at past night, it must have been, I visited Mr. Shamspear. So, you did go to the victim's room, then? As we feared. I didn't do anything wrong! I'd never been to his room before. It was the first time. And then what made you decide to go? I bumped into him when I arrived back at the house. We got chatting, and it developed into a discussion. But he had to go out, so I bade him farewell. That ties in with what Mr. Gary Dub said, that the victim went out and came back after 8. We met again later that evening, at around 9 or just after, when I took him some nice tea I'd brewed as a gift. So it was you who brought the tea that had clearly been drunk at the scene then. We're gonna mention that in court, and then accidentally implicate Sosuke even more. And I suppose you were discussing the works of Shakespeare, were you? Yes, that's right, that's exactly right. Romeo and Juliet, who was the stronger? What's their last names?
I spelled that up. I spelled that wrong so bad. Okay. Romeo and Juliet. Yeah. Romeo and Juliet. Last names. Okay. The strongest Montague in history versus the strongest Capulet of today. Oh god, I love this game. Power scaling in 1899. It truly is a very old art. Brain rot. Dude, I don't even read Jujutsu Kaisen like that. I just look at the spoilers. I don't care anymore for the series. It's just funny as fuck reading that shit on Twitter weekly and just all the memes popping up. Like, damn, man. That's funny as hell. Such a stimulating subject, Shakespeare! And the debate became very heated, so he slipped poison into Mr. Shakespeare's tea. No, never, not at all! Team Juliet won! Well, actually, according to the manga, that was me, and when I left his room, the flamboyant fellow was fighting fit, I swear it, categorically! I think he's wanking Juliet. I don't think Juliet is as strong as he claims to be. I think we're overestimating her feats. She did not tank that nuke. She did not do that. Mr. Natsume, you often say the same thing about yourself, I've noticed. That you have a cursed existence. Like, bro, if she really was her, she wouldn't have gotten killed like that. Just saying. I'm sure I've mentioned this to you before, but I've been here in Great Britain for a year now, and in that time I've learned that it's no place for me. Stand proud, Romeo, you were strong. What is this? Are you... Are you a Montague because you're Romeo? Or are you Romeo because you're a Montague? Let that sink in. It can be very trying to live in a foreign land and adapt to the ways of another culture. Oh wait, oh, that's Osugi. There are foreigners everywhere I look, and they all stare at me, they all laugh. Yeah, that's just the UK for you, man. I don't know. That's the impression I get whenever I go out. It makes me so scared to leave my room. Which is why I've become a recluse. But even in my room, I found a respite from my fears. I moved more times than I can remember, and then 1 week ago I moved into Briar Road. But why? I mean, why did you choose that place? It doesn't seem very comfortable. Because the rent is cheap. I have so little money, it spoke to me. The rent? Obviously, there's a reason why it's cheap. Because the room is cursed. Cursed? Cursed how? The previous occupant, the man who lived there before I took the room, died there. Oh no. He was only a young man, but one morning he was found dead and no one could explain why. Dude, so is the... Okay, so I'm assuming the guy that died in his room before got killed by the same person that we're trying to convict here? Probably. I mean, why else would they bring it up? Why else would they make this like the haunted lodgings case? I don't know. Very interesting. Surely no one would want to live in a room with a history like that. I didn't. When the letting agent recommended the place, I wavered. But I want books, and books cost money. A horrible history is a small price to pay. When I realized it would mean I could buy more books, I signed the lease like lightning. Brave or blinkered? But after I moved in, I soon came to realize what I'd done. I realized how horrible that room's history really was. Gosh, was it really so awful? How did this room's horrible history affect you, Mr. Natsume? What happened? At first, it was just a feeling. The feeling of beady eyes boring into my back, watching me. I do feel like someone's watching you, though, right? Maybe. Maybe. Do you think that might have just been your mind playing tricks on you? Maybe he isn't crazy. Oh my god, what if this whole time we were led to believe like he's just a paranoid guy, when in reality it's just like this shit is actually happening to him. Oh no, the poor man.
No, my mind doesn't know any tricks. It was someone else. It's been one long nightmare ever since I was given the keys to the place.
A nightmare? You've been having bad dreams, you mean?
All the souls who've died in that room lean over me in my sleep and try to strangle me.
It's not paranoia if they're actually out to get you. Yeah, tell that to him. I'm sure that'll make him feel better. That really is horrible.
And now I come to think of it, it happened again last night too. The very same night that Mr. Shemps was writhing in agony from the poison in his body. I was on the verge of being suffocated silently by those miserable spirits in my room.
I don't know, it might make him feel validated. Oh, maybe. Yeah, you're right. It could either make him feel better or make his paranoia significantly worse. Do you want to flip that coin? You simply must move out of the room as soon as possible. Susita.
Yes, you're right, I know it, and that's why I'm already searching for the next room with a history to call home.
We take the gamble all in. Alright, it's either mental stability or psych ward. I wonder what his future will be. I think perhaps you should try to avoid accommodation with any kind of history at all. Otherwise, I'm scared that you yourself may become history. Yeah. Dude, what is with Susato's lines in this game? Like, her lines are really good. Whew, Susato knows how to make the man listen.
Of course, Mr. Lord of the Manor is worried about the curse on my room as well.
You mean Mr. Gary Deb? What if it's him? Ooh.
Yes, he knows that if people keep dying here, he'll never be able to rent it out again.
No, I hope the man isn't a murderer, because, like, he already goes through the domestic violence. I don't want him going through even more. She feels more confident speaking up, maybe? Oh, probably. We didn't see a lot of her actual character. Yeah, that's right. Maybe she, like, over the course of the first game, especially after 2-1, she just has a lot more confidence. Well, this is a flashback. So 2-1 didn't even take place. So I guess over the course of like the entire game, she just got more comfortable doing things with Ryunosuke. I like to believe it's that. Well, that's true. I for one wouldn't go near the place. Perhaps that may explain why the landlord pays so much attention to the gas lamps and its tenants' movements. You mean because he's worried about their well-being? Yes, I spy on you because I'm worried about you. He does seem to have an unusually keen interest in the amount of gas in the pipes. There must be a reason why he keeps such close tabs on the occupants of his let rooms.
What do you mean he pays so much attention to the gas lamps?
Oh dear, no, it's nothing to do with you, Mr. Natsume. Please, forget I said anything.
Oh, now you're talking about me behind my back as well.
I spy because I care. Don't sue. Don't sue me, please. I'm not breaking the Constitution. I'm not breaking it. Come on, God, please. Don't check for hidden cameras either, by the way. There's none in the bathroom. What's important is that Mr. Shamsphere isn't in fact dead at all. Once he's come around and he's able to tell us what happened, we'll be able to get you released.
Yes, please. Oh, I do hope you're right.
I'm assuming this is Gregson. Excuse me? Yep. Inspector Gregson. I couldn't help but hearing what you just said, and on that note, I have some good news and some bad news. Oh? Which do you want first?
Always, every time, the bad news comes first. When hope is all you have, hold on to it.
That's my guiding principle. Oh, what a pathetic, man. I feel so bad. Right, well, in that case, the good news it is. Huh? Sorry, but it's just a lot easier to explain everything that way. Then why did you ask me my preference? As you might have heard, the victim, Mr. Shamspeare, was just unconscious. He's come around now. Yes, we saw it happen in all its terrifying glory. He's still being treated by the doctors, but we managed to get a written statement from him already. Oh, isn't that wonderful, Mr. Natsume? Oh, thank goodness it's all over then. Sorry, no, that's not on the cards. What? Why ever not, Inspector? Uh-oh. Okay, so I think Shamspeare is covering up his friend, the one in, like, the yellow suit. I think, like, they're both doing something illegal. And whatever happened was, like, an accident, maybe? I don't know. That's just, like, a guess, barely knowing anything. Mr. Shamspeare has implicated someone as being responsible for what happened last night. Implicated someone? Oh, dear. You don't mean... I'm sorry to say I do, yes. He's pointed the finger at you, Mr. Natsume. No! My sweet poison, did he seek it to end my life? That wicked caitiff, Soseki Natsume. No. So I'm afraid you'll be appearing in court as planned. Is this soap? I mean, they constantly say it's soap, so I'm gonna take it at face value and say it's soap, right? But the game also did tell me that the body's dead, and the body wasn't dead, so I don't know what to believe anymore. But I'm just gonna take it at face value and say it's soap. How is the soap illegal? Is it like was Sholmes like actually onto something and it's like super poisonous soap? What, do you think it's meth or something? Dude, I was definitely thinking of the drug route. But also, like, it's... we saw the soap broken in half, so it can't be that. Have you ever seen a bar? I have! It's not shaped like that. Well, not our soaps. I don't know. I never used a soap that was shaped like that. And we wanted to make the necessary preparations. What? I swear. In my entire life, I've never used a soap that is shaped like that. It might just be a me thing. I swear to God. I swear. Maybe it's because we take like like specific brands that don't shape their soaps like that. But it's either body wash or differently shaped soaps, but not one that looks that big or is shaped like that. I don't know. I guess that's weird though. I've got you some great bath salts for a discount price. You never seen a soap? Well, no, I have. But the weird thing is that the soap is so big though. That's what made me think that it's not soap, you know? Like that thing, that's massive. Those are massive bars of soap. They're really big. Isn't that like an unusually like big size of soap? In the court, yeah, let's check the court record. That does, okay, when you look at it through here, it looks like soap. But like, it's really big though. It's really big. Like, come on. If you go back in the VOD and you see the bars of soap, that shit is big. Susato threw a defendant 20 feet in the air last case. Alright, fair, whatever. Fine. Culprit. A really bulky letter from B. See? No, yeah, you get it. It's a Numi Neko crossover. You understand. And so, once again, Soseki found himself having to take the dock in the Old Bailey. Whether his room was haunted or whether he was just terribly unlucky, I knew I had no choice. The following day, I would represent him in court and do my own. The soap is really big. We literally threw someone like a couple stories high in the previous trial. I think the soap is the least of your worries. Oh my god, man! What can I not be concerned about the size of the soap? God forbid. The following day, I would represent him in court and do my utmost to break the curse that blighted him. There we go. So, I still didn't... Oh, shit. I went back on the guy. There we go. Okay, so this is during... Okay, this is after the first part. And this is near the end of Child Part 3. Okay. Down in 1 and the Noodler. The Noodler. Alright. Alright. Let's continue. The Old Bailey. This place always makes me feel strange. I seem to get chills down my spine and break out in a nervous sweat all at the same time. Well, I think I'd be back here soon enough. Wait, what'd you say? I read that so wrong. I didn't think I'd be back here so soon. There we go. That's my line. That's my line. Oh, hey. Good morning! And good morning, Mr. Natsume. It was only 2 days ago that I declared not guilty here. Yes, we somehow managed to prove he didn't stab Miss Green in the back. But now this! Another morning, another murder! And here I am again in this hellhole! Can't keep coming to court! I'm beginning to think he's right. It really does seem as though he's cursed. Mr. Narhode, I'm afraid I have bad news. Oh! Mr. Natsume, good morning.
Yes, morning.
So, here we are again.
Yes, again.
Judicial Systems Mikotomo Esquires, what's the bad news? Oh dear, you heard, did you?
If you come and shout at the top of your voice, people can't help hearing what you say!
How dare you listen in on what I have to say as I yell at 20 decibels? Oh, I am sorry. You've done nothing wrong, Miss Susato. Now, what is it? Well, it seems that the prosecution in today's trial will be led by Lord Beric von Zieks. I mean, that's to be expected, though, right? Von Zieks? Oh, no, oh, no, no! The so-called Reaper of the Bailey, and the most legendary prosecutor in the land. God. Sorry. In the trial 2 days ago, he pursued Sosuke and I relentlessly. Of course, by the skin of our teeth. We managed to pull through, but still. Perhaps Master Natsume's acquittal in the last trial wasn't the end of the matter. After all... Yes, I know what you're thinking. The legend of the Reaper that says... Nothing can save a person in the dock when Lord von Zieks is the prosecutor. Oh no! The hottest prosecutor in the land. The most racist prosecutor in the land. He has his quirks. That even if that person is found not guilty, the accused will meet a mysterious end one way or another. I need von Zieks lore. What happened to give you that precedent? What happened that gave you that title to make people believe that that happened to you? Like, what happened? Oh, I need to take a call. Hold on. Okay, I'm back. It was my sister. Alright. And we've experienced it firsthand. Maybe a cat cursed them? Don't joke like that. It might happen. A man was successfully defended and met the most terrifying end after his acquittal right here in the Old Bailey. Wait, did we ever get the answer for that? Who set fire to the carriage? I don't remember. Do I have to put up with those ice cold eyes boring into my soul again? Ashley, oh, right. You're right. Cursed by evil spirits and now by the Reaper. Peril, petrifying perils, potentially. What if it's potentially? At least you appear to have hope, Mr. Natsume. Look, consider Mr. Naruto Esquire. Yes? Darka, we need you. Darka will save us in our darkest times. Oh, darkest time. Oh, shit. I'm innocent. You have to believe me. You more than anyone now. Don't worry. I'll be your steadfast ally every step of the way in this battle. I promise. And this promises to be a hard battle, I fear. Oh shit, hold on. She's calling me again. Okay, God, that took forever! Sorry for the distractions this stream. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean it. The Twitter part was fun, though. I was bored, man. She only needed me for a couple questions. The trial is scheduled to begin shortly. We should move into the courtroom. Let's go. Oh, yes, I forgot to say. I'm afraid he won't be able to make it, Mr. Sholmes, I mean. That's probably for the best. Oh, if he were here, I might be tempted to rely on his help. And that could be seen as a weakness. If Lord Von Zieks were to notice, he'd prey on it mercilessly. At least that's my gut feeling. Mr. Naruhodo?
You're right. Yes, you're so right. Oh, well said, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, well said.
I swear on this sword at my side, and on the spirit of Kazuma that it harbors.
Where the hell's Kazuma?
I'll show him what a Japanese lord can do. I'll set you free with honor. Oh, yes. It's gonna take ages for me to finish this drink at this rate. The fourth person is new.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, may she rest in peace, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed.
The prosecution is ready. The defense is ready, my lord. Readiness for the trial, my learned Nipponese friend, is not what the defense needs. What you need is readiness for your inevitable defeat. It's not just in my imagination, it's really there. Lord Von Zieks has such an animosity towards his Japanese for some reason. Why do you hate the Japanese so much? The Japanese killed my grandma, okay? It was some time ago now that he first became known as the Reaper of the Bene, I believe. These past few years, he hasn't appeared in court at all. Yet now, he's back in the courtroom, though for some reason, only when I'm defending. Yeah, because you're Japanese. This Reaper, with his curious disdain for us Japanese, is a prosecutor shrouded in mystery. He's a 10, but he's so incredibly racist. Still, this isn't the time to be pondering that. I have to concentrate on Sosuke's trial.
Furthermore, I now call upon the 6 ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this trial. Are you ready to fulfill your duty?
It was you! It was him! This is the guy I was talking about, what the silhouette reminded me of, but I assume it's not him. Absolutely had a feeling this larrikin wasn't innocent before. And as per usual, I speak in my regular voice because I don't want to do 6 extra voices. Oh, Diamond's coming up. I must say that I feel especially ruthless on days when my hat refuses to sit right. Oh, well, I rather like how you're wearing your hat. I think the ruthless look is very fetching, actually. Diamond, no way! No way! Oh my, you flirt. Oh my. I need to be somewhere at 10 o'clock. I have very important meetings. Okay, I like her. I like it a lot. I like her a lot. I like this one a lot. I couldn't agree more. I need to take home 5 bob tonight, or the missus will go through the roof. Oh, may the Lord show us all the light here and lead his flock to a righteous verdict. The British jury system is so very different to our own, isn't it? It's quite extraordinary to think that the power of judgment is in the hands of 6 members of the public, and that the judge can only pass sentence when all jurors are in agreement about the defendant's guilt. Well, getting other people's opinion can help a lot. 6 citizens of London, chosen at random, or at least that's the idea. The prosecution will draw attention to the fact that the accused was on trial here but 2 days ago. Accordingly, where possible, the same jurors have been asked to return for duty today. Well, not the same ones, there's a new one.
Very well, let us commence the trial. Lord Von Zieks, your opening statement, please.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury,
It is not the intent of the prosecution to cast doubt over your past decision. However, the innocent verdict afforded to this eccentric Nipponese before has had dire consequences. Did the accused repent for his wrongdoing in that affair? Far from it. Instead, he used his freedom to perpetrate a most blood-curdling crime. Namely, that of the attempted murder of his neighboring lodger, an innocent Englishman. To explain the circumstances of the crime, the prosecution calls its first witness to the stand. Oh, we're taking the cape off already? The detective responsible for investigating the scene, and the accused himself. Witnesses, your names and occupations, please.
Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector, Scotland Yard's Homicide Division.
Ah, Sosuke Natsume from the Empire of Japan. My government ordered me to come here as a student to study your language and culture. Mr. Natsume? Yes, my lord, sir. I'm quite sure I'm not mistaken, and that you swore an oath never to set foot in my courtroom again. I remember it as it were yesterday. The day before, in fact, my lord, but close enough. Believe me, this is the last place I want to be.
It's the leg when the mic... Oh, you're right. You're right. The leg is more impactful.
Inspector, let's hear from you first. Explain the case for the court.
Right you are, sir. The incident occurred at the Garydeb household where the defendant has lodgings. In the ground floor room of the victim, Mr. William Shamspeare. The defendant has already admitted to visiting the victim of the night in question. Mr. Shamspeare collapsed in his room as a result of poisoning by strychnine. Strychnine? Zero escape strikes yet again. He was found the following morning when the landlord, suspecting something was wrong, broke down the door.
This means, I presume, that the door to the victim's room was locked at the time of the incident? Correct, my lord. It was locked from the inside, making entry to or exit from the room impossible.
Well, not impossible. There's like a little hole that you can go through. The hole that has soap in it. Although the victim, Mr. Shamspeare, lives to tell tale, he very nearly didn't. The man was halfway to heaven when we first found him. All roads lead to ZE. Maybe this is what Delta had in mind. The creation of the Zero Escape multiverse. Maybe that's why he never explained his motivations. They were, in fact, too complex. If we pan the camera a little bit to the left, we might see Delta in the corner. Who knows? I was the first officer on the scene, my lord. And I have a photographic print here that I took at the time to show how it looked.
Yes, yes, a chilling scene indeed. The man looks very much deceased.
That's right, everyone present believed that's exactly what he was. Okay, is this like a leak from the roof? Or is this like... What's this spill here? Is this important?
Very well, I shall accept this photographic print as evidence for the court.
I think it's just trying to show that, hey, the room is dirty, but it might be something, who knows. A photographic print of the scene taken by police upon their arrival. The victim can be seen unconscious at the table, having been poisoned. Also, I saw this tweet, or I saw, like, people clowning Trash Taste. If you don't know who Trash Taste is, it's like a group of 3 famous anime YouTubers gathered together. It's a podcast, the whole thing. But they recently made a comment where it's like... where they're like, visual novels are way too long, that they need to change, like, their... I saw it, Diamond knows what I'm talking about. They need to change, like, the format or whatever, and then, Giguk, one of the people there, said that Doki Doki Literature Club is, like, 7 hours long, and that's too long, and I'm like, bro, they would not survive literally any other visual novel. Like, they wouldn't survive literally any other one. Doki Doki, in my opinion, is way too short. Like, it does what it needs to do effectively. And I feel like it's because it's short that that makes it better in that regard. But every other visual novel doesn't work like that, dog. I hate to say it, but if every visual novel was shorter than 7 hours, 9 times out of 10 they're going to be shit. Like, you are killing the genre. And I can say that as someone that has read a lot of visual novels. Like, obviously not a lot of visual novels, but I think I've read enough to the point where it's like, if you do that, you are killing the genre. You are quite literally killing it. Like, that is not a good idea. Do you need Subway Surfers on the side to keep your attention? I don't get it. And apparently they read the entirety of Fate and Clannad. So what's the problem? Is it just lack of time? Because if it's just lack of time, then why are you saying that? That doesn't really... I don't get it. I don't know why they said that. That's weird. Well, it is called Trash Taste for a reason, but still.
Yes?
I need my sensory videos. I need Coco Melon next to my visual novels. Oh, wait, I got you. I love how this is when I stopped checking Twitter. I was scrolling through the entire tweet, and then I got here and I'm like, you know what, that's enough Twitter. That's enough, I had enough sadness. Hold on. I need my Coco Melon. Wait, sensory fruits. Ah, there we go. Okay. There we go. Okay, I hope this helps, guys. Oh shit. There we go. Does this make you feel better? Does this make visual novels better? I'm not too sure. Look at them schmoove though, like they're killing it. I feel like a 5-year-old. Crazy! No, I stopped reading as soon as this shit popped up. It's so it's so entrancing. They put like fucking subliminal messages in this fucking stream. Like, this has something. I don't know what, but it just rewires your fucking brain. I don't get it. I don't understand. Holy shit. Knowing this is what Maria's watching all the time. She's watching her fruit sensory videos, man. It's very important. She'll only start paying attention. I'm still looking at it, by the way, while I'm talking. She only pay attention when she hears the Beatrice name drop. Or if she hears that witches aren't real. Beatrice isn't real. Oh my god. Avocado mention. Okay, this is dangerous. I need to get it off my screen. That's so dangerous. Holy shit.
They're haunted. Haunted by evil spirits. Good gracious, what's haunted? My lodgings, there's been a whole series of strange happenings at my lodgings.
I think you're in too deep, man. No, it's so, dude, it's so dangerous. Oh my god, look. I know I say I don't want kids, but if there's ever a timeline where I do have one, they will never, ever be watching sensory videos. I know that's such an easy way to get your kid to shut up, but I'd rather give my kid the Jujutsu Kaisen manga than that. All right? I'd rather one brain rot over the other.
The tenant before me died in mysterious circumstances. A woman was stabbed by no one on the street outside. My neighbor was poisoned. And me? What about me? I've nearly been killed countless times. Killed Mr. Natsume? How?
Also, we were both entranced, by the way. Because you said as soon as that shit popped up on screen, you were done reading. You were done. I left the stream to watch the fruit video. Dude, no, it must be like, oh my, I hate making a Danganronpa reference, but it's just like the Danganronpa anime, where like that one, the ultimate animator dude, you know how he made that fucking hypnotic video? It's that. Do you think the hypnotic video he made was just that? It was just that live stream, the fruit sensory vid? I'd like to believe so. I was joking? Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Like, I believe you. You think watching that is eventually going to lead to the tragedy? Probably, yeah. I think so. I think that's what happened. There has to be an edit like that somewhere. Maybe I can make that edit. Junko created Despair Coco Melon. I'd like to believe that. Honestly, what's a worse fate than that? Like, if you see the strawberry get killed, like, you kind of want to kill a person. Fuck streaming, you know the path. Apparently it makes bank, man. I don't know. Might be the move. What if I just make an edit from the Danganronpa anime and it's just like, I just title it like Danganronpa Coco Melon? It's just like a 5-second clip, and it's just like a dude looking at the video, cuts to Coco Melon, cuts to someone murdering someone else. No one take that idea, I might do it. If you're watching the VOD, that's my idea, you fucker, alright? That's my idea. Hold on, that might get views though, not gonna lie.
Killed Mr. Natsume? How? Even on that fateful night, it happened. Oh wait, wrong person. Even on that fateful night, it happened. When I returned from Mr. Shakespeare's room.
Surely someone will steal it. Dude, it's brain rot enough where someone would make it. I have to be the first. I will make it. I will cook.
I lit my gas stove and climbed into my bed, but before long, the stove went out, and somebody tried to kill me. You must always extinguish all fires before retiring for the night, Mr. Natsume. But it's so cold, my runny nose would freeze. The point is, I didn't poison my neighbor. Oh, why am I being accused of this? Why is my existence so cursed?
Sometimes I wonder how you employed with the way you are. The way I act at work and the way I act here are very, very, very different. Like, I am not the same person. That is how. I let myself loose here. Over there. They don't know. I'm like that meme of the guy, like, they don't know I'm Sathena YT. the dude in the back of the party in the corner. That's me. That's me. You should put Coco Rope on your next resume. Just fucking, like, put a URL. Put a link to the video. Wait, check this out. Coco Ropa sounds like a fan game. It does! It does! Next fan game inbound. Okay, whoever's watching this, you can take the idea. Yo, who killed Strawberry? Oh, man. And Strawberry wrote 11037 in their own strawberry juices? What? No way. Oh, who could it be? Oh, it must have been avocado. It must have been. You're not a fruit. You're a vegetable. No, you're wrong. What does the stream come soon? Thank you, witnesses. I believe I have a reasonably clear picture of events. If I could raise one more point, my lord. One more conclusive point. It's mine if you steal it. I'll see you in court. Do you need while we're in court? Do you need me to play like the Coco Melon video here, or no? Or you're fine without it? Should I put out a VA call for my fan cast? Yeah. Who wants to be strawberry? Anyone want to be tomato? I know there's multiple grapes. Like, are we gonna have like one voice for each grape, or like grape voice actor covers all the grapes? And it's just like them talking over one another, but it's just the same guy voicing it. Oh, makes you think. And if one grape is killed, does that mean all of them have to die? Or yo, wait, wait, that might be fire. I'm not gonna
Conclusive, go on. Fortunately, the victim, Mr. Shamspeare, has regained consciousness after his ordeal, and he has named the true culprit. The poison consumed by the victim was administered in a cup of tea that he drank on the night in question. Tea, my lord, that was brought to the victim's room by the accused. The accused? Good grief!
Look, I know it's bad, but like, it's not... Look. He didn't do it.
Order! Order!
Please stop talking yourself into Coco Rofa. The grape thing sounds cool, though! It can cook! Yes, that's the crux of this whole case. If Soseki is innocent, then why? Why has the victim accused him? Because the victim's shitty!
Well, Mr. Natsume, what have you to say to this accusation? That evening, yes, I did take some freshly brewed tea with me when I visited Mr. Shamspeare's room as a gift. The public water pump outside always freezes at night, so I bought bottled water especially to make it. And this is the result. Never will I touch tea again. Never!
The public pump was frozen, you say? That's not information we've heard before.
That will do, thank you. Now, according to our laws, the defense must have the opportunity to cross-examine witnesses at least once. Therefore, I call upon witnesses now for formal testimony. I presume the prosecution has no objection.
None whatsoever, my lord.
Good. Then you will give your account of events on the night in question to the court now. Yes, my lord!
The catastrophic night. I was fire checking Google where I've heard strychnine. Is that how you pronounce it? Strychnine, or is it strychnine? Strychnine. What the hell happened here? A lot. There was a lot of Coco Melon shenanigans going on.
It was around 9 o'clock that evening when I visited my neighbor and I took some tea with me as a gift. We had a heated literary debate over a nice hot drink, after which I went back to my room at around 11. Oh, my tea was completely harmless. He couldn't have locked the door behind me otherwise, could he?
Strychnine would take some time to have an effect on the body. People don't keel over it immediately after taking it. The victim would have been perfectly able to lock the door after his guest left. The argument still stands. Not much to go off of there.
Yes, I see. It all seems relatively straightforward.
Excuse me, but that testimony does raise one rather crucial point, I think. Mr. Natsume claims his tea has been, to have been harmless, presumably, though. The teacups have been examined for traces of the poison, haven't they? Ooh. Why didn't I think of that? Well, as it happens, no. We haven't been able to, so why the fuck are we incriminating this man for poisoning the tea if you haven't tested the teacups for poison? UK, what the fuck?
Did I hear you correctly, Inspector? Scotland Yard has failed to examine the suspect's substance.
How could you have overlooked something so important? Isn't that the first thing you should have done? My learned Nipponese friend is falsely incensed. The inspector said Scotland Yard was unable to examine the tea, not that it was overlooked. Isn't that super important, though? Unable. It doesn't matter. So you couldn't find the poison. So we're free. So we're done. Okay, 2-2 over. Let's go. Unable. Why? Ain't simple enough. There was none left. Not a drop. Someone must have been very thirsty indeed. Because Shamspear literally names. Oh yeah. But Shamspear is a sham. It's in the name. Why should we believe him? I don't believe him. Can I just go through this entire case just saying nuh-uh? Like, no, it's him. It's Shamspear himself that poisoned himself, possibly. Yeah, that's what happened. I don't know. With current scientific techniques, it's not possible to test for poison under such circumstances. We only need a drop, but that one drop does actually have to exist, funnily enough. The lack of examination notwithstanding, it appears nothing other than the tea passed the victim's lips on the night in question. Yeah, but what about the soap? You ever think about the soap? That wasn't eaten, but would probably have been eaten. Why was he holding a fork? Why was he holding a fork? And there was a bar of soap on a plate. Maybe it has to do with that emblem? I don't get it. Why do you do that? Why do you do all that?
Thank you, the matter is clear. Cast your eyes over the jury, my learned friend.
What?
You can see it in their faces, I'm sure. The recognition of the accused's guilt. God damn. Your client's fate is all but sealed. In mere moments from now, you will lose, and your compatriot will be damned for all eternity.
He's right. I can feel all 6 of the jurors looking daggers at me.
But I can't let them beat me down. I won't. Counsel for the defense, proceed with your cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. The witch poisoned him? Yeah, but if the witch poisoned him, that wouldn't really mean it's the witch because there always has to be a stake. Alright? That has to be that drill thing. So where's the stake? The little drill. Gotcha there. It wasn't the witch at all. Because Beatrice isn't a witch. She's a regular human, maybe. I don't know. I need to play more Umineko. I want to see what Chapter 3 is all about. Or Episode 3. I'm just going to press everything. Were you and your neighbor good friends then?
Oh, no, we weren't friends, not at all, not at all. Never, ever.
A simple no would have sufficed. Then, why did you decide to pay him a visit? I like how that animation plays, even though he has nothing there.
Mr. Shamsmith fancies himself as having great literary knowledge. As a fellow scholar of English literature, we find much to talk about together.
We're gonna solve Umineko without even reading it. Dude, it's that predictable. It's super easy. Extreme difficulty, what? Dude, I already have it solved. It was Rosa all along.
Come now, no Nipponese could understand the finer points of English literature.
And on the night in question, that was the topic of conversation as well, I presume. Did I get a call again? Oh no, I didn't.
It was the day of my last trial when I was acquitted. I just arrived back at my lodgings when I ran into Mr. Shamspear outside of on the street. That was at around 6 o'clock. We exchanged 1 or 2 pleasantries, but it soon turned into a heated discussion. He was on his way out at the time, though. So I promised to visit his room that evening at 9 to continue our debate. But did I have ill intentions? No, not one, not two, not any. Not at all. Never, ever.
A simple no would have sufficed, I feel.
Then tell the court what did happen when you visited the victim's room.
We are in GAA2, but mentally I'm in Umineko. Dude, Umineko is after this. How many streams do you think this game will take? Because we finish it this week. Well, this is the end of the week, but like next week. You know what I mean. We finish it soon. But like, when are we starting Umi 3, you know? A literary debate about Shakespeare's works, I think you said, didn't you?
Shakespeare, a very worthy topic of conversation, I must say. Oh yes, my lord. Romeo and Juliet, who was stronger? It was a profoundly pleasurable parley. Romeo and Juliet, who was stronger?
Romeo, obviously. Stand proud, Romeo. You were strong. What is this? Most likely 2 weeks? There's no way this game is this long. There's no way this game is that long. Oh, I thought that, oh, I thought that said 56 hours. I was about to cry. So like 30, 35-ish. Cases 3 to 5 are pretty long. Dude, do I need more thumbnails? I didn't know that. Holy shit. Time to clock in, I guess. Like, I gotta clock in for my extra shifts. Oh, Lord. I know I'm going to regret asking this, but how did the debate go?
Well, we both agreed that we would reach a conclusion more quickly with a reenactment, so we battled it out. In a Greco-Roman style, naturally.
What?
Mr. Shakespeare has had all sorts of costumes in his room for just such a contest.
Don't think about it. No, it's a good game. It's a good game. Don't get me wrong. But I also really want to play Umi 3. You know what I mean? So when you say a reenactment, you mean you were actually in costume?
He as Romeo, I as Juliet, and after a vigorous, wild tussle, I as Juliet came out on top. A victory I'll cherish forever. I dare not imagine the terrible scene of carnage.
The fact remains that it was you who prepared the tea and took it to the victim, correct? Minako 3 is really boring, I promise. Should I bring up the DMs, or...?
I boiled the water in my room and made a pot to take it with me. I heard that he was too poor to have tea himself, you see.
It's true, there was no sign of any tea leaves in the man's room.
I wanted to do something nice, to be friendly. So why is everyone looking at me with such suspicion? My tea was harmless, of course it was. And do you have any basis for that statement, witness?
Hold it!
Yes, there was not a drop of tea left in the victim's room anywhere, was there? I did not say it was the best chapter. That is slander, and any proof saying otherwise is AI. Hold it! When did I say that you said it was the best chapter? I didn't say that. Ugh! No! Ace Attorney breakdown. That's correct. Anyone would think the fellow had never had a pot of tea before. He must have liked it dry. I never said you did. Are we having a Phoenix and Mao's debate right now? Diamond, you flirt. I'm just saying that in like a general sense. Oh, okay. Which is a pity, because one drop is all we would have needed to analyze it for poison. And you say that you returned home to your room at 11 o'clock, Mr. Natsume.
Yes, definitely. By heaven and earth, I swear it.
The landlord was able to verify that as it happens. He confirmed that the defendant went back to his room at 11 that night.
And how is the landlord able to attest to this?
He, said it was the lamps, I believe.
The lamps, Inspector?
When tenants return to the rooms and start using gas, the lamps in other parts of the house flicker. Yes, Mr. Gary Dub seems to pay a lot of attention to the comings and goings of his tenants.
There's only one key to Mr. Shakespeare's room, I know that for certain. So he must have locked the door himself from inside his room.
The victim has confirmed that to be the case, yes? Is it a press everything situation?
So I'm right, my tea was harmless, completely harmless. If you take poison, you die. Everyone knows that.
It's not that simple, I'm afraid.
What do you mean?
What do I have? Okay. Ah. Oh, what is it, Mr. Naruhodo? This bar of soap. When we first found it, I could have sworn there was some sort of round disc in this depression just here, a reddish one. Yes, you're right, I remember it too. But now the depression is completely empty. You probably used the fork then, right? To take this out? Where could the disc have gone? The little reddish medallion from the center has mysteriously vanished. Well, I'm glad we did that now. Fork. Soap. Spill. Cool. Well, this has some tea left over, right? This must be the cup that Mr. Shamspear was drinking from then. It's stained on the inside. Tea does that, I'm afraid, even green tea. Oh, really? I never noticed before. Then why doesn't this have that? Why doesn't this cup have it? You've never noticed? Well, I never leave it to the cup long enough to leave a mark. I like to gulp it down. Drink tea while it's hot. That's the Japanese way, isn't it? Oh dear, so many people seem to have the wrong idea about our culture. Most of them are Japanese. Interesting. This is the tea cup from which Mr. Natsume was drinking. Yes, unlike the other one, the inside of the cup is completely clean. I suppose he must have drunk the contents before the tea had a chance to leave a mark. I always gulp it down too. Sorry, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, if you just sip it little by little, it goes cold. Clearly, I shall have to instruct you in the proper way to take tea. Interesting. Okay. Well, we did that now.
Hold it!
Let's just press everything. How long does it take for symptoms to appear then? According to the coroner I was speaking to at the yard, about 30 minutes after the poison's consumed, and the victim suffers violent convulsions, cramping, and stiffness, and eventually dies from asphyxiation. The noodler stole the disc? I believe so. Do you think the noodler is Shamspear? So there's a 30-minute interval between the poison between when the poison is ingested and the onset of symptoms. There seem to be a lot of different types of poison in the world, that's for sure. Oh dear, death by poisoning again. It's always so awful. 30 minutes is a long time. Certainly long enough for the victim to have locked the door behind the accused after he left. You can't deny that, and it further degrades Sosuke's alibi. I have the medical report from the doctor who examined the victim here, my lord. It spells it out, really. The accused is the only person who could have done it.
Very well, the court will add this to the court record as evidence.
Okay, I'll have to read that. Oh yes, I see it here. Delayed onset of symptoms. Great. Ace Attorney. (31) Ingestion of small quantity of strychnine. Toxic effects present 30 minutes after ingestion. High likelihood of substance having been mixed with the tea the victim was drinking, but no sample could be obtained for testing. The poisoning incident occurred at around 1:30 a.m. on 21st February. Assessed from the victim's pocket was that appears that broken when the man collapsed. But no container for the poison was found at the scene. Okay.
Hold it!
The argument still stands, you say. This is what Mr. Natsume has been saying, isn't it? The pair of them drank tea together that night, so if there was poison in it, the victim wouldn't have been able to lock the door after the accused left later on.
Exactly! Oh, me and my tea are innocent, sweet and innocent, I tell you.
I'm afraid, sir, that doesn't follow. You see, strychnine is a slow-acting poison. In other words, it takes time for symptoms to appear. So you could have left the room up to 30 minutes after the victim drank the tea. And as long as you did that, Mr. Shamspear could have locked the door after you'd gone.
But no! Nuh-uh. We drank the tea straight away. The battle over whether Romeo and Juliet was stronger, that came after the tea.
Do you have any evidence to support that statement?
In my great homeland, the Empire of Japan, we have a saying. Drink tea while it's hot.
Sure, proverb will satisfy the prosecution.
I'm afraid there's no conclusive proof to support the defendant's assertion. On the contrary, there are sufficient grounds to infer his guilt in this matter. No!
That's the extent of their testimony, is it? If I could voice a personal opinion, Mr. Naruhodo. Of course, go ahead. Mr. Natsume is arguing for his innocence so adamantly and so persistently. Yet Inspector Gregson just brushes what he says aside. It's really quite infuriating. I agree. So we need to find an inconsistency in what the inspector is saying, I think. I'm afraid so. As things stand, the jurors are sure to find Mr. Natsume guilty. As I see it, what we need to focus on is the poison and the tea. Let's listen carefully to this testimony again. Aye, aye. Bum 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 bum. Is it this? I'm gonna save. I'm bad at this, so rather be safe than sorry. Not this. Not this. Not this. Not this. Not this. Not this. Not might be medical record.
Objection.
Okay, it's not that. Okay. Ba 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 ba. Da 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 da. Victim would have been perfectly able to lock the door after his guest left. I don't know.
Objection.
I thought the T-ring would have been enough for that because it sat there for a while, right? If he's taking it little by little. Well, I didn't present it on this.
Objection.
No. Well, I guess that I'm not gonna say my line of reasoning is wrong, but it's not what they want. Okay. Yeah, this game might take 2 weeks. Do I use a crime scene photo as evidence?
Objection.
I'm just gonna try everything. I don't know. What could it be? It's not the soap. It's not the teacups. It's not the armband. It's not this. It's not this. No reason for it to be this. What the hell, man?
Objection.
What? Am I missing something? Did I forget to present? What's up with this? Whoever opened this envelope didn't bother with a letter opener or scissors, did they? Yes, whoever opened it was clearly someone with an unrefined temperament. When did Sosuke leave the lodgings? Like a one something. I know the medical report says 1:30. I know that. But I thought I presented the medical report on what Gregson said. And judging from the angle of the rip here, the person in question must have been right-handed. Miss Susato. I think perhaps someone's been reading too much of the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. You can never read too much of it, Mr. Naruhodo. Never. Okay. And it says it right here. I don't remember what time we left, but it should have been before this. Before 1:30. Or did the game tell me, hey, press it on this, but He actually left before that. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so why'd the game tell me to go focus on Gregson? Like...
Objection.
Wait, so it's not even that still? What the fuck? So I do have to focus on Gregson. People don't kill over immediately after taking it. How long does it take for them to... They were doing that at 9 p.m. It didn't take effect until 1:30. Oh my god, dude, what the fuck is it? Oh my god, I genuinely, I thought I everything that I'm thinking of, I already presented. Unless I didn't.
Objection.
I'm pretty sure I did that with the photo and everything. Oh my god, this must be so infuriating. What the fuck?
Objection.
Did I not do that? Did I not do that? Did I not? I thought I did. I thought I did. Oh my god, whatever, man. Aww. Aww. Oh, I did it. Let's fucking go, dude. Oh, let's fucking go, dude. Hell yeah. Oh, I need to call again. God damn it, hold on. The argument still stands, you say. I think not, Inspector. Come again? I think you'll find that you've overlooked a very significant chronological inconsistency here. And while that music is playing... my god, this stream is so distracting! Holy shit! I just want to play the game! I think you'll find that you've overlooked a very significant chronological inconsistency here. A chrono what? What are you on about? According to this report, the victim must have consumed the poison at around 1:30 in the morning. And yet, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, left the victim's room at 11. Ah! Yes, that's right. There's more than 2 hours of missing time there. In other words, if there was poison in the tea that Mr. Natsume brought to the victim's room, how could the victim have fallen ill to it? Damn.
The defense's argument is entirely reasonable. How do you respond, Lord Von Zieks?
Just give him time. 1 second. Hold on.
Pray forgive the discourtesy if my mind has wandered. I was considering what cuisine would best complement the contents of my hollow chalice this luncheon. How could it have happened, you ask? I do hate to shatter illusions, but my Nipponese friend appears to be chasing a phantom idea.
A phantom?
Is it so hard to imagine that the victim drank his tea after the accused had left? For example, at the time stated in the medical report, yes, at around 1:30.
Objection.
Mr. Natsume brought the tea with him to drink together with his neighbor. And in Japan, there is a well-known saying, drink tea while it's hot. This is getting brought up multiple times in this trial, isn't it? I can see it now. It's already been brought up 3 times, I think.
And in my country, there is an even more apt saying. There is nothing more refreshing than cold tea.
The point is, if there was such a long gap, there may be other ways to explain how the victim came to be poisoned, other possibilities.
What sort of possibilities, Counsel?
Well, for example, the man could have had another visitor.
Another visitor? That's a very bold assertion, my learned friend, from someone who has nothing to substantiate it.
Or the victim could have taken the poison of his own volition.
You suggest this may have been a suicide, Counsel.
He's not dead.
Mr. Shakespeare has categorically denied suicide. The idea can and must be discounted.
Objection.
But he could be lying. I do think that's the case, yeah.
Oh shit, you might have a point, my Nipponese friend. Is something wrong, Lord Von Zieks? I was listening to the sound of the carriage pulling up outside the courtroom. Pray forgive the discourtesy.
Carriage? What carriage? Uh-oh, Shakespeare.
It would seem that the key player in this case has just arrived.
Out, out, brief candle. Life's but a walking shadow. A poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more. Oh, it is a tale told by an idiot full of sound and fury, signifying nothing.
Who, sir, are you?
William Shakespeare, my lord. Alas, 'twas I, undone by these bitter events. I am the victim. What? What's he doing here?
The prosecution seeks to call this gentleman to the stand. With his testimony, my learned friend's futile resistance will be utterly crushed.
You're calling him as a witness? I mean, he's probably the ultimate witness.
Very well, counsel. I grant your request with interest. I'm curious to discover what the court shall hear from the victim himself.
Happy am I, Shakespeare, to regale thee with my tale of woe, my lord.
But I still have my own tale to tell. My own...
Oh, wait. Not the judge.
My own tale of worse woe. I can regale the court with the tale of my perfect innocence in perfect English. That will do, Mr. Natsume. Let the court now hear from the victim.
God, look at the smug look. Who the fuck? Alright, so that's Mr. Shamspear. But who's that other man beside him? Yes, I think I feel sure that we've caught a glimpse of that man before.
State your names and occupations for the court, please, witnesses.
A writer of words so sweet they do scent the breeze, an inventor of ideas so profound they compose the earth. The unrivaled poet, the unmatched scribe, William Shakespeare. Were the great bard to be recalled to life anew? Lo, what a magnificent man! Good fellows, I am he who ponders such a miracle, William Shakespeare. The name's Meterman. Adrian B. Meterman. I work for the Ultimate Gas Company, East End branch office. I remember now, it was yesterday on Briar Road. Oh yes, she's right, it's him. Oh, what's this? What's that man doing over there? He looks like he's trying to see into Sosuke's lodgings. Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? Excuse me, could we have a word? I love the way he moves. Ah! Yes, we spotted him outside Mr. Gary Dub's house that morning. And he's a gas company employee? What does he have to do with this case? Very illegal things, that's for sure. Probably, maybe.
So, Mr. William Shakespeare, you are the victim in this miserable affair, correct?
Oh heaven, oh hell, do you command me to remember that sweet poison that did cross me and cross mine innocent lips?
I subpoenaed him for the trial with his doctor's permission, naturally. Hearing the testimony of the aggrieved will remove any room for doubt the jurors' minds, I'm sure.
Behold, you have only to rearrange the letters of my name to see that me is a seraph, an angel indeed. Thus be I noble of mind, sweet of nature, barely honest of heart, as all heavenly angels be. Because there isn't a less contrived meaning in your name. No, not at all. The jurors seem to be very moved by this man, I'm afraid. Damn. They're actually taking this seraph anagram idea seriously?
Thank you, witnesses, for illuminating introductions.
But my lord, what's the man next to Shakespeare doing here? The gas man, I mean. What? Me? Well, now.
Allow me to enlighten my learned friend. You recall, I presume, your earlier impertinence? When you suggested that the victim had another visitor to his room on the night in question. And moreover, that the victim is a compulsive liar.
What? No, I didn't quite say that.
This young chin stroker is here to controvert your wild claims, conclusively. Is that not so, Mr. Meterman?
Hang on. No, I'm just here.
I hereby call for your formal testimonies. You will tell the court as lucidly as possible what happened on the night in question.
One may smile and be a villain. Yes, it doth pain me, but let the truth be spoken. The truth of that wintry night, my discontent.
Alright. The wintry night of my discontent.
The snow lay about, my neighbor did cometh in the evening, bearing a gift of tea. But merry, bitter was his drink, and when he left, I did fall prostrate on my table. 'Twas the tea alone did pass my lips that late hour, not less, or not else.
I was outside this book's window in the freezing cold all night, keeping an eye on his room. No one else visited his room but that short little round-backed Eastern fella.
Huh. Wait, what did you say? You were keeping an eye on Mr. Shamspeare's room all night? Okay, so that's what Sosuke said about someone watching him. Like him feeling that someone was watching him. I guess it was this guy?
That's right, course the book's window's all but blocked up, isn't it? But there's a little gap in the bricks where you can see into the room. So I spent the night trying to keep my teeth from chattering as I peered in through that. The question is, why?
Well, now that's because he's on my list. What a piece of work is a man! Wherefore wouldst thou not stare in wonderment?
What are you talking about?
This buzzing busybody hath not part in this play. I pray thee, pay him no heed. Make no more ado about his tedious words.
What do you say about me?
Calm yourself. This court is concerned with what happened on the night in question. Nothing more.
Indeed, that is so.
And, as the testimony we have just heard clearly reveals, there was no one other than the accused present at the time who could have carried out this crime.
Shit.
Well, I believe this may be the final testimony of the trial. Now, counsel, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination.
He says final, but I already know it's far from it. Yes, my lord. Let's do it. What do we have? Okay. The snow lay about, my neighbor did cometh in the evening bearing a gift of tea. But merry bitter was his drink, and when he left, I did fall prostrate on my table. Okay. 'Twas the tea alone did pass my lips the late hour, naught else. I was outside this book's window, the freezing cold all night, keeping an eye on his room. No one else visited his room but that short little round-backed Eastern fella. Okay, I'm gonna start with pressing.
Hold it!
To be clear, by neighbor, you're referring to the defendant, Mr. Natsume.
Oh, indeed, sire. Perchance thou wouldst that I call him the man from upstairs.
And at what time did the mustache Nippo needs visit you in your room?
Our meeting was promised for the hour of 9, and lo, did he come to tender a gift of fragrant tea.
Details which are in accordance with the defendant's own testimony, yes.
And we were embroiled in such a literary debate as history hath not seen before.
By which I presume he means the discussion about who was the stronger. Why do they say it like that? Who was the stronger, Romeo or Juliet?
I, Shamspeare, did play the part of young Romeo, whilst my neighbor played the fair Juliet. Each of us dressed as what our characters be to bring around.
So he was in a dress, in a little 13-year-old girl dress. Okay.
I dare not imagine the scene.
Frailty, thy name is woman. Canst thou imagine how dismayed I was? Yes, I had heard of the Eastern art of Jiu-Jitsu, but ne'er did I dream 'twas would be skilled practice by the comely maiden.
Juliet beat Romeo up? This is not helping our case. I believe the court has heard enough about your earth-shattering literary debate. Perhaps you could reiterate your statement about the tea that the accused brought to your room.
My liege, I am thy servant. Gladly I will do thy bidding. but the windows of that house have all been filled in. A historical artifact of the now defunct window tax.
Yeah, you're right there. All bricked up.
What did he say?
Horrible. There we go. But as it happens, there's a little part of the brickwork at the bottom corner that's been opened up. I was looking in through that gap.
Yes, there were a few bricks loose, weren't there? And for some strange reason, a couple bars of soap lined up on the ledge outside as well.
I don't like going around poking my chin in other people's business, especially on freezing cold nights. But them's my orders, so that's what I'll keep doing. As long as there's breath in my body.
What's with all the theatricals today? Out of interest, Mr. Miederman, after the accused had left and returned to his own lodgings, did you see the victim leave the room at all?
No, he never left.
And we can therefore discount the possibility of suicide. How can you be sure of that? The police carried out a thorough investigation of the scene and found no receptacle for the poison. And since we know the victim didn't leave his room, and hence didn't dispose of the poison's container himself, it's clear that this was no attempted suicide. Only the culprit could have removed the receptacle.
Yes, lucidly explain, counsel, thank you.
It really was. You can't argue with the logic. Okay.
Hold it!
You say a short little round-backed Eastern fella, so you can't be sure it was the defendant then?
Objection!
How many other short little round-backed Nipponese with a mustache do you think there are in London? There can be multiple.
Well, of course, it's only a narrow gap and it was quite dark, so I didn't notice the mustache. But he showed up at around 9, so I'm pretty sure of myself.
When the person you saw arrived, did he and Mr. Shamspeare drink tea together?
Nah, sorry, I couldn't say.
Why not?
Because I couldn't see into the room all that well, could I? But what I did see was the silhouette of that little round-backed fellow wearing a pretty dress. And the pair of them started some kind of wrestling match. I tell you, I didn't know what to make of it.
I suppose that was the Romeo and Juliet championship battle getting underway. Mr. Miederman, allow me to confirm one final time. Apart from the accused, can you state with certainty that no one else visited the victim on the night in question?
No question. Gasman's honor.
So that's the entire testimony. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm fucked. Well, I can't see any obvious holes at all, to be honest. No? Oh dear. If nobody else visited Mr. Shamspeare's room that night apart from Mr. Natsume, I imagine the members of the jury will all conclude the same thing. Right, that he's guilty. Well, all we can do is prove these witnesses for more, or press these witnesses for more information and hope for a breakthrough. Oh yeah, there's 2 statements that didn't impress you, so...
Hold it!
Let me stop you there. Mr. Natsume left your room at 11 o'clock, but it wasn't until after 2 that the poison made you collapse. That amounts to more than 3 hours of missing time. If the defendant had really... What was he doing there? If the defendant had really put the poison into your tea, that 3-hour window of time is something you're going to have to explain. Gladly. 'Tis an easy task. What? I did drink of the tea not while my guest did stay, but after he took leave of me. Faith, 'twas stone cold but 1 hour post midnight. Verily when my lips popped.
Objection!
That doesn't sound normal. Nay, 'tis quite ordinary, sire. After all, thou wouldst recall our fiery debate. Amid such argument there be no time for fiery tea. Romeo and Juliet again, and who was stronger? Mr. Shamspeare, in summary, allow me to confirm. Did you not come here with the intention of naming your attacker? But of course, my liege. 'Twas the stooped lover of words that attempt to shove me off this mortal coil. We all know what that means. And then last statement. So, you didn't have any kind of evening meal, dinner, supper? Fie on luxury, fie on gluttony. Tea thrice daily is but a waste of time. Okay, so do I present the picture there? Sorry. I would that my belly were full, no more of that than the sun doth rise. Well, most heroic eating habits, I must say. Night and day do I fill my hours with learned study of the great bard and playwright. Hence is that there doth not in my chamber be than the costumes of mine art.
That would appear to be the case, as even a rodent was found starved to death in your room.
Now that I think of it, it's not just food that was conspicuously missing from that room, is it? I don't recall seeing a single player or script anywhere. For I have devoured them all.
You've eaten them?
Every word be within my skull. Didst thou imagine otherwise?
Right, that wasn't misleading at all. Now could you turn around, do you think? Which brings us to the conclusion that the only way the poison could have passed the victim's lips is in the tea.
Oh, no, I just had to press everything. What? Oh.
My lord! Goodness me, yes, Mr. Foreman. I've kept my mouth shut and listened up to now, but this has gone on for long enough. Are you all with me? Yes! Are we to understand that you ladies and gentlemen of the jury are in agreement with one another? That you've reached a unanimous decision? Two right we have. Are you all with me? Yes! Wait, no! The defense is in the middle of a cross-examination! To be honest, I was holding out a bit of hope for you, young man. Especially after you identified those few hours that followed the accused leaving the victim's room.
Yes, the 3 missing hours, as you put it. But in the end, what difference does it make? None, as far as I can see. Are you stupid? And since that's now apparent, there's really no reason to delay our decision any longer.
Like I was saying before, if I don't take 5 bob home with me tonight, the missus will blow her top.
What's that? Sorry, I didn't quite catch what you said.
Very well, let the court be apprised of your decisions. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your leanings as to the defendant's culpability.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Well then.
All of you? Well, it would appear that the jury is indeed unanimous.
I dare say we're kind of fucked. But we got this.
So, this time at least, it seems justice will be done. All's well that ends well, as they say. This calls for a toast, I feel. To the guilty being punished. Ugh. Ugh.
Alright, give me the minigame. Get up, Mr. Naruhodo, please! The trial isn't over yet.
What do you mean, Miss Susato?
What about the information I found in this encyclopedia of British law I have? You just have that? I keep saying that with the Susato, but she always has everything, so. That obscure right that belongs to the defense in these situations, remember?
A summation examination.
Yes, that's right. We don't have a jury in Japanese courts, of course. But here in a British court of law, if we can reverse the decisions of a majority of the jurors, we can force the trial to continue.
This trial can't end now. Whatever it takes, I just can't let that happen. The defense moves to invoke its right to a summation examination, my lord. Why am I not surprised at my learned Nipponese friend's inability to admit defeat? You choose to cling desperately to some archaic rule you barely comprehend instead of accepting the truth. Certainly no other defense counsel in recent times has exercised the right to a summation examination.
Haven't we done this before? In 1-3 and the like? Why is this shocking?
Because they all know that once the jury's mind is set, it cannot be altered.
Because this is bare minimum after 1-4, so we've done this before. Why are you guys shocked?
Nevertheless, the right remains and must be upheld. The defense counsel's request is granted. The court will proceed with the summation examination as outlined in the Encyclopedia of British Law. Thank you, my lord. Are you and your fellows prepared, Mr. Foreman?
Believe me, my lord, we know all about this young lad's tenacity. And we're ready for it.
Very well. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hereby call upon each of you to state the grounds upon which you find the defendant guilty of the crime for which he stands accused.
Here we go. The jurors' contentions. The victim may not be well off, but he's a noble man and straight up. There's no reason to doubt the man. Well, I do declare the good gentleman has no reason to lie. In fact, I think he's rather splendid. Just look at the accused by comparison. He's Japanese, stoops all the while, and has a mustache. He's Japanese, by the way. Did I mention he was Japanese? There's no evidence to suggest the gangling actor is a fraudsman, for now, at least. His name is... there's sham in the name. I really don't care, like, I just need this trial to end quickly. 3 hours of missing time is nothing when you reach my age, you know. Nothing at all. These Nipponese. These damn Nipponese. I swear it. I knew it. Every single one of them seems completely convinced. It would seem that all the jurors have come to the conclusion that Mr. Shamspeare is a fine, upstanding, and honest citizen. If you ask me, they've all been bewitched by his strange theatrical movements. And sadly, nothing Mr. Natsume has said appears to have registered at all. Well, here goes. Let's not forget. I pleaded with the jury on Sosuke's behalf before and it worked, so you never know. Before we begin, it might be an idea for me to remind you exactly how a summation examination works, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh? Well, you're still very new to British law, after all. That's true, I suppose, and Sosuke's fate is entirely in my hands now, too. There's always a chance I might have forgotten some crucial detail. Perhaps I should hear Susato out. I wonder, should I let her talk me through it again or not bother? No need. Thank God they asked me. Thank you for the kind offer, Miss Susato. But I've been through plenty of these summation examinations already now. I think it's important that we don't delay the start any longer than necessary. Of course, I understand, and I'm quite sure you're right. If you're confused by anything at any point, you can turn to me for advice whenever you like. I'll be here for you. The key to this is really listening carefully to each juror's statement, finding two that are contradictory and pitting the corresponding jurors against each other.
Without further ado, please, counsel, proceed with the summation examination.
Yes, my lord. Alright, so I swear, I know there's constant distraction in this stream, but like, I get it. I'm going to take 20 seconds, only 20 seconds to piss, alright? Please. Okay, I'm back. Alright. He's just standing there. Hey, Ryunosuke. Oh, there's no music playing? You guys, you were just watching this man looking at you. Oh, that's funny. I didn't know that. Oh, normally I wait for the music to play, but damn, I was unaware. The victim may or may not be well off, but he's a noble man and straight up. There's no reason to doubt the man. I do declare the good gentleman has no reason to lie. In fact, I think he's rather splendid. Okay. I think this is one of them. Not this. Okay, so 4 and 6 are one. Well, they're not, like, supposed to go together, but they're one. Actually, they might go together. I want to save. Wait. Oh, /J. Don't do that to me. Oh my god. I thought the Coco Melon show was still playing. Don't do that. There's no reason to doubt the man. How do I... There's no reason to doubt him. Isn't it this?
Objection.
No. Someone goes with 6, dude. There's no reason to doubt him. Not this. No, this is just pure racism. Is it 4 and 6?
Objection.
Oh, okay, okay. I'm just gonna press. I'm just gonna press on that. Maybe their statements might change. Who knows? I forgot that was the thing that could happen. Press.
Hold it.
A fraudsman? What do you mean by that, madam? It really is the most tiresome problem for the company. Most irritating. We can be absolutely certain that a customer is stealing from us, but without hard evidence, we can't even threaten to take action for fear of being sued. I'm sorry, you've lost me a little there. Who are you? I'm the wife of Augustus Ultimate, owner of the Ultimate Gas Company. Oh. Good gracious, Ultimate Gas, you say? Gas is the future of energy in this country and around the globe, but proper handling is essential. As I'm sure our employee from the East End branch office will be the first to agree. Absolutely, Lady Quimby. Gotta be used properly. Element gas is the best in the world, of course. I think we may have solved the mystery of the bow from earlier, Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah, that makes sense. Right, he bowed in deference to his employer's wife, did he? So, would I be right in assuming that the reason Mr. Meterman was watching what Mr. Shamsura was up to in his room? Quagmire ass. Do you think, behind locked doors, there's a, you know that one clip of Quagmire, like, leaving his house? He has, like, a 5 o'clock shadow, like, super pale, wife beater on, and then he turns the other direction and his arm is just like this massive ass like a muscle. Like it's just that one arm. Do you think that'll eventually happen to this character? But except instead of the arm it's the chin? I like to believe so. Yeah, I like to think so. Where does my mind wander? When every doctor sends a strong woman named Beatrice. I need to play with me 3. I'm afraid that there's no end to the lengths of population of the East End will go to in order to steal our gas. So I really have no choice when the company identifies somebody as a possible fraudsman. But to dispatch a worker to watch a suspect day and night, we're very thorough in our investigations. So you mean Mr. Shamspear is... I wouldn't come out and say it in public, But you can finish that sentence with a grubby little gas thief. Wow. You have noticed the public gathering in here, have you? The eye of man hath not heard, the ear of man hath not seen. Faith wouldst thou would wound me with thy words, were I to let them penetrate the skin. But seraphs hear not insults, only choirs of angels in song. We may not have evidence yet, but my workers won't stop buzzing around you until they find it. And when they do, you'll find yourself blasted back to your angelic heights in an ultimate gas explosion. Gosh, he's so hot. So Mr. Shamspear has been stealing gas. I wonder, juror number 4, if you wouldn't mind adding that information to your statement. By my pleasure. Was it the bit about ripping that thief apart you enjoyed? I'm into it. Is that not what she was asking? A little before the part about abject violence, if it's not too much trouble. Altamont. Altamont. That's how you pronounce it, right? Altamont? Altamont. This could be it. This could shift the balance. The victim puts on a fine performance, but in reality he's a common thief of my company's gas. Okay, so you obviously put this with, like, there's no reason to doubt the man.
Objection.
Okay, so Shorty, right? What do you mean there's no reason to doubt the man, and then ooh, he's a thief? Like, there's reason to doubt. Why does that not go together? Alright. Okay, so this.
Objection.
What the fuck? What the fuck? What is this? What? What? Who is it then? Who is it? If it's not either of them, no, what? How is that? How does it apply to neither? I'm saving. I don't understand. That seemed like either one works. There's no reason to doubt him. There's no reason he would lie. Here's reasons that cover both of those arguments. And it just doesn't work. Press, I guess. I mean, shit. Maybe it'll change. Well, there are plenty of people in London who seem noble but pure. Couldn't some of them also be liars? I've no doubt about it. Like that shaky client of yours, for example. Absolutely not. Mr. Natsume is no liar. Look, the point is, the only thing that passed the victim's lips that night was that Japanese man's tea. When you take the gas man's testimony into account as well, the truth couldn't be any clearer. Well, that's alarmingly logical. But let me be frank here. I'm a gentleman with a gentleman's values. If it turns out that the old Shakespearean chum is a rotten liar after all, I'd gladly change my decision about the defendant. And I'm sure my fellow gentlemen on the jury will do the same, isn't that right? Well, yes, perhaps, though I don't see it happening. He's just being racist. Like, this guy's not important in this, right? What's that? Elderly gent on the end here, you know? You have to speak up. Look, I really don't care about all this nonsense. I just need this trial to be over. How many gentlemen do we actually have to be... do we actually have on the jury, then? Okay. Alright, sir, I may hold you to that. Don't forget what you said. Are you...
Objection.
Like, come on, man. Did we actually have to press him in order to find that? Like, really? His previous statement worked fine. Those two statements clearly contradict each other. They don't... It's not really, like, a contradict... The previous statement was more of a contradiction than the new one, but whatever. You know, whatever. It's more like, here, I'm taking this and proving it to you rather than a contradiction, but okay. Good gracious, to whose statements do you refer, counsel? Juror number 1. What are you yelling about, lad? I presume you've heard juror number 4's statement, made by the wife of the owner of Altamont Gas. Well, yes. The victim who you claim to be a noble straight-up man, in fact, turns out to be a common thief. So the good lady says, but there's no evidence, is there? Fucking hell. You and I both heard them say as much, right? It's true we don't have evidence as such just yet. But the claims aren't baseless, you know? What? You heard me. Seeing as this operation has already been compromised, I would suggest that the court hears testimony from our East End branch office employee over there. I'll do whatever you say, my lady. Gasman's honor. I'm cooked. Juror number 1, you say you're a man of your word. If I could show that Mr. Shamspeare was a liar, you assured me that you would reconsider your decision about the defendant's guilt. Yes, I did say that. And as a man of honor, I'll hold to it, as I'm sure the other gentlemen of the jury will. Me? Oh, well, yes. Now we found out the man's a liar, perhaps we ought to consider the matter further. Well, if I'm perfectly honest, I haven't heard half of what you've all been saying. I desire the mod firing squad for this grievous error. Executive decision. This is now a dictatorship. I disagree. I disagree. You will continue serving. So if this means you recap a few points, that would suit me. That would suit me down to the ground. I'm not having any part of this. I want the trial over and done with. In that case, I shall change my leaning. So, Mr. William Shamspeare, if that is your real name, we of the jury demand to know exactly what kind of man you really are. Let's go. That's 4 jurors. 4 for not guilty. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Victory! Let's go!
Order! Order! Well, this is quite extraordinary, I must say. As a result of the defense's summation examination, the jury's leaning has changed. Now only 2 jurors say guilty, whilst 4 say not guilty. I therefore declare this court to be in a state of disaccord, and order the trial to continue.
You take forever to throw that, you know that? You have spoiled the bouquet, Mr. Shamspeare. Uh-oh. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury now find they are unable to trust you, the victim. But you gods would give us some faults to make us men. So God mend me, I do swear. This gasman speaketh that which concerns him most, not to put gas, not to put in air. Aye, it burneth bright a while, but it hath no substance, and it doth reek foul.
Oi, what did you say? Do I take it, Mr. Shamspeare, that you deny the allegations of gas thievery?
Most heartily, my lord, hast thou forgot? I am as a seraph, an angel, noble of mind, sweet of nature, and verily, honest of heart.
Ah, you flowery-mouthed pompous beanpole! Just because I haven't got the evidence yet.
Mr. Shamspeare, if, in fact, you are not noble of mind, sweet of nature, or honest of heart, if you are a liar, then your testimony should have no sway in this courtroom.
It is my considered opinion that at the present time no other possible culprit of this crime has been identified. All testimony heard by the court thus far heavily implicates the defendant. In short, it will not be unreasonable at this stage for me to rule on the case.
Oh no. Yo, judge, chill. It's not that deep, it's not that deep.
However, in light of the fact that the jury has expressed concern about the fidelity of this witness, I believe it will be inappropriate for this court not to pursue the point further.
Objection!
I assure you, my lord, that will be a waste of the court's time. The gas and this case are unrelated.
Juror number 4. Yes. Didn't you say before that although you had no hard evidence to prove this man has been stealing gas, you have strong grounds for suspecting him? That's right, we do. Don't we, worker?
Absolutely, Lady Quimby. Gasman's honor. Very well then, we will hear your testimony now. You will tell the court precisely why you believe the victim, Mr. William Shamspeare, has been stealing gas. Yes, my lord, it'll be my pleasure. On the ultimate gas name...
If I may, my lord.
Go ahead, madam.
This worker's testimony may have a significant bearing on the good name of my husband's company. Therefore, I should like to take the stand alongside him. Oh, God, I love you. In a supervisory role, if you wouldn't mind. So you don't want, your company secrets getting out. Why don't you want that? Are you scared that you're doing something illegal?
Wahoo!
Oh, jeez.
Oh yeah, sweet as honey! Yeah!
Me too, man, me too.
Very well, as an exception, I shall honor your request.
Thank you, my lord.
You wait till the boss gives you an earful. Oh, it's gonna sting, you mark my words.
We run out of gas on this case. Nah, not yet, bro, not bad. Not yet. This case kind of cooking, it's kind of cooking. I'm interested.
So, you will both testify before the court on the subject of the illegal consumption of the ultimate gas company's fuel.
Yes, is that clear, my good man? My good man?
Clear as ultimate gas, my lady. Which is the clearest in the world.
Like, I don't think this case is gonna have, like, long-lasting consequences like, 2-1 did. Like, 2-1 set it up for what 2-3 to 5 is gonna be. But I guess with Ace Attorney, there's always gonna be, like, that one outlier case, but this isn't bad. It's just that this is the outlier case. Do you think the gas has gone to his head, Miss Susato? I think the man is just a very dedicated employee, Mr. Naruhodo. But they might introduce something later on, like at the end of this case, where it's like, oh, technically, like, there's still continuity, you know? But I mean, this is a flashback, though, so I guess it explains, like, the haunted lodgings or whatever. So even then, like, there's still continuity. It just feels like an outlier because technically it's from the first game, and it's, like, doesn't really flow well, but I don't know, I like it. I think it fits. I can't remember who said it was egregiously bad, but I don't see it. I don't remember either. I mean, I don't even remember someone saying that. I guess it was a conversation that didn't involve me since I didn't play the game yet, but I don't know. I like it. I think it's fine. The Ultimate Gas Company's investigation. Unless, like, it like, shits itself later on. But right now, it's fine.
I'm proud to be the company's East End branch investigator and meter money collection agent. Ultimate gas meters accept
Threepenny bits? Threepenny. Oh, it was Otendo? I mean, maybe Otendo sees something that I don't. I also didn't finish the case yet, though.
Threepenny bits, each coin giving customers about 2 hours of gorgeous gas.
There is a reason Susato said her dad found this case to be particularly interesting and possibly the reason he sent for her to come home. Okay, so yeah. Yeah, it was leading up to that, so I guess, like, there's something here regarding maybe, like, the Ultimate Gas Company, if that has some, like, later consequences. I doubt it, but maybe. I don't know. I don't know. I haven't finished it, so maybe this is like an outlier-ish case, and maybe there was no, like, good reason for Mikotoba to call Susato back, but we'll see. And yet the meter in Mr. Shamspeare's room didn't have a single coin in it. The meter doesn't appear to have been tampered with, though, and the collection agent has the only key.
Somehow he's using all the flaming gas he wants without paying a penny. If that's not thieving, what is? Pray forgive the discourtesy. The irrelevance of this testimony caused me to turn to my hollow chalice. What do you mean by that remark, Lord Von Zeeks? Did the mustachioed Nipponese poison the gangling excuse for an actor, or didn't he? That is all that should concern this court, and yet now we must listen to this abhorrence. Clearly, what separates the vast British Empire and your eastern island nation is more than geographical distance. Damn. But this could turn out to be crucial testimony. The cross-examination must go ahead. You think someone's screaming in pain? Do what you will. Lord Von Zeeks appears to be in a violent mood. Yes, he does. An attempted poisoning, and an incidence of gas death with no supporting evidence. It's true that they would appear completely unrelated at first glance, but I wonder. The truth tends to be buried in the most unusual places. And the first step in uncovering it will be to establish just who and what this man really is. This could even be a wig. He could be wearing a wig. The Ultimate Gas Company's investigation? Cool. Alright. Wow, I have no health. I'm gonna save. Oh, I was pressing the wrong button. I'm proud to be the company's East End branch investigator and meter money collection agent. Ultimate gas meters accept throw-penny bits, each coin giving customers about 2 hours of gorgeous gas. I might press that later, but... And yet the meter in Mr. Sham's room and Shamspear's room didn't have a single coin in it. It's locked. He didn't break the lock or anything. Hello? There we go. The meter doesn't appear to have been tampered with, though, and the collection agent has the only key. It might be a pressing situation, because like, I don't know what else it could be. Hello? What? Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. It's so weird. Out of interest, how long has this been going on? Weeks and weeks. He's been pinching gas off of us for ages. And you've examined the meter in Mr. Shamspear's room, I take it?
Naturally. We took it off the wall and went over it with a fine-tooth comb.
I found nothing suspicious at all, I presume.
No, I'm afraid we didn't. Which is exactly why I demanded a new type of meter to be produced. One with an indestructible lock. The Shamspear special. Okay, so that's why it's locked. That sounds like it would have cost an awful lot of 3-penny pieces. But even after all that, the rascal's meter was still empty.
I'll never forget the humiliation when I opened up the money box and found it bare. You what? I said, you what? And the look on his face, that smarmy smile of his.
He's always sighing.
I pulled the meter straight out of the wall and took it back to the office. But you know what? Nothing. Not a trace of being jammied open anywhere. Not a single sign.
Do you like doing that to yourself?
And what's happening to my salary as a result? Down by 3 shillings a day. That's what.
A life-threatening situation in a number of ways. Incidentally, what became of that meter?
Nothing became of it. I still got it.
Oh?
Right here.
No wonder they call you Meterman.
I think it would be prudent for the court to sequester this item with the trial, while the trial is ongoing.
A meter that dispenses gas for a set time after a coin is inserted, it sports a very strong lock developed especially with Mr. Shamspear in mind. Definitely. Although at first glance there doesn't appear to be anything unusual about it.
Let's move this along, shall we? Continue with your testimony. Though I would say it has as much value as the contents of that meter. Oof.
Alright, man. Oh. Oh, what's... Have you spotted something, Mr. Naruhodo? Just here, there's a little hole. Do you see? Goodness, you're right. I wouldn't have noticed. Okay, so that explains... Hold on. It's not a very neat hole, is it? Not professionally made, I'd say. So you think it might have been opened by Mr. Shamspear? Possibly. It seems that people at Ultimate Gas must have missed it. How? If they took it and examined, how did they miss that hole? It's not even small. It's like a bit. You just turn it around, you see how did they miss that? Or it certainly seems to go all the way through to the inside. Yes, but there's no way a coin could fit through here. That's true, but even so, it seems more than a little suspicious. The attached coin box sports a very strong lock, and there's a tiny hole in its base. Okay, so in this photo, is that what this liquid is? So, is that, was there supposed to be liquid in that? So there's like a small hole here that falls down, and then there? There's like a little puddle there? Is that what caused it? I don't even know if there's supposed to be liquid in there. Maybe. The attached coin box sports a very strong lock there, and there's a tiny hole in its base. Tempered with, though, in the collection. Okay, so yeah, you present it there.
Objection!
Lady Altamont, I'm afraid to say that this meter clearly does show signs of having been tampered with. What? Get away! I've been over and over that thing! Your eyes are concerningly green. I guess that's the shadow from the brim of the hat, but even then, man, you should go see a doctor. I'm telling you, there's nothing wrong with it. In that case, what do you have to say about that small hole that's been made at the base of the coin box? Hole? What? You're right. You're quite right. There is a little hole there. Canonically, it should be small. Okay, that makes sense because, like, how the... Either the people that inspected this didn't try, or they're very bad at inspecting. How did I figure... the inspectors couldn't find it, but, you know, the lawyer, the one that isn't an inspector, is like, oh, no, found it. It's right there. The meters aren't supposed to have that. None of the others do. In other words, we can assume that Mr. Shamspear secretly opened up this hole himself. Yes, I wouldn't be at all surprised, but why? Yeah, why? I mean, it's tiny. You can... Oh, hold on. You couldn't get a farthing through that. Well, I don't know what that is. Lady Altamont, I wonder if you could give the court some more details about your meter design. What sort of details? Well, what I'd specifically like to know is how it differentiates coins, how it's dismantled. What do you mean by asking how it's dismantled? Like how you take it apart? Like how you... Why would I want to know that? Well, I'm also curious on that, so I'll ask it. How can the meter be dismantled? Dismantled? Does Shamspear know how to dismantle it? But if he does, why put the hole through it? Huh. Yes, given that there are no signs of it having been forced, I'm wondering if perhaps rather than being broken open, it might have been taken apart. Well, yes, that doesn't make sense. The padlocks are made by first-class locksmith from the finest quality steel, and the meter box itself is made from plate steel as well. We welded shut to ensure it can't be opened again. I can assure you, it's quite impossible to dismantle it. Interesting. Yeah, nothing leaks from an ultimate meter. No coins, no gas, no nothing. There's a hole in it, though. I see. The witness will amend her formal testimony with that information in case it is pertinent. As you wish, my lord. All joints on the meter are welded shut, and the lock is made from solid steel. There's no way to dismantle it. There's no way to dismantle it. Does the red medallion have anything to do with that?
Hold it!
After all, if they actually broke the meter, the company would be able to take legal action. Yes, that makes sense. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Is its welded seal construction significant? Or perhaps there's some other aspect of the meter's construction that we should be focusing on? You may be right. Perhaps I should try a different track here. Like asking about how the meter differentiates coins, for example. Yeah, delve deeper. Maybe it's the red medallions. How does the meter tell the difference between different coins? What do you mean? Well, for example, if someone were to put in a 1 penny coin, that wouldn't work, presumably, would it? No, of course not. So, well, how does the 1 meter know that the coin has been fed is a 3 penny bit? Ah, I see what you're getting at now. The meter tells coins apart by their shape and size, which includes their thickness. A 3 penny bit is about 3/4 of an inch in diameter, you see. Other coins just won't fit. I see. It's clearly been very well thought out.
The witness will amend her formal testimony with that information in case it is pertinent.
I see, okay. Do I present the soap now? I mean, I don't even know what the whole medallion thing is about, but...
Objection!
No. That's weird. I thought that would work, but...
Objection!
No, nothing with like the puddle either. That's... You're on the right track with that, but do I present it now? Like I get that there's a connection there, but is there a connection right now? What was the other one? The dismantling part? Oh, look at this bar of soap. Do I have to actually investigate it again? There's a circular depression on this side, about 2 centimeters across. Oh, got it. 3/4 of an inch. Do you think... We did find the soap at the scene, didn't we? Yes, there were 2 bars on that little ledge just outside the window, so we took this one. But I'm sure that when we first found it, there was some sort of reddish medallion in the middle there. I remember it clearly. Yes, but there's no sign of it now. Where could it have gone? There it is. That's weird that it updates twice.
Objection!
Let me just confirm something here. If the diameter and thickness were to be correct, the meter would accept any object as it were a threepenny bit. Is that correct? Yes, that is correct. Well, by something of a coincidence, while we were investigating Mr. Shamspeare's room, we found a particular item that matches the dimensions perfectly. Something the same as a threepenny bit? What was it? The item in question is this.
What? Have you been inhaling gas? That's a bar of soap!
It certainly looks nothing like a threepenny bit, I must say. It looks like I'm going to have to point out exactly what I mean here. Obviously, man, you just showed them a bar of soap. What's so important about the soap is this part here.
Got it!
You have to turn over the soap to see what I mean. Ah, are you referring to that round depression in the middle of the soap there? That's right, a depression that's approximately 3/4 of an inch in diameter. Or in other words, almost exactly the same size as a threepenny bit.
Get away! Does anyone here present have in their possession a threepenny bit? Quickly now, hand over your coins, ladies and gentlemen.
It sounds rather like a highway robbery, doesn't it?
Thanks to a kind member of the public in the gallery, I have here a threepenny bit. Now to see if it fits.
Oh, shit.
My word, it couldn't be more snug.
Yes, as I suspected.
This, without a doubt, is a vital clue to explain how the ultimate gas company is being defrauded.
Well, I don't believe it.
So, your assertion amounts to what? That some inferior bar of soap has a tentative connection to the theft of gas?
Yes.
The depression in the soap was clearly made by a threepenny bit. I must concur at least that pushing a coin with some force into a poor quality bar of soap such as this is a remarkably simple way of replicating the coin's shape. And then you can use, well, some melted wax or something to pour into the mold. You can make fake coins in no time!
If you're making... So, wait, I don't know if this is how it works. I doubt it, but... Like, say, okay, so... What did you say? Like, you can make them out of what? Some melted wax or something to pour into the mold. Okay, so let's say they're made out of wax. So is that what the puddle is? Just like the coin melted? But no, like, wouldn't it just have a different substance? And then Shamsphere just uses that wax over and over, like the melted wax over and over again, to replicate the coins? Again and again and again? I don't know if that's what he's doing, but I guess that would explain the puddle at the bottom. I wouldn't really think melted wax looks like that, but I guess it's a way. This brings all the pieces of the puzzle together. It's the method Mr. Shamsphere has been using to steal the gas. That's the missing link. And now if I follow the chain of thoughts, it's going to bring me to a new explanation for what happened that nobody's considered yet. But this is all nonsense. If the man had been making fake coins, my worker here would have found them when he emptied the meter.
Quite true, Lady Ultimate. In the absence of some black magic that could make them disappear.
I see. That's what we're dealing with, is it? There's one form of black magic that could cause the fake coins to disappear into thin air, yes. They melted, okay. Exactly. And the meter here gives it away. Or did they melt? I don't know. Am I getting tunnel vision? Probably. What on earth? There are remnants of the magical method used visible on the gas meter taken from the victim's room.
If that is your assertion, Counsel, the defense will identify these remnants for the court at once. Where on the meter can the remnants of the method used to make the fake coins disappear be seen?
I'm assuming the hole, no? We found this bar of soap at the scene of the crime just outside the victim's window.
Outside?
Yes, outside, where you yourself, Mr. Meterman, were loitering in the freezing winter air. That's where we found this soap.
Duh! I get it!
Ice coins. Ice 9. So, Uchikoshi was a secret writer of Great Ace Attorney, I see. I think every visual novel I touch can somehow be connected back to Uchikoshi and his Zero Escape bullshit. I like to believe so. That's right. The answer, of course, is ice. Wait, they were made of ice? So it wasn't melted wax, it was just water. Okay, so I knew the consistency in the photo was weird, because like melted wax wouldn't look like that. Okay. It wouldn't look that clear at least. Alright, that makes sense, Did you say ice? Mr. Shamsphere has been leaving soaps like this outside his window each evening filled with water. After a night outside in the bitter cold, the water is completely frozen solid the next morning.
Then he takes his fake coins of ice and feeds them into the gas meter, giving him light and warmth in spades. As his room becomes very comfortably warm, the ice now inside the meter's coin box melts, turning back into water and draining harmlessly away through the small hole made in the other side of the meter. That is how, without leaving any evidence of his wrongdoing, this man has been stealing ultimate gas. We cooked. Just like that. So simply. Is he trying to make us look like idiots? Hey man, whoever you hired is just bad at their jobs. He's been fooling us all with some bars of soap and some water. That's right, madam. I don't believe it. It can't be true. Do you have any idea how much money we spent to develop that new meter? Do you not see what you're wearing? I think you're fine, in terms of money. And I have the audacity to suggest that a bit of soap and some water can render it totally useless. Yeah, come up with a better solution, forehead? El Bozo? I'm fairly sure I didn't design it. Evidence. Sorry? I want evidence. I'll just show her the picture. If you're going to stand there and tell me our meters are rubbish, I want to see proof. Well, first of all, I didn't say they're trash. She's very good at enforcing accountability, isn't she? Is she about to cry? Very well, Lady Ultimate. If you like evidence, I'll provide it. What? Mr. Naruhodo, are you saying you do actually have evidence to support this theory? I did notice a trace of something that bothered me a little at the time. And I have a feeling that this theory we've come up with now could explain it. The piece of evidence that substantiates the theory about how Mr. Shamspeare has been stealing gas is... Please work.
Take that!
Thank you. This is a photograph of the scene at the point when the victim was discovered, taken by Inspector Gregson, and it clearly shows the remnants of the crime carried out by Mr. Shamspeare. What remnants? Here you can see the gas meter on the wall in Mr. Shamspeare's room. Now look closely at the floorboards directly underneath the meter. What is that? Some kind of grubby stain. Almost certainly it's a water stain, resulting from the liquid that drained out of the hole made in the meter. If one coin gives around 2 hours of gas usage, and the occupant was heating his room in all his waking hours, we can imagine he would have used around 10 of his fake coins each day. The melting ice inside the meter's coin box would have been dripping out almost constantly, leaving a stain on the floor. This is awful. And there's further evidence too. Mr. Shamspeare is slumped over his table, apparently having consumed strychnine. I still don't know how to pronounce that. And right there next to him is a bar of soap, broken in half. You're right. It would appear to me then, Counsel, that the man was eating the soap, was he?
Everyone's an idiot.
Pardon me for disagreeing with your lordship, but... certainly not.
He didn't beat about the bush there, did he? In truth, Mr. Shamspeare was found with a fork in his hand.
He made of soap a sounding... Do you mean to say...
Thank you for interrupting him.
He was using that fork to...
Yes, to take out the coin, right? To extract a frozen coin... Yeah, okay, so we were right about that, too. To extract a frozen coin from the bar of soap. But the bar broke in half. So perhaps it didn't go very well.
Good gracious!
Lord Von Zeeks. I was throwing my hand up in despair. And oh wait, Von Zeeks is speaking. And happened to catch my hollowed bottle in the way. Pray forgive my maladroit mistake. What is the meaning of this, Counsel? Allow me to pose my learned friend a question. What exactly did you establish with your most recent cross-examination? Nothing for now. Well... that Mr. William Shamspeare is a liar and a thief. In other words, that his testimony is unreliable.
That's it. That's exactly it. Very well, let us assume the man is a liar. Now allow me to pose another question. What possible difference does that make? Well, we know that suicide can be discounted. Scotland Yard's investigation revealed no sign of another vessel that contained poison.
Yeah, I don't know, like, the end result of this. But I fear that's just because of lack of information. We need to do more investigation. I think the trial ends here. Or part 1 of the trial ends here.
And on the night in question, there were no visitors to the room except the accused. The young gasman's testimony, which we have no reason to doubt, has confirmed that. Furthermore, the only possible way the poison could have entered the victim's body is via the tea. The court has seen no evidence whatsoever that suggests otherwise. Even if William Shamspeare is the lie you claim him to be, these facts have been objectively established. There's no escaping it.
There's absolutely no evidence pointing to an alternate method. Oh, do we actually have something? We have this. We have the tea. This could work. I guess all this stuff, all those 3, like, just prove the whole coin thing. I need to know what the... I need to know what the envelope says. Does the photograph have anything else? I don't see anything. Nothing over here either. There isn't? Oh, okay. I thought it was... Oh, okay. I saw that... Normally when I see absolutely, I think of sarcasm, so my bad. Because that's what I say when I'm like, oh, there's absolutely nothing. There's nothing. Because I say that for sarcasm. My bad.
Therefore, in light of these facts, the prosecution calls for immediate adjudication.
You... What?
Order! Order!
Mr. Naruhodo.
What was the point of that last cross-examination?
Did it actually get us anywhere? Dude, we proved like a completely different crime, but somehow it connects. We'll figure it out, it's fine.
Or did it make no difference at all, like Lord Von Zeeks is saying?
Fuck you, Zeeks.
No, this isn't over. The defense will not rest. What? Counsel, you successfully explained everything. You have identified and substantiated the unscrupulous method employed by Mr. Shamspeare to consume gas. What more is there to discuss?
The attempted murder? Hello?
Lord Von Zeeks just highlighted 3 facts in order to make his point. But contrary to what he would have the court believe, not all of them have been objectively established at all. What are you trying to say, my Nipponese friend? At least one of those so-called facts is an assumption, made due to a lack of evidence. But the situation has changed now, following the cross-examination of the latest witness to take the stand. Don't be absurd. What is this nonsense? Yes, when you bring everything we've learned so far together and consider it as a whole, it's clear. There's a question that we need to reconsider, namely, was there another visitor? Right? What if the victim did in fact have another visitor besides Mr. Natsume? If that's your assertion, by all means, tell us who it was.
Yes, well... Shit, man. I didn't think I would have to answer that. Like, I was just, like, hypothetical. Like, there's a 3-hour time where we don't know what the fuck happened. Whatever, man. Or maybe there... Ooh, maybe there wasn't... Maybe he was faking it that entire time. Oh, I didn't even consider that. He's an actor, of course. Oh my god. I was so tunnel visioned on the fact that there was poison. We've all been led to believe that the strychnine poison that afflicted Mr. Shamspear was in the... I need a... Okay, how do you pronounce that? It's bothering me.
Strychnine.
Strychnine. Oh, okay. Was in the tea brought to him by Mr. Natsume, but that's conjecture at best.
Objection!
The victim has testified that nothing else passed his lips that night. There is no other possibility. And since there was no trace of the tea left at the scene, it couldn't be tested for traces of the poison.
Objection!
As I said, the situation has changed. Because, in fact, some of Mr. Natsume's tea was left at the scene. And a particular piece of evidence proves it.
Objection!
A ludicrous claim. Scotland Yard detectives investigated this scene exhaustively. What evidence are you suggesting they missed? The defense has made a bold claim indeed. Very well, counsel, present your proof. What evidence from the scene of the crime can tell us about the nature of the defendant's tea?
Take that!
What exactly is this piece of evidence supposed to reveal about Mr. Natsume's tea, counsel? Well... Do I have to investigate it again? What the fuck, man? Aww, man. Okay, I'll save. Like, no, I already investigated it. Is there more to it? Or did I not present that?
Take that!
Okay, I don't know what it is anymore then. Damn, dude. Did I present this? I presented this, right? There is no T-ring on the inside of Mr. Okay, that's fine. There's a T-ring on his... on this.
Take that!
Did I present that? Okay, I did. Oh my... What the fuck, man?
Take that!
What?
Take that!
What do you mean the soap? Am I missing something? I thought we were good on the soap.
The soap again, the same ball the victim used to fashion his coins of ice.
Yes, that's right, my lord. It's just come back to me. Something about when we first found this bar of soap at the scene yesterday. It's more bars of soap. Soap? What are bars of soap doing lined up on a ledge outside the window? I'm quite certain that when we originally stumbled upon the bars of soap, there was actually a frozen coin in each bar. So you discovered the gas thief's coin factory. Fascinating. In a way, yes, but there's more. The coins you found in the soap at the time weren't normal ice.
There was something strange about them, you mean?
Yes, they were red, whatever. Exactly, something very obviously strange. They were red. I don't know, like that. Red ice. They have blood in them or something. Oh, wait, instead of made of water, they were blood coins. It was frozen blood. Ooh, how creepy. I don't know. The ice was red. No, you mean... That's right, it's obvious to me now. The fake coins in the soap were made from frozen tea. Oh. Sure. I would remind the court of a statement made by Mr. Natsume earlier in this trial. That evening. Yes, wait. I did take some freshly brewed tea with me when I visited... I haven't seen this man in ages. When I visited Mr. Shamspeare's room as a gift. The public water pump outside always freezes at night, so I bought bottled water especially to make it. I completely forgot about that detail, holy shit. And this is the result. Never will I teach tea or touch tea again. Never!
Ah, yes, I believe there had been a snowfall that day. It was particularly cold. Sadly, on such occasions, the poorly constructed water mains in the East End are prone to freezing.
So on the night in question, Mr. Shamspeare, having no running water to use, was forced to use the tea brought by Mr. Natsume in order to make his fake coins.
My word!
There were 2 bars of soap on the window ledge when my judicial assistant and I investigated the scene. That's right, and we only borrowed one of them. Which means that even as we speak, some of the defendant's tea is still present at the scene of the crime. Frozen solid in a bar of soap outside Mr. Shamspeare's window. Dude, this is absolutely an Ace Attorney case. Bars of soap are so relevant.
Extraordinary!
Earlier today, Inspector Gregson informed the court that if even one drop of the tea remains, Scotland Yard will be able to analyze it for poison. As such, we are now in a position to prove or disprove that what has until now been a mere conjecture. By finding out for sure whether or not Mr. Natsume's tea actually contains strychnine at all. There we go.
You smug needful knees.
My lord, we cannot do the defendant the injustice of passing judgment now. The police should be dispatched to recover the remaining bar of soap from the scene at once. And the defense requests a thorough analysis of the frozen tea embedded in it, to determine whether or not it contains any poison. First part of the trial done.
Bailiff, bailiff, instruct the police to attend the scene at once.
Yes, my lord. Understood. We did it. Woo. We're finishing the case today. Trust.
It would seem we have no choice but to suspend these proceedings for the time being.
11-hour stream incoming.
I trust you have no objection, Lord Von Zeeks?
None, my lord.
Scotland Yard will recover the tea from the scene and carry out the requisite tests immediately. The trial will resume at the same hour tomorrow. The prosecution and defense may conduct further investigations as appropriate in the interim.
Yes, my lord. Well, we managed to scrape through there somehow. We always do.
Thank you, counsels. Court is adjourned until tomorrow.
Yay! Okay, so we finished the first part of the investigation and the first part of the trial. Second investigation time. Okay, so now that's coming up. During investigation, part 3, after the first part of the trial, you'll go to talk to Miss Green after presenting the blah to John Garrida. Got it. Understood. Whew, we made it back in one piece. Just. To be perfectly honest, I thought we were finished there for a while. Oh, I know. With a lot of close shaves. There are so many carriages on the streets of London. You were very nearly flattened several times. Oh, no, I didn't mean that. Yes, I know. It was a marvelous defense, Naruhodo. It really was. I was in awe of you. Oh, thank you. And now that your fervent exploits have won us some more precious investigation time, let's see if we can't find some new clues for court tomorrow. Yes, let's do that. Is everything alright? I suppose I still can't quite believe it, that's all. That I'm here in England working as a lawyer, I mean, in the Old Bailey no less. Yeah, wait till this flashback is over, buddy. You're no longer allowed in court for some reason. Maybe he cooked so hard in court that they're like, yeah, nah, you need to give these other guys a chance. You know? I like to believe that's what happened. And by these other guys, I'm like, yeah, Barrick Von Zeeks, and that's it. Like, that's the only guy. That's the only guy that works in law in England. Just him. We see no one else. The truth is, it shouldn't be me, should it? It should be him standing in my shoes. It should be Kazuma. I like how he still thinks about Kazuma. Oh yeah, because this is still like very recent. I forget. It was Kazuma's wish that you follow him to Great Britain and work alongside him. Yes, I mean, I never had the chance to ask him exactly why, but he clearly had a plan. I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for him. And you're doing wonderfully, Naruhodo. I have no doubt that Kazuma would say exactly the same if he were here with us. Thank you, Susato. Thank you. Aww. Today's trial. It was quite a shock earlier today, wasn't it? When the victim himself turned up in court and took the stand? I know. Not only that, but then finding out that he is actually a barefaced gas thief as well. Yes, that was certainly a surprise to us all. For a while, it seemed as though everyone had quite forgotten about Sosuke poisoning the tea. Careful of your phrasing, Susato. He didn't poison anything. And there's more to this Mr. Shamspear than we yet know. I'm sure of it. Mr. Shamspear certainly wasn't the noble, upstanding man everyone thought he was at first. Have you seen him? What's become of him, actually? I was told that he'd been returning to the hospital ward where he was receiving treatment. Which one is that? Probably the same one Olive Green is at. Let me see. Ah yes, he's at St. Bartholomew's. Or Bart's as Londoners call it. We know that place, don't we? Yes, we visited Miss Green there yesterday. It's the same hospital to which she was taken. Yes, after Sosuke stabbed her in the back. That literally... Okay, watch your phrasing, man. Do be careful of your phrasing, Naruhodo. He didn't stab anyone. Perhaps we both owe Sosuke an apology. St. Bartholomew's. Yes, we should probably visit the hospital later. So, we know that Sosuke took the tea to the victim on the night in question. But as he isn't the culprit, then obviously... Yes, the poison surely wasn't in the tea. But if that's the case, how on earth did the poison get into Mr. Shamspear's body? Maybe it's like a big master plan, and he was like, you know what, I'll take this poison and drink it myself, and then I'll time it perfectly so they catch me and blame Sosuke, and then I'll finally get away with whatever I was planning to get away with. That's what it is. I'm sure we'll find a clue at the scene. There must be something in Mr. Shamspear's room that would help solve the mystery. Well, naturally, Scotland Yard detectives have been over the pace already. But it couldn't hurt for us to have another look around, I think. This plan was crafted by Dota, hell yeah. His motives are too complex for you to understand. Definitely. And I'm desperate to know the outcome of the investigation into the tea left in the bar of soap. Well, if we run into Inspector Gregson, we could ask him about that. Okay. Kazuma Sogi, the best friend I ever had. The best friend I ever had. And a lawyer with such promise. Oh, I thought he was using best friend as a title, but no, he's using the best as like an adjective. Friend I ever had. Oh, okay. He surely was one of the best friends of all time. He really saved my bacon in that horrible incident just before we left Japan. What a first trial, bro. When that ending for the first trial was so good. The way he took out the sword and shing. Oh my. Kazuma, the game took you away too early, man. They really did. They did you so dirty. Oh. I have so, like, every time I, like, play a visual novel, besides Umineko, I'm like, damn, this character was done mad dirty, bro. From, like, just by, like, the writers. Like, they did, that's it. There's no more. You get nothing else with this character. That's it. Have fun. Like, I always mention Mukuro from DR. Now it's Kazuma from Great Ace Attorney. There's other characters, though, for sure. Just can't think of them off the top of my head. Those are the first two that come to mind. I can still picture him now, looking so fierce and determined in court. And then after the trial, that crazy idea he came up with. As a stowaway? Yes, you can fit inside my trunk if you curl up small enough, I'm sure. No one will know. Kazuma, won't you tell me why? Why you go to these lengths so that I can accompany you to Great Britain? Well, it's been on my mind ever since we got through that trial. Now you really ought to go into law. Be a defense lawyer. You've got a natural talent for it, believe me. I guarantee it. But I never even thought about becoming a lawyer. Well, I can't force you, obviously. You have to decide for yourself. But anyway, London is the cultural capital of the world, the city at the forefront of everything. It can't hurt for you to see it with your own eyes. No, that's true. I suppose, though. If you were to become a lawyer, then one day... One day what? Oh, no. Never mind. Naruhodo? Oh, sorry, I was just thinking about Kazuma. When do we get to see Gino, bro? Let me see Gino. Yes, he's forever in my thoughts, too. To change the Japanese judicial system for the better. That was his dream. And that's why he was so desperately wanted to come to Great Britain to study, of course. Yes, that's right, but... Yes? I do wonder if his true intentions lay elsewhere sometimes. I don't know. The thought just takes hold of me every now and then, that's all. Naruhodo, what do you mean by Kazuma's true intentions? Ooh, I mean this. His katana? I never expected to inherit this sword after Kazuma passed away, of course. No, I know. It was because I asked you to take it. When I have it at my side in court, I feel as though it gives me courage. Yes. Actually, the night before he died, he told me a little about the sword. Karuma? That's right, it's a prized sword that's been passed down through generations of the Isogi clan. A Japanese man's sword is his soul, Ryunosuke. I can't be parted from my katana. Karma guides me, I truly believe that. What side is his sword on? Is it his left? Because I would like to think that if Susato is on the opposite side of it when in court, I'd like to think that Kazuma and Susato are standing side by side with Ryunosuke. I do hope the sword is on the other side. I never really paid attention to that. So its name compels its wielder to slice evil in... Oh wait. So its name compels its wielder to slice evil in two? Not that you would need much compelling. On that subject, there's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain. Something you have to do? Yes. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. I knew you wouldn't let me down. What did he mean by something very important that I have to do? I'd hoped that the answer to that question would become apparent when we arrived here, but as yet I've not found a single clue. I see. Okay, I'm gonna take my cat out of the room. because I hear them meowing. So I'll be right back. Okay. There we go. Let's get the hell out of here. Okay, so we're gonna go to here for. Wait, no, we have to go to. Oh god, Gary Dub first. I forgot. What do you suppose is happening? It sounds like some sort of disturbance. Yes, I hear angry voices. Oh shit. Be not angry, oh ample lady. Verily thou art mistaken. Mistaken, my foot. You were looking at my painting. The eye of man hath not heard, the ear of man hath not seen. 'Twas foul indeed, the poison that mustached villain gaveth me. Forgive me, lady. I wish that you died from that poison. Damn. God of mercy, ample lady, but thou see, I have vigor still. Behold my Shakespeare dance! This looks rather ominous, doesn't it? Can this be considered assault? Ah, lo, 'tis the lawyer of the land whence riseth the sun. How now? What are you doing here, Mr. Shakespeare? Mary, I do believe I am returned unto another world. He was looking, that's what he was doing, looking at my terrible work. Eastern fellow, so darkly clad. What the fuck? Faith, thy work in court this morning was wonderful. I do applaud thee. Oh, well, thank you. But that doesn't mean things will go so wonderfully for you tomorrow, does it? Anyway, unknown action. Mr. Shamsumer might technically be the victim in this case, but there's definitely a lot more to it than that. It's very hard to pin the man down. I'm so sorry, I'm such an awful person. Miss Green, is everything alright? Oh, yes, I mean, don't worry about me. They're about to discharge me, so I must get ready to leave now. Oh, I see. We're delighted that you'll soon be well enough to go home, Miss Green. Oh dear, you're too kind. I don't deserve it. Maybe you're right. Anyway, I'm gonna go to Gary Deb's place first. Mr. Gary Deb appears to be out. Oh well, I suppose we'll just have to come back again later. Oh, okay. Okay. I guess we don't do that yet. I guess we have to do other things before. Okay, let's go back here and talk to her. Still sitting there, love her for that. She's just vibing, man. I have to get ready to leave. Just doesn't fucking do anything. So are you feeling more like yourself today, Miss Green? I am. Thank you. I mean, people do recover from ordeals like this, don't they? Even people like me. Well, yes, it really was an ordeal, wasn't it? As far as I was concerned, I was just walking along in the snow one evening, minding my own business, and then completely out of the blue, I was struck in the back by a knife and collapsed unconscious for days. Of course, when I finally woke up again yesterday, the whole business had been cleared up already. What a terrible week it's been for you. Oh no, I'm sure I'm very lucky, really. Really? Hold on. I look back on this fondly. Oh, yeah, no, I don't know about all that. But okay, you have issues. Anyway, I must be getting my things together now, so I'm ready to be discharged. Oh, yes, of course. Sorry to take up your time when you're obviously busy. As she continues to just sit there. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go. I guess here? Oh, Runo and Susie, hooray! You're back! Where's the boy? Hello, Iris. You're in fine spirits as always, I see. I am. And you look as immaculately presented as ever, Susie. I'm saying, bro, she kills the outfit. Oh, you flatter me. Well, you could have come at a better time and just made a pot of tea. I don't want to hear anything else about tea. I'll set some cups. Really? Thanks, Iris. But actually, what is that foul smell?
Aha! The Wanderers return at last! Where on earth have the pair of you been?
We've been in court?
Oh, for Mr. Mustache's case. How was today, was it?
I'm sure I mentioned it only yesterday, Mr. Sholmes.
I'm sure you think you did. Well, we can laugh about it now. So tell me, how did the trial go?
Reasonably well so far. We managed to escape without a guilty verdict, at least.
Really? How would I like to see it? And I must pass the time of day with Mr. Reaper again. It's been too long.
Is Lord Von Zeeks an acquaintance, Mr. Sholmes?
Naturally. There's not a person in the world who doesn't know my name, Mr. Naruhodo.
Not quite what I asked, but still. Mr. Sholmes? Whatever is that odor? Yes, what is it? It's faint, but absolutely awful.
Ah, indeed. That's the scent of victory, my dear fellows. Victory in science!
Oh, dear. Alright, I'll bite. What's he up to now? Alright, what's your whole shtick?
Lord Baron von Zeeks. Yes, it's an interesting sobriquet.
Oh man, this game is really expanding my vocabulary, that's for sure.
He has, isn't it? The Reaper of the Bailey.
Oh, so sobriquet is like a title. Okay.
Once the legendary prosecutor has fought for someone's conviction, that person is doomed. Even if he or she is found not guilty by the courts, sooner or later the hapless soul will vanish from the capital.
But vanish how exactly?
By falling under a passing carriage or drowning in the Thames, or succumbing to a sudden fever, or, quite out of the blue, being set upon by a highwayman. There are numerous routes to one's final terminus, my dear fellow.
It all seems a little far-fetched, really.
Well, on the bright side, Mr. Mustache is fighting fit, for the time being, at least.
That's not overly reassuring. If the rumors are true, though, the obvious conclusion would surely be that those acquitted are, well, my Lord Von Zeeks' own hand.
As it happens, Miss Susato, that is quite impossible.
Oh? Why?
Naturally, the man very quickly came under such suspicion. However, whenever these incidents occurred, the Reaper always had a cast-iron alibi.
Maybe someone hates Von Zeeks so much, and they're like, ah, fuck you, Bert Von Zeeks. And then he's like, yeah, but like, I don't do anything that will make you hate, that you'll regret. And he's like, oh, you can't tell me what to do. And then he kills everyone that makes them innocent, that he fails to find guilty or something. So maybe, so maybe. Okay, hold on. Someone, okay, so maybe there's someone in Beric Von Zeeks' past. And they gave him like a little ultimatum. I don't know how long this ultimatum passed, or how long it's supposed to be like active for or whatever, but like it's either, hey, you either get a guilty verdict and send them to jail, or I'll just kill them. And it might just be, I don't know what the motive is for that. Or I don't know. I don't know. But maybe that sounds like a possible route that this could go. So it's just to fuck with him. You think, well, when you put it like that, no. I don't. I think this is someone else is doing. I think someone else is killing these people. But man, I think it. I don't know. An ultimatum sounds cool though. I would like that route. Something to do with the Japanese, I'm sure. Kazuma. Yo, Kazuma is secretly alive, and but because he died, he was like or no, he died and then was awoken. Oh, just like Shamspear. He didn't actually die, even though we didn't feel his pulse. And his body was there for like hours. But like, even though he didn't actually die, he came back alive and he was like, I saw death and I'm evil now. Yep, that's me. And then he's like, Beric von Zieks, we have history. And I tried to help you, but now I'm evil, and then I will not help you anymore. And then even though this took place a while back and doesn't really go with the timeline that's set in the game, it doesn't matter. Beric von Zieks, either you get a guilty verdict for everyone, or else I will kill them. That sounds right. I think I'm gonna go with that theory. Cosmo is alive. He awoke to his Bankai, became a true Reaper, so... I agree! You think Cosmo yells Bankai? I think so. He has a sword. Or he used to have one. Never mind the fact this was going on before he was even out of the country. No. Beric von Zieks visited Japan. No, I didn't tell you this. You didn't let me cook all the way. It's like half baked at the moment. Beric von Zieks visited Japan for some unknown reason. He was like, "Oh man, I really want to see the cherry blossoms in this time of year." And then while he was visiting, like a little romance anime, while they were visiting, while he was looking at the cherry blossoms, he bumped into Kazuma, and then they both blushed, and they're like, "Oh, who are you?" And then they introduce each other, and then they're like, "Oh, okay." And then such like a little slice of life shit going on there, but then they have a little falling out, but they never recovered. It's like a doomed yaoi. It's like that type of thing. Yeah. Let's go with that. It's the doomed yaoi route. Yeah. I like this. Yo, I'm cooking. He can figure out his Bankai later, though. Yeah. I'm gonna go with that. Yeah, that sounds good. I'm locking that in. However, whenever these incidents occurred, the Reaper always had a cast iron alibi. Really? And so his reign continued, but 5 years ago, he vanished from the courts, never to appear as a prosecutor again. That is until you arrived in the country, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, so I've heard. In fact, it was the very day I arrived when I thrust into that trial at the Old Bailey. That bitter fight to the death coincided with the Reaper's resurrection. And it really did end bitterly indeed. And here you are facing Mr. Reaper again. Poor Runo. I don't know if you're just incredibly unlucky or incredibly unlikable. I think it's both. I think it goes deeper than just me. I sense a general loathing of all Japanese people. Yeah, he hates the Japanese, bro. He hates the Japanese. He does not like us, like, at all. So, what is that indescribably foul smell? Ah, well, most probably this, I would say. What is that? My dear fellow, it is, of course, my latest invention! A chemical test that can identify whether or not a tea is genuine at the drop of some tea. Oh my. There are some unscrupulous sorts manning the stalls along some of London's less frequented streets. They regularly sell what purports to be a high-quality tea, but is in fact merely dyed leaves of drab flavor. Well, that's certainly unsavory behavior. So, when one is presented with what appears to be a black tea, one must be careful. Iris? At the ready, Hurley. Let us add a drop of my chemical to this cup of tea here. Do you see what happens? It's turned completely black. And what a foul odor it's giving off. Indeed, the blacker the tea becomes and the more foul the odor, the better the tea is. It would appear that this cup was a particularly fine Darjeeling. That's very ingenious. But what do you think with that black? What do you do with that black liquid now? I don't know. Dump it in the sewers? Why, dispose of it naturally. Surely you wouldn't like to drink it, would you? There does seem to be a rather obvious problem with your new invention, Mr. Sholmes. Hence why this chemical test is merely a test, my dear madam. Right. The point is, we are entering a new era of science in the world of criminal investigation also. Yes, forensic science. Oh, these are such exciting times. Who's the forensic science girl in Ace Attorney Trick? 1- something? Or was it 2- something? Blue Badger. Oh, which one had Blue Badger? Who was that girl with the glasses? I forgot. I regularly engage in the scientific experimentation alongside my unofficial consulting detective work. The Herlock-Sholmes method will be the foundation upon which a modern investigation technique is based. This little tea indicant was a happy byproduct of my ongoing forensic science research. Forensic science? I suppose I should find out more about that. Japanese people. With Mr. Natsume, who I'm currently defending, oh god, being Japanese as well as Miss Susato and myself, I felt it even more keenly in court today. For some reason, Lord Von Zeke seems to have an inherent disdain of the Japanese. You can just say racist. Indeed, it is an interesting observation. It's not an interesting observation. Can it even be called an observation if it's just like that apparent? It doesn't take like 200 IQ? Do you know something about it? Do you, Mr. Sholmes? Oh, it is 1-5, okay. Yeah, who's the girl with the glasses? Emma Sky. Oh. Yeah, when are you seeing her again, dog? I want to see her again. Because I know she comes back, I just don't know when. Do we even see her sister again? It was about 10 years ago that Berg von Zieks chose to enter the legal profession. However, before that time, the young man's closest companion hailed from the Empire of Japan. The Kazuma lore runs deep, don't it? Assuming this is Kazuma. No. What the? Tell us more, Mr. Sholmes. What happened? Emma's a full game detective, though. She's really cool. That's exciting! I can't wait to see more of her. Apollo Trilogy. I believe I made it clear before. I'm unable to tell you anything about the affair. Oh, but... The veil will be lifted on the events of the past in due course, I have no doubt. For now, however, it is Mr. Mustache who is most deserving of your attention, I believe. Okay. So your T-test, is that an example of forensic science? Indeed it is. An essential tool in cases that hinge on the knowledge of whether some tea is of high or inferior quality. Not a huge number of cases, then. Perhaps a more practical example is required. Fingerprints? Not yet accepted in our courts as evidence, I might add. Really, we are dragging our heels here. Hadn't even heard of them until recently. Which is partly why I undertake research in this field myself, of course. Does that mean you're studying fingerprints, Mr. Sholmes? Huh, there are others in that field already, and I abhor the company of inferior minds. No, what I'm researching is skin prints. Skin prints?
A nomenclature of my own design, as in this chemical agent that makes it possible. It instantly reveals objects touched by whichever person is under investigation.
Brilliant, Mr. Sholmes. As long as it doesn't turn everything completely odorous and black.
I assure you, my dear fellows, you will witness my forensic talents in action very soon indeed.
Well, I think we should go back to the scene and see if we can uncover any new clues. That's the spirit, Runo. See you later.
I love these two so much. Yes, until later.
No, Mr. Sholmes, you were thinking you'd come with us.
You were?
Yes, of course. You said so. You said so just a moment ago. You said we'd witness your forensic talents in action.
Ah, yes, I do recall saying something along those lines. But you go on ahead. I shall be sure to follow you later, in all likelihood. Probably. Maybe. Well, I might.
Your commitment astounds me. Oh, thank you, Mr. Sholmes. We'll eagerly await your arrival. At least he's honest. Bye-bye, Runo. Bye, Susie. Cool. I'm gonna go to Gary Dub, see if that updated. It did not. Okay, so let's go to this. Oh, hello again, Inspector Gregson. What are you doing here? Well, we were hoping to have another look around, actually. The lawyer representing the defendant has a right to examine the scene, as I'm sure you're aware. Yeah, I know the score. Oh, yes, one other thing. The soap on the ledge outside the window. Did you find it with the tea in it? Yeah, we found it, alright, and there was a small amount of tea in it, as you said. I knew it. It's for the identification section at the yard now. They're looking into it. The results should be available later today. That's wonderful news. Thank you. Oh. Pretty impressive performance in court this morning. Oh, thanks. Sorry? Nothing. Forget it. Just make sure you don't disturb anything in there. Oh. Aw. He's so sweet. He's so, he likes us. He likes us. Oh my god, he likes us. Let's go here. Anything here? Doesn't seem to be the case. If you ran out of change, you wouldn't even have any light, let alone heat. For the needy, London's winters can be very harsh. That's true, but if you think about it, even the wealthy would find themselves freezing if they ran out of a small change. London's winters can be very harsh for the forgetful too, then. Frankly, I'm starting to wonder if Susato and I are going to make it to spring. That's true. We don't even have a meter at Baker Street, let alone a gas stove. Look how dark the stain on the floor is underneath the meter there. Yes, from all the water dripping out after the ice coins melted, as you established in court this morning. It's a very large and obvious stain, isn't it? Mr. Shamsier must have used an awful lot of ice coins, I suppose. It was an ingenious idea, I'd give him that. I guess we'll talk to Sholmes. Not really much to investigate. Mr. Sholmes, what are you up to over there?
What a question indeed. Was it not your good self who asked me to attend the scene?
Oi! What are you doing here, Sholmes?
What are you up to over there? What are you doing there? What are you doing here? Dear me, what's a great detective? One is always under scrutiny, it seems.
Is now the time, Mr. Sholmes? Are you about to show us your forensic talents in action as you promised?
With the greatest of pleasure, my dear madam.
Here we go. What's all this? Oh, his goggles. Oh, so he wears the mask when it says, oh, that's cute. I like that. Oh, and it's even animated. Dude, this costume hits. They went, okay, no wonder they didn't, like, I'm happy that they have multiple, like, they have one costume, but, like, they really animated it. But except I wish with Ryunosuke's costume, like, you know how his armband falls off and then he picks it back up, but it just looks weird with the costume because there's nothing there. I wish they added something there and animated that, but like Herlock Sholmes' costume looks really good. They did really well with it. Other than that one nitpick from Ryunosuke's costume, I really like everyone's costume. Herlock Sholmes' sensational skin print seeker gun. Okay. Moments ago, I took a sample from the teacup that was used by the victim. A sample from Mr. Shamspeare's cup? Each individual leaves microscopic secretions on everything he or she touches. A sample of those secretions is all I need to produce this, a refined indicator solution. By liberally spraying the room with this chemical, everything the victim touched is instantly revealed with the aid of these goggles. Here, try them on. There, now spray the chemical indicator about and all will be revealed. Spray? How do I do that exactly? A little press of spacebar on the area you're interested in is all that's required. Like this. Oh. What is that stuff? It's like fog. A suspension of the chemical indicator in a pressurized gas. It's the most efficient way to cover a large area. That was another invention I discovered incidentally whilst I was developing this idea. As you do. Go ahead, try it, my dear fellow. We may learn something interesting about the victim's movements on the night in question. Well, there's nothing to lose, I suppose. Let's explore. This is cool. Oh, okay. The window. Okay. Whoa. Someone got freaky over here. There are dozens of handprints here. So there are, a great many indeed, so much so that it's hard to make out any one individual print, in fact. It sends a chill down my spine. Perhaps he was leaning against the wall while he admired this picture? Unlikely, I would say. It's a rather dull scene, after all. Yeah, just take the painting off. Without wishing to state the obvious... Oh, wait, that's his stone. Without wishing to state the obvious, you wouldn't generally admire a picture from such close quarters, I feel. Oh, very true, Mrs. Suto. It's a bit of a mystery, then. Take the painting off, man. Okay. Okay. Is there anything else I missed? There has to be something else here, no? Oh no, I'm trying to interact with the painting. Can I take this off? There has to be something else I didn't interact with. Oh, there we go. Look at all this here. Oh, yes, interesting. A multitude of the victim's handprints. Why are there so many of them on the floor in this one spot? Oh, perhaps he had a bad fall just here? Or I said that wrong. Or I said that weird, but whatever. There's nothing obvious that he would have tripped over, though, is there? I wonder. Personally, I often stumble when there's nothing obvious to trip over. I think that's something only a great detective would do, Mr. Sholmes. Okay. Well, this is quite a puzzle. Handprints all over the floor. Yes, there's no obvious explanation. Okay. Weird. I don't know what happened. He really is doing it the Emma way. I can't wait to see Emma again. Oh, I'm so excited. Well, we sprayed Mr. Sholmes' amazing skin print indicator all over this room, didn't we? Yeah, my favorite. What's your favorite part of Great Ace Attorney? Oh, my favorite part of Great Ace Attorney is when I sprayed all over the room, all over. I got it all over the place. We did, but there are two places in particular that are of interest, I would say. The handprints on the floor there, and on the wall by the picture, you mean? Yeah, take both off. Take the floorboard that's clearly interactable off, and take the painting off. Yes, and I think the floor warrants closer investigation. I won't be a moment. Ah! What is it, Miss Susuto? Splinter? Look here, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, never mind. One of the floorboards has popped out. One of the... You mean... It's a secret hiding place?
Excellent work, Miss Susuto. So, what do we have in here? Oi! What are you lot doing?
Inspector Gregson, stand aside right this minute. It's my job to investigate there.
No need, Inspector. You continue to dig into your portion of chips whilst we dig around under the floor here.
Your fancy talk's putting me off my food anyway, Sholmes. A new bit of evidence is exactly what I need. Wow, a secret hiding place under the floor. What a find! It's not a hiding place you can make use of in Japan. I don't think I could lift a straw tatami mat. Now I know, but I never expected one of these wooden floorboards to move either. What do you mean, Ryunosuke? It's clearly interactable. Can't you see? It's got me wondering about the wall over there too. Aren't you curious? Oh! I'll investigate at once. There's nothing behind the picture, sadly. Only the wall. So why was it... Is there something in the painting itself? Like, what? It doesn't have to be behind the paint. Is the painting, like, hiding something? Investigate the painting. How disappointing. But then, how do you explain the handprints? I really can't think why anyone would have been touching the wall over and over in one place like that. I have an idea. Oh. There you are, a print for you. Handprints on the wall. Traces of handprints on the wall discovered using the skin print seeker gun. There are multiple prints on either side of the hanging picture. Oh, thank you very much. His invention can make prints too? Now then, I wonder if Inspector Gregson found anything under the floor there. I'm desperate to know. So am I. Gregson? Okay, examine. I'd love to know if there's anything hidden underneath the floorboard there. Allow me to ask Gregson now. After all, we're well acquainted. Inspector Gregson, really, it's been too long. What is it, Sholmes? I thought perhaps you might show me what you found there, seeing as though we're such good friends. We're not friends. No, I suppose not. Well, he tried. A dismal failure. Yes, I heard. I'd kill to know what was under that floorboard. Okay, so I guess we're done here. Unless... Alright then, fair is fair. What? You did discover the hiding place after all. I suppose I should at least fill you in. Really, Inspector? Thank you. Do it quickly, my dear fellow. If there's one thing I know about this man, it's that he blows with the wind, as fickle as the weather. Oi, stop making me out to be some kind of nut. There are 3 items under the floor there. A newspaper clipping, a photographic print, and a tin box. Now, what do you want to know? Literally all of them. I said this was cut out of the paper about 3 months ago. It's about a convict who got sick and died while he was 7 time up in Manchester. How terrible. It made the headlines down here in London as well. This book had been sentenced to death, you see, but nature got him first. Oh my goodness, he committed a capital offense? A man by the name of Selden, nasty piece of work, into burglaries and murder. They say the hoard he knocked off was worth about £1,000. A hoard? Of treasure, you mean? Jewelry and the like, but he hidden it somewhere. No one knows where, and now he's dead. Dude, it's just like One Piece. Great Ace Attorney is just like One Piece. Holy shit. And now we have to go find it. The papers loved it, of course. £1,000 last en route to hell. Or such was the headline. Does it not strike you, though? Why such an article would be so carefully ensconced under the floor? I suppose now you mention it, it does seem a bit odd. Perhaps I'll go over the paperwork we've got on Selden back at the yard and see if I can turn anything up. A newspaper article about Selden, a criminal sentenced to receive the death penalty. However, he died of illness in prison whilst his loot remained undiscovered. I can't even see the picture? Oh. Okay. So, this is the photograph I found. Looks reasonably recent to me. Oh, that's the picture, oh shit. Let me see this. This is, okay, so... That's, probably Loverboy with Olive. Okay, so we know that since, she has a, portrait of him. Why is, Why is he with, what's his face? Yes, it would appear to have been taken on the street in front of the house here. And the gentleman on the left is Mr. Gary Dub, there we go, that's his name. The landlord, of course. Who's the young man on the right? Mr. Gary Dub's son, perhaps? What if that's secretly, Sherlock, Shamspeare, there we go. Not Sherlock, what the hell? What if that's Shamspeare? What if that's just a younger Shamspeare? Who knows? Whoa, crackhead theory. And that's how this whole thing connects. Younger Shamspeare had a falling out with Olive Green or whatever the fuck, I don't know. And that's it. That's where my theory ends. I don't know. I don't know what the hell I'm cooking. I'm just spouting shit. Perhaps you can take that print if... Oh, perhaps you can take that print if you like. Really? Are you sure? We can presume, therefore, that the yard already knows. The identity of the young fellow, that is. Ah, is that true? Well, it's too bad if we do. Unfortunately for your lot, leaking information isn't one of my pastimes. My dear Inspector, if I may be so bold as to point something out. Pastimes are for one's leisure, but this is for work. All the more reason I'm not telling you. A dismal failure. Oh, he tried. Yes, I heard. The hidden photograph, okay. A photograph print found in Mr. Shamspeare's room. It shows the landlord, Mr. Gary Dub, together with a young man. I wonder why a photograph like this was hidden under the floor. I mean, Mr. Shamspeare himself isn't in it. Photographic prints are still rare treasures in the East End. I imagine Mr. Gary Dub was rather delighted to have been immortalized. He probably made a proud present of it. Now this tin box looks interesting, doesn't it? Might I suggest, Inspector, that you open it? If you were to find something inside that reveals the truth behind this case, I wouldn't be in the least surprised. Yeah, funnily enough, I already had a look. It's completely empty. You say that. What? Shamspeare, give us a clue, man! You didn't even have the chance to utter a word, Mr. Naruhodo. But anyway, at least we found out what's inside the box. Yes, thin air. It's empty, rather like how I feel inside. Wow. Damn. Is there nothing more to this box then? I wonder. That's it? Oh, we can't even have the box? I want to investigate it. No! 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 Oh no, there's a cat. Oh, we're fucked, Darka. Oh, it's Sosuke's cat. Oh, thank God. Oh, look! It's that lovely little kitty cat. What was his name again? It's Mr. Natsume's, isn't it? I don't think we ever asked him, actually. It's Waga... Oh, that's his name, Wagahai. It's Wagahai! Why don't we call it, Wagahai? Oh, wait! Oh, okay. Clever. Clever, clever, clever. So this is the case where... Okay, so now they're trying to make it flow smoothly into into G1-5. I see, I see. Where you're like, oh, you just see Wagahai and they're like, oh, how do they know the name Wagahai? What? But no, they named him. You know, like Mr. Natsume refers to himself in Japanese. I wonder how he got in here. Clever cat. I wonder how he got in here. Maybe check behind this. Maybe it's a clue. Oh, wonderful. Well then, Wagahai, here's something delicious I bought for you from the cat's meat man. You just had that on you? Look at him go. Look at him. Oh my god, I love Wagahai. Look at Wagahai go. Oh my god. And he said, oh, look at him. He works so hard. He couldn't be happier now. Look. I just hope we can bring some happiness to his owner, too. Look at him. He's making biscuits. You see that? Oh my god, I love you. Oh my big stretch. Yeah. That was a cheeky little meow, Wagahai. Oh my god, I love you. Oh, but he's so adorable. Look at him making biscuits. Oh! I could sit and watch him forever. I think he may not appreciate that after a while, and we have an investigation to get back to. Okay, I guess nothing else. We can move on. Cool. This surely updated now, right? Still? I guess we'll continue here. Oh, Mr. Natsume is back. So he is. Mr. Natsume, hello. You good? Oh.
I am a cat.
Sorry?
I don't know who Mr. Natsume is, or her Lakshams. I don't know about courts or trials or Old Baileys. I'm a cat. That's what I am. Just a cat.
Mr. Naruhodo, he's trying to escape from reality. Trying to? He already has. Completely. So, what is your name then?
As yet I have no name.
Mr. Naruhodo, he hasn't fully thought about his new identity yet. Maybe it's not too late to bring it back to reality. Do you think you could open your eyes for us, Mr. Natsume? The only break he gets is when he sleeps. I feel so bad because as soon as he opens his eyes, he's just like looking like 360 degrees all the time. Let the man breathe.
I am not a cat.
It worked. He's back in the real world.
What's going to become of me? No! Don't answer that. It's obvious. My cursed soul is never going to escape this accursed fate.
Mr. Natsume, no. Bad cat. This morning's proceedings in court prove that there's hope.
Yes, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire was brilliant, but the Reaper is omnipresent in court, in my lodgings, here, there, everywhere!
What's he looking straight at me for? I think perhaps there are some things we should discuss.
Oh, yes, we must.
Alright, let's talk, you and I.
In my whole life, have I ever been so moved as I was today? No! Of course, if I cast my mind back, there were perhaps one or two other occasions that moved me more. But if I just blocked those out, then today, being in that courtroom was... It was the most moving experience of my life. Welcome to the Mr. Naruto Esquire.
You're too kind. Scotland Yard found the remaining tea just as we deduced and are analyzing it as we speak.
There's nothing wrong with that tea. They won't find a drop of poison in it. That's Solemn, Swore, Soseki, Sandy.
Tell me, did you both drink the tea at the same time that night?
Oh yes, most definitely. Remember, drink tea while it's hot. We both poured it down our throats like it was a hot bath for our bellies.
And at the same time, you were both completely fine. Right? And at the time, you were both completely fine. As shown by the fact that he and... So what's the tea ring for, if you both drank it at the same time? That's weird. As shown by the fact that he and Mr. Shamspear was engaged in the Romeo and Juliet match. I suppose the focus of tomorrow's proceedings will be how the poison was taken by the victim then. Assuming he's not lying about it. Well, I don't think he lied, right? Yeah, just in the small, yeah. Well, I mean, he could have just taken that on purpose. I don't know. I still don't know how that whole thing happened.
That rotten Shamspear! What have I ever done to him?
You don't recall him taking issue with you over anything you've done recently?
I've been holed up in my room immersed in books. I don't recall anything at all.
Perhaps he poured another cup of tea? Oh, probably. Probably. Right.
But what I don't understand is why he didn't let me know sooner.
Now you know what, Mr. Natsume?
About the soap, of course. What else?
Oh dear. Are you struggling with such a meager stipend?
Of course I am, if I had money. I wouldn't have chosen to live in an accursed existence, Jesus. In such accursed lodgings.
Oh yes, you said it's because the place is cursed that it's so cheap, didn't you?
Exactly, especially the room that I rent. The spirit of that capital offender who lived there still haunts the place. And it's trying to kill me!
Capital offender?
Might I ask, local student Mr. Naruto Esquire, that the next time you visit me, you bring scores of super soft soaps?
Sure, man. Is that it? Are we done? I guess? Did this update? Dude, I'm never going to be able to talk to him. Well, can we present something to him? Do anything about this? Oh, no, it's nothing. Okay. Do anything about this? Okay. I'm assuming he knows nothing about the new pieces of evidence. Oh, there it is. What's this? It's a newspaper cutting that we found in Mr. Shamspear's room.
Ah, so he knew, did he?
Sorry?
About this man, Selden. A convicted killer, and the evil spirit behind the curse that affects my lodgings.
Oh! He died in here? Or he died in your lodgings? Oh, shit. That's wild. I didn't know that. What?
He's already taken one young man's life.
Oh, wait. Yeah, that's Soseki.
And now, he's trying to take the life of another, a miserable mustache, much-aligned Japanese man.
Mr. Natsume, if you know something, please, you must tell us. Tell us everything you can about this evil spirit.
Oh my god. The truth is, I don't know the details myself until very recently. That soda man was arrested about a year ago now.
I'm gonna finish this investigation and then end stream, and then we'll continue tomorrow. We'll beat the second case tomorrow.
And at the time, he was heading out in lodgings at Mr. Gary Dub's house.
If the car problems aren't super crazy, I hope I'm able to get that whole situation resolved.
And at the time, he was heading out in lodgings at Mr. Gary Dub's house.
What? He lived where you do now?
That's right, yes, exactly where I live now. In my very room.
Oh my, your room was previously occupied by a criminal found guilty of a capital offense?
But before his sentence could be carried out, he died in prison. That was 3 months ago now. And that's when it started. The curse.
What really is this curse you keep mentioning, Mr. Natsume?
It's already caused 1 death a few months after the criminal passed away in prison. A man died in the room. The man who rented it after Selden, in fact. The poor lodger, he was found dead in mysterious circumstances.
Okay, so I got it wrong. So, okay. So, Selden occupied it. He died in prison, then another fucker occupied it. He died in the room, and then now you're occupying it, now you think you're cursed. Got it.
The room was locked from the inside.
Locked from the inside? Exactly like the case we're dealing with now. So that's the convict's curse, is it?
Yes, well, that was the start of it.
Okay. Do you have any idea how the lodger before you passed away, Mr. Natsume?
The official cause of death was asphyxia. When they discovered the body, the room was full of gas.
Gas?
I only found that out after I signed the lease. When Mr. Gator came to tell me that later, I couldn't stop myself trembling. In fact, if I'd known beforehand, I'd probably have been too scared to take the room. Landlord's lease, luckily legal!
Lucky for Mr. Garrida, maybe, but not so lucky for poor Mr. Natsume. And I believe this curse is affecting you.
It is, it is! At first, I just felt as though I was being watched. All the time.
And then you talked about having nightmares, didn't you?
The dead are trying to take me with them. They come for me and try to suffocate me. Just when I'm struggling to breathe, I wake up. And the room is as cold as ice!
But why is your room so cold?
London winters are too cold to bear without any heating on overnight. But for some reason, even though I light the stove before I climb into bed that night, the pilot light always goes out and the room fills with gas.
But that's terrible. It's exactly the same situation as what led to the previous occupant's death. And then there's what happened to Mr. Shamspeare last night when he was mysteriously poisoned. There's clearly more to that incident that can be explained by a curse, though. Whatever could be the cause of all these strange happenings in Mr. Gary Dub's rooms. I think it's just not a great place to live in. That's all. Do I go to Gary Dub's room now? Finally! Ah, you're here now, Mr. Gary Dub.
Right, bally business it is for me, you know, getting out and about.
Were you at the Old Bailey by any chance?
Naturally, fate of my lodgings hanging in the balance and all that, not a trial to miss.
The fate of what's already been dubbed your haunted lodgings, yes.
Of course, the place has caused quite a stir around the capital on more than one occasion already. As the old haunted lodgings or some such.
Ah, well, at least he knows.
Makes you wonder what the blazes is going on, don't you know?
Yes, I'm sure it does. In fact, thinking back to Mr. Natsume's other trial just 2 days ago, you were at the Old Bailey then as well, weren't you? Testifying with your wife about what happened?
Stopped off at the prison on the way home, in fact. Beastly business.
I see. How is she faring in there? Not like I care, but...
So, what brings you to my haunted abode today, eh?
Okay, so let's present. I keep bringing that up. Hidden photograph. Okay, I was gonna do that anyway, but... By the way, if you're concerned, I didn't see the other... Like, the spoilers from the other achievement. I know I accidentally scrolled over them. But I didn't read it. Mr. Garydub, could I ask you to look at this photograph? She has killed 3 other inmates. A gang has formed around her. History will speak of her infamy. Is that your son who's with you? Who's with you there?
No, not at all. He was a lodger here once. Duncan Ross was his name.
Duncan Ross.
A street photographer happened to be passing, so I asked him to take a shot, just for kicks, really.
Was he by any chance the lodger before Mr. Natsume?
Yes, that's right.
Ah, the young gentleman who died in the room in mysterious circumstances. Just what Mr. Mustache was waiting for, one might say.
Yes, young Duncan lived in the room at the top of the first flight of stairs before that Japanese chap.
Would you mind telling us a little more about him? Ah, there we go. And then... as you walk in to talk to Miss Green, you'll see her put it on the bottle. Inspect this bottle for the achievement. Got it! Okay, let's just finish talking with him.
Some fishy fellow from the Far East and a failed actor chap of questionable character, eh? Yes, the house does seem to have become something of a magnet for rum fellows of late. Thanks to that bally curse.
The convict's curse, you mean?
Ah, heard the stories, have you? Rotten scoundrel was arrested here, and then the next chap in the room goes and kills over. Then there was that woman who dropped dead just outside on the street, not to mention the actor yesterday. Am I next, eh? Well, can't help but get the collywobbles, can you?
Please tell me that's an actual term, and they just didn't make up gibberish. When you say the woman who dropped dead outside on the street, do you mean Miss Green? Because Miss Green, who was stabbed by the knife, and Mr. Shamspear, who was poisoned last night, are both very much alive still.
Yes, well, so is that blasted convict's curse, it seems.
Personally, I should be quite content with such lodgings. A bath, a toilet, a fireplace. A fascinating history. Why, it sounds like the lap of luxury. I'm not so sure about that.
Well, there's no bath or toilet included.
Collywobbles has been said by someone before, certainly. Yeah, someone in history must have said it, for sure.
But there's no bath or toilet included, no fireplace either.
But you do look out for your tenants, don't you? By watching the rise and fall of the flames in your gas lamps up here?
Yes, never hurts to keep an eye on things.
You don't have a choice, bro. It's your gas lamps. Like, they're... Oh yeah, I'm keeping an eye on them. I'm taking good care of them. You're not making an active effort, bro. That's just a thing that happens, and you just notice the pattern. Like, what? It has a definition on Google. It's real. I'm British. I should know this. You have sinned. You have sullied your British blood. Alright, hold on. Collie wobbles. Oh my fucking god. Stomach pain or queasiness? Intense anxiety or nervousness, especially with stomach queasiness. Such organizations give him the collywobbles. Oh, I love the Brits. I do love them. They are so funny.
Never hurts to keep an eye on things in case there are any mishaps or such like.
I think you've had your mishap already, sir. That's not helpful, Mr. Sholmes.
Heaven forgive me, the words just came to my lips.
Your lodgers. My British blood means much to begin. It's not like my British blood means much to begin with. That's true. Like, how dare you even shit on your British food, your fine cuisine? That one time on stream when we were talking about that, I don't remember when, but it happened.
Some fishy fellow from the Far East and a failed actor chap of questionable character.
Wait, did it? There's no need for that, Mr. Gary Dub. Oh no, this is no. Okay. We made collywobbles and we're responsible for lots of colonialism. Well, we could also, like, ignore that. Collywobbles is pretty cool, though. I agree. It's funny to say, and I give it some points for that. That's right, Mr. Natsume is in no way fishy.
He is undeniably peculiar, however.
Is it right that we took the vacancy immediately after the previous tenant passed away?
Yes, that's right. I asked the estate agent to find someone and he popped up this very same day.
I see. Do you think the skeleton of the previous tenant's body is still there? Behind all the books and whatnot?
Never come across a chap so keen for a place with a background, as it were.
I don't think it was the room's background he was keen on so much as the cheap rent, actually. So, how long has Mr. Shamspear been lodging under your roof?
That failed actor chub? Let me see. Oh, of course. Yes, it's been 3 months now. Quite sure of it.
Only 3 months. He's quite new here too, then.
And to what do you owe,
3 months, huh? January, December, November, nah, it wouldn't be. Because, like, this happened in October? Since the end of October. So, like, I'm just going to say 31st for simplicity's sake. So, October, early November. Late October, early November. Around there, if it's like the 31st. Okay. Well, I don't think this is important. It might be, but
and to what do you owe your certainty in that regard, Mr. Gary Depp, if I might ask?
Alright.
When it was that Selden scoundrel, as it happens.
Selden? The convict, you mean? Do Selden and Shamspeare have some kind of connection, then? I do think so.
That convict chap Selden passed away in the clink 3 months ago now, you see? Some malady or some malady or other.
Yes, we've seen the report from the newspaper at the time.
Well, it was only 3 days later that the tragedian showed his face. The actor fellow.
Really? Only 3 days after, huh? That's weird. I wonder what the connection is there.
Yes, I remember it quite distinctly.
'Tis small this world we inhabit. Prithee, landlord, hear my request. I, the humble Shamspeare, do desire to take thy room on the middle floor, offered Eriwell for rent.
Terribly sorry and whatnot, but that won't be necessary. I already have a lodger on the middle floor. Ground floor room's vacant, though.
Nothing can be made out of nothing. Let me repeat mine will unto thee.
Those curs must be muffling your ears. The room on the middle floor is taken. It's ground floor or nothing.
Very well, we have an accord.
Glad to hear it. Welcome to Bar Road.
Lord Shamspeare dance to celebrate.
Well, anyway. From what I heard in court today, sounds like the chap was thieving gas. And he was 3 months in arrears with the rent too. Yes, the fellow was a bonny player, all right. Thank you for your candor, Mr. Gary Depp. We are most grateful. By way of appreciation, allow me to say 1 or 2 words. Give me my robe, put on my crown. I have immortal longings in me.
What's happened to you? I love this game.
Shakespeare, my dear fellow, one of his most famous lines. I wish to divulge my own learning of the subject, for I have a turn for literature too, you know.
Perhaps you could turn your attention to more apt lines, then. Alright, Lodger's death.
Yes, Duncan Ross. Young chap was attending art school. Had to work to pay for it, mind. Moved into the middle floor about a year ago, after that criminal Selden was arrested. Young students always on the hunt for rooms with a history behind them.
A history of cheap rent, maybe, yes.
Yes, well, anyway, it was one morning about a month ago now. Hadn't quite worked out the old trick of watching the gas lamps to see what my lodgers are up to at the time. So sadly, I was rather tardy to discover what had happened. Smell of gas that alerted me it was. Ah, yes, synonymous with the smell of death. Called the police straight away, of course, and the officer kicked the door off its hinge.
I thought that was an O. I thought it was like a British thing for a second. Hingos.
Hinges. But once we got inside, we all bodily collapsed.
Because of the gas?
Yes, room was full of it, no air at all. Stove must have gone out while the poor chap was sleeping in his bed.
So Mr. Ross suffocated to death.
Of course, the police gave me a sound ticking off because the gas pipes were so old and that. Can't tell you how much it sent me back to have the lot to replace all over the house.
Dude, your house is a living... Your property is a living weapon. There's something about a character in a wacky anime VN just going, what is wrong with you? To the wackiness that is never not funny to me. They really did. They peak with the comedy in this game. It's so good. It's so, I love Ace Attorney comedy so much. I'm never sick of it. What is wrong with you? That the stove goes out at night whilst he's asleep in bed.
Well, that's the Bali curse, the convict's curse. I've done my duty as a landlord now.
Someone's feeling defensive. Well, we're done talking with them, so now we need to go to the hospital.
That reminds me, actually.
Yes?
About young Duncan, the night before the poor chap perished. He'd been writing a letter of affection to a young lady.
A love letter, you mean?
Yes, where did I put it now? Ah, here it is.
If you excuse me, let me see now. What does it say? To my most beautiful and charming sweetheart. Okay, so they're not... Okay, they're not related at all. Okay, so they are lovers. Alright. I don't know, man. Like, he's blind. He has, like, similar, like, hairstyle. I don't know. Like, it's weird. It's weird how games make characters look similar and... Like, come on. Like, do you blame me? Do you blame me? I mean, no, wait, even they... Oh, wait, am I dumbass? Duncan, Ross, God of Green. No, well, obviously they're not related, but, like, still. It's weird that they made him look, like, slightly similar like that. I don't know. Many games do that. I don't know why. To my most beautiful and charming sweetheart. Do you think that we should be reading such a personal piece of correspondence? My dear Miss Susato, that is precisely why I preface my reading with, if you'll excuse me. I would not excuse you, Mr. Sholmes, no. Sadly, he didn't address it, though. So I have no means of delivering the thing. Rather sad, really. I see. That's going to play on my mind. But really, the identity of Mr. Ross's sweetheart has no bearing on the case. No, it does. I think we should leave well alone. Yes, I suppose you're right.
Indeed, the intended recipient's address is missing, however.
Oh wait, wrong person, but whatever. The perfect couples always look similar in anime, don't know why. You think there's something else going on behind the scene? Because, like, we got in, like, I forget which Ace Attorney it was. Was it Justice for All? Where it's, the motorcycle girl and... Can we not mention that? Oh my god, shut up, man. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. I'm not the one that wrote that. I'm not the one that wrote that. Leave me alone. Leave it. Look. We can... You have your landmines. I have my landmines. Okay? Alright? Remember, Battler said the whole... Maria, when you get older, I'm not forgetting about that, alright? Ron and Desi. No, I'm saying, no, what I'm trying to say with Ron and Desi is that, that they don't look similar. So they've done that before. They've done the whole not similar looking thing before. That's what I'm trying to get at. I didn't finish my sentence, but I don't know. I guess it's weird because we've also seen... No, I guess the officer, the two people that are madly in love. That isn't... They don't look similar at all. I think there's just a unique situation where they do. There's a name attributed to the man's most beautiful and charming sweetheart. At least that isn't the entire plot of Women. Well, it's not the entire plot of Ocean Oko. To be fair, it's not the entire plot. It's not. Dude, come on. You gotta believe me. It's weird. I hate anime sometimes. Why did he do that? Why the fuck did he do that? Why did he do that? Oh, God. We're moving on. I can't. I hate that. I hate it. Ugh. Why the fuck, man? Oh, my God. Anyway. Mr. Sholmes, please. I've already had to chastise you about this once.
My undying love to you, my colorful darling, Olive Green. Olive Green? The woman who was plunged into a coma after a knife plunged into her back outside this house 5 days ago. The victim of the last case Sosuke was in court for, who regained consciousness only yesterday. Is it just chance that her name has come up now? Could it possibly be a mere coincidence? Mr. Naruhodo, whatever can this mean? Reading personal correspondence can have its merits, you see, Mrs. Sutton. Ah! I love going through people's personal property. I love it. Alright. Over here. Put the bottle down. Mr. Naruhodo, I've just finished speaking with the doctor. Where is she? Where is she with the bottle? I need to read the bottle. It seems Miss Green is well enough to be discharged at last. This is good news, but hopefully just before she leaves. What is it? Oh? What is she drinking? Miss Green! Aw, is she looking at a picture of him? Aww. What was that? She clearly just hid something behind her back. Oh, one moment, I'll be with you in a jiffy. Alright. Oh, hello everyone. What are you all doing here? The doctor has said I can be discharged, so I'm just getting my things together. You have been getting your things together for 5 hours now. Miss Green, what were you just doing? Oh, nothing, really. I was just about to take some medicine the doctor prescribed for me, that's all. Well, we were hoping to have another quick chat with you if that's alright. I don't really have anything else to tell you. Alright, she's definitely behaving strangely. Let's see if we can't coax something out of her. And now... This is the bottle that Miss Green was just about to drink from when we arrived. Yes, she looked rather preoccupied, didn't she? Perhaps it's very bitter. I can't stand bitter medicine. I suppose that could be it. In fact, whenever a doctor prescribes me medicine for a number of days, I always take it all at once. Are you batshit insane? Oh no. Well, if you have to take something you don't like, it's best to get it all out of the way in one go, isn't it? Whatever. Oh dear, and I thought it was Miss Green I should be worrying about at the moment. Down in one. Yeah, okay, I thought that was relating to Miss Green. No, it's him? I was referring to Naruhodo. Naruhodo, what the fucking hell, man? Okay, so, and now the Noodler. Oh, I guess it does have Ryunosuke's picture on it. Okay. The Noodler! And then, oh wow, episode 3 has a lot. Episode 4, not so much. Miscellaneous. I got this, right? Bespoke Tailor? Where is that? Did I not get that? No, I did. Where is that? Oh my god, I can't see it. Prime present for the... Wait, did I not get it? Dude, am I blind? Oh, it's right there. Oh my god, how did I not see that? Holy shit. Oh my god, I was so blind there. Okay, well, at least for every stream, I want to get, like, at least one achievement, right? So I got that. We're still missing a lot. So tomorrow we'll get the Noodler. We'll get the achievement for beating the case, and then we'll just... Oh, we finished Herlockian in episode 3. Nice. Okay, cool. Anyway, back. The Noodler. Yeah, I don't know why it's called that, but I can't wait to get it. I don't know, dude.
This trial is, or this case is long, man. Okay, let's converse. It's wonderful news that you're going to be discharged, Miss Green. Oh yes, I mean, thank you. Once people are better, the hospital staff don't want them lingering and wasting space. Not people like me, anyway. So I don't think I should keep anyone waiting. I probably shouldn't stand around and chat. She certainly doesn't seem to be in the mood to talk, that's for sure. Next trial section is the last one. Okay, so we definitely 100%. If my car problems get fixed tomorrow, I won't be preoccupied, so we should be able to finish this episode tomorrow and start episode 3. She certainly doesn't seem to be in the mood to talk, that's for sure. But I do want to, like, get this stuff, like, get as much as I can out of the way today. Miss Green, we're hoping to ask you about someone. Mr. Duncan Ross. You knew him, didn't you? Oh. Oh. What was she about to drink? Oh no, I'm so sorry. The bottle of medicine fell down when she did. Wait, what? Why is it pink? Oh, Miss Green, are you alright? Is it... I mean, I know certain medicines are pink, but like... Is it medicine? I hope so. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to startle you like that. No, it's alright. I just wasn't expecting it. But how do you know about Duncan? Mr. Ross had been writing a letter when he passed away. The landlord found it in his room. It was a very personal letter to you. It was at the art school. That's where I met Duncan, a year ago now. Aww. Is it pink sauce? Don't you love it how pink sauce progressively got less and less and less and less pink? That shit is not pink anymore, man. He was working to fund his studies. He dreamt of becoming a professional artist one day. And the two of you became romantically involved. I mean, I guess as a result, it got less and less and less and less poisonous, so... Yes, that's right. We were very much in love. We were engaged to be married, actually. Wow. That's why he decided to move into a cheaper room to save money for the wedding. And that's what led him to Mr. Gary Dubs. Yes, he told me he found the worst but cheapest room in the entire East End. And then, 1 month ago, that's when it happened. We're so terribly sorry, Miss Green. Well, it's all in the past now, I suppose. Poor Miss Green. She looks desperately sad. I feel so bad, man. Dude, can't we just give Sosuke and Olive a break? Like, just let them be happy. I was starting to think that's just her look. She's just sad all the time. Can't fix it. But now I see that she has every reason to feel the universe is against her. Oh, look at that. I do hope you won't think I'm being rude, but... Would you mind leaving me in peace now? I have to leave the hospital soon. I'm so sorry, we didn't mean to hold you up. Of course, we'll be on our way. Mr. Naruhodo... Oh, it's, Sholmes? Mr. Naruhodo! When a character's so pathetic, you start making fun of them, but it's just lasts so long, so I was making a joke and it's just sad. That is also my experience with her, yeah. You just start pitying her, I feel bad. Like, damn, give her a break. I pitied her at first, but now, like, oh yeah, her fiance died too, by the way, because that wasn't bad enough that she almost died. Literally right after he died, by the way. A month after he died, she was put in that situation. Not even enough time to grieve appropriately. Oh my god. And she's a student, so she always has to keep up. And she has self-esteem issues. Oh my god. No, I feel bad. I am sorry for ever dissing you. I take it back. I formally apologize. Surely we're not about to leave. That's quite out of the question. What? Mr. Sholmes, I didn't realize you were here. But of course I was, my dear fellow. Watching intently from the shadows, as always. Well, make your presence known next time. Mr. Sholmes, what's this about? Is the rat dead? Was she going to kill herself? Oh no. Something which occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Sato, is this. Why do detectives insist on such an ex post facto modus operandi? Why solve a case after it's happened? Instead of preventing a case before it happens, that is what sets a great detective apart. What do you mean? Look at the rat, it's dead! I didn't even noticed the rat coming up. Was the rat like walking up and then it keeled over and I just didn't notice? There is a case waiting to happen under our very noses, Mr. Naruhodo. So let us avert disaster. Let us prevent this case from ever happening with nothing but careful observation. Alright. All the clues you need are set before you. You need only look and you cannot fail to see. You can do it, Mr. Naruhodo. I know you can. Yeah, 1 second. That mouse seems to be dead. Look, I didn't notice it there before, did you? I think perhaps it drank the medicine that spilled out of the bottle. But that's the bottle that Miss Green was about to drink from when we arrived. Wow, things just got so morbid. You don't think... Ah, I see you've come to appreciate the true nature of this scene. That of a tragedy about to take place. Yes, I think it's falling into place. Miss Green, the contents of the bottle you had before has spilt out on the floor, and the poor mouse that drank it has sadly died. I think it's clear that the bottle must have contained a powerful poison. Don't worry. I will attend to the mouse presently. Damn. Miss Green, were you intending to go the same way as that rodent? To take your own life? I love how Sholmes, like, you would assume he's a character that would ruin a scene, given how he acts, but like when something is supposed to be taken seriously, Sholmes also takes it seriously. Thank God for that. Once we'd left, you would have put it to your lips again, wouldn't you? And taken the poison? Miss Green, please talk to us. Uh-oh. That's why he's one of my top 7 characters. I really like Sholmes, man. I think I have to agree. I haven't met a lot of characters that I like as much as Sholmes. I'm not gonna say top 7. I think he's higher than that for me. I think he's top 5 for me for sure. I don't know. I don't have like an official list. It's just how I feel at the moment. But I really like Sholmes. I think he's a really good character. I can get why people get sick of him, but I don't know. I love him. 10 seconds later, we would have arrived at a very different scene here. In all probability, we would not have enjoyed this most delightful conversation. Of course, perhaps it hasn't been quite so delightful from your perspective, Miss Green. Actually, in a way, now that everything's out in the open, I feel like a weight has been lifted. Tell me, how did you acquire that medicine? Well, with this being a hospital and all, when the doctor comes to examine me in the mornings, he always leaves the medicine cabinet open for a while. Well, there's still like 5 other games I need to play for Ace Attorney after this, so I'm sure there's a lot of more characters that I'll come to love. He always leaves the medicine cabinet open for a while, so I snuck this out when he wasn't looking. It conspicuously lacks a label. I wonder what it contains. I'm afraid that I don't really know, but I thought if I drank it, it might just stop the pain somehow. Damn. Dude, this case got really dark so quick. Wow. Oh, please, Miss Green. Don't talk of such things. Well, it seems clear now that it contains poison. Yes, that poor little mouse is proof of that. Oh no, it's all my fault. What have I done? I really do hope after this case she, like, lives happily.
I shall remove this to my office, Miss Green. I take it you have no objection.
No, none. Wow. Damn, dude. Now what? We're not done, right? Do we present this? How about this? Oh, okay. Never mind. What about this? Nothing? Okay. I'm sure I present something else. Like, there's gotta be something else. Okay, no. Do I examine? I probably examined something. Mr. Duncan Ross. Who would ever have thought he was engaged to be married to Miss Green? To lose one's beloved fiancé must be painful enough. But then Miss Green suffered that awful injury and outside her fiancé's former lodgings too. Fate can be very cruel sometimes. Yeah. Damn, dude. That shit sucks for her, man. Oh wait, hold on. Did I ever... oh, I never checked this out, did I? It definitely feels as though this card must be relevant. I mean, when we first arrived, Miss Green was standing with it in her hand in what can only be described as a very tense atmosphere. Yes, it may very well be related to whatever incident Mr. Jones believed was about to happen here. Perhaps we should ask Miss Green about it. There we go. Okay, so, back. Alright. Neither the sender's name or address appear to be written on the envelope on the card. Oh, it's the same card then! Oh, shit. I should have noticed with the green envelope, but still. It arrived by post at my home the day before the incident that put me in the hospital here. I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. On the 17th? She couldn't make it because of what happened, though. Oh. Dude. This character keeps getting fucked over, huh? Holy shit. Like, can we like reel it back a little bit? Like, give her a break, maybe? I feel bad, man. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. Wait a minute, the 17th of this month? That's the day you were stabbed on Briar Road. And 5 p.m. is precisely the time when the incident occurred. Like, there must, like, fate must be a thing, and it hates you. The Slug and Salad, yes, a pub on the northern corner of Briar Road. Briar Road, being the street that Mr. Gary Deb's house is on. Does this mean that... Yes, I'm sure you've guessed. That day when I was stuck in the struck in the back by the knife, I was actually on my way to the Slug and Salad. Damn. Goodness. So that's what you were doing on Briar Road that day. I'm sorry I didn't say anything before. She's tired, man. She's just sick of it all. I think I really will have to ask you to excuse me now. I've told you everything. Yes, I'm very sorry to have had to drag up such painful memories for you. No, it's fine. Clearly not. Miss Green. Please, promise us you won't try to do anything like that again. Yes, don't worry. Your detective friend has the bottle now anyway. And besides, he has the bottle now. I feel like they wrote that line on purpose, no? Like, even if I wanted to, he has the bottle anyway. Like no, I won't do it, I promise. Like, she still wants to, kind of, I think. I've been stabbed in the back and had a close shave with a bottle of poison, and I'm still here. I think I'm destined to see things through to the end. Unless you resolve this, like, right now. I don't know. It might sound a little conceited, but, well, that's how this has made me feel. Maybe I was looking too far into it. Leaving Miss Green and St. Bartholomew's behind, we made our way back to Baker Street with Mr. Sholmes. This looks really pretty. I really like Briar Road at night. It looks super pretty. Well, it would appear we've reached the end of the investigation trail for today. Yes, it's late. And Mr. Naruhodo? Did you discover anything that may be of use to you in court tomorrow, do you think? Details about Mr. Shamspeare, Mr. Gaydub's lodgings, the convict, Selden. There are many facets to this case, and we're yet to see the heart of it, if you ask me. That's my feeling, anyway. I can't help wondering about the results of the analysis. Enter Mr. Natsume's tea, you mean? This game is gorgeous just in general. I agree. It's a really pretty game. One of the prettier Ace Attorneys, I'd like to think. Or maybe that's just recency bias? I don't know. Yes, would they have found strychnine in it or not? Well, I fear that either way. It would be hard to escape the grip of our friend, Mr. Reaper. Oh dear. Yes, Beric von Zeeks. I can't wait to learn more about him. It's bound to be very interesting. No, it's just prettier? Yeah, that makes sense then. Objectively, got it. Awesome. I always want to say, like, recency bias, like, because, like, I don't know, maybe I might revisit it again, one of the other games, and it just looks good. But no, okay. It's good to know that I feel validated thinking that this is really pretty. But I wish you every success, of course, and though I was late to rise this morning, tomorrow will be a new dawn. I intend to spring from my bed at a crisp hour and attend the trial. Mr. Sholmes, you're going to come? Indeed. Whatever happens, I shall be there, assuming my eyelids cooperate in the morning. Well, I think we've done all we can. All that's left is to remain focused and keep fighting for Mr. Natsume's cause until the very end. London, the world's most prosperous city, home to some 6 million people. But away from the razzle-dazzle, down back alleys and behind bricked-up windows, the lonely lurk. Soseki had battled long and hard with loneliness during his many months here. And so I felt honor-bound to battle equally hard for my compatriot, to lift the curse that gripped him. As Mr. Sholmes said, tomorrow would be a new dawn for all of us. Ooh. Long ass stream, dog. Almost 7 hours, huh? Well, that's with like distractions here and there, so I think it'd be more so closer to 6.5. Oh wait, what? Oops. There we go. I actually got chills from that. Am I cooked? No. It's an appropriate reaction. You're fine. Alright. We're done with the investigation. Whenever we stream again, which most likely is going to be tomorrow. Probably either around the same time or earlier. I'll have to check. We'll see. But we'll finish episode 2, and then we'll start episode 3. I don't really know how far we'll get with episode 3. But I do at least want to make some progress there. Very good game, man. What a good game. I really like this case. It's really well done so far. I don't really know how it connects to the overall scheme of things. But as a standalone, at face value, I really like it. I think it's really good. But yeah, with that, if you're watching the VOD, hit the like button, subscribe if you're new. It helps with the YouTube algorithm, and I will see you guys later. Alright, bye-bye!